be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing Imagination Plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 Imagination Plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Erangel and Livik. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Erangel. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point. In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the Supply Converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the Supply Converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
The well-loved Creation Mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter Creation Mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in Creation Mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in Creation Mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in Creation Mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates. to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles.
A brand new gameplay, Nusa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Nusa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Nusa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it, for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Nusa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends. Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League, or should I say PMSL Southeast Asia Spring, happening right here. And of course, if you guys still don't know it, today is day number 5 on the first week of competition. So far, we've witnessed some amazing plays, some heated PUBG Mobile actions happening, featuring some of the best PUBG Mobile teams here in Southeast Asia. And of course, before we kickstart our games for the day, we're going to be doing some interviews with some teams featured here today. And let's start off with Team Yoodo Alliance. And to get started things off, let's call up someone. I'm feeling Adik Look right here. I believe there's a lot of interest in it. Adik Look, would you mind going for an interview here? All right. There's been a lot of interest here to actually have Adik Look joining us, and hopefully you don't mind. Adik Look, thank you so much for joining us here for the interview. And of course, I would like to start off by saying congratulations on your chicken dinner on the final match yesterday itself, all right? So do share with us, how is the team feeling right now? How is the mood of the team going into the final day of the first week? So Adik Look, tahniah diucapkan sebab menang winner-winner chicken dinner pada match yang terakhir kita pada semalam hari. Jadi apakah mood pasukan Yoodo Alliance buat masa ini dan keadaan mereka masuk ke hari yang terakhir dalam minggu pertama ini?
Dengan penutup last day semalam and last game semalam, kita orang mendapatkan chicken dinner. So kita orang lebih yakin dengan hari ini sebab mood semalam dah bawa sampai ke hari ini. InsyaAllah last day ni kita orang akan dapatkan top 3 lah dan buat yang terbaik untuk hari ini.
Yeah, so basically what Adik Look responded was they were very grateful for their performance yesterday, for them actually winning winner chicken dinner, with hopes that they were able to actually carry forward that mood to today and perform well, and hopefully with hopes to get top 3 by the end of the day. Now we know that your performance so far has been exceptionally well, especially when we talk about PUBG Mobile Professional Malaysia as well. So what can we expect from Yoodo Alliance today? So are you guys planning to get top 1, top 2, or as you mentioned, top 3?
Untuk hari ini kita orang akan fokus untuk mendapatkan top 2, and dengan kemasukan player baru ni, 2 player Fragger ni, Flex dan Kenny, kita orang akan lebih yakin dan membantai lah. InsyaAllah kita orang akan mendapatkan top 2 untuk minggu pertama ini.
So basically what Adik Look responded was basically the target is actually to get in the top 2. With the new addition of having the 2 fraggers in the team itself, they should be able to actually a safe shot, which entices me the next question is why top 2? Why not that first place beating VOIN? Kenapa top 2? Kenapa hanya mengalahkan Hill Esports dan juga Sam9, tapi mengapa tidak VOIN?
Sebab VOIN beza 60 poin dengan kita orang. Kita orang mungkin boleh mendapatkan 60 poin tu pada hari ini kalau semua map kita orang konsisten, and kita orang sebab tu je target top 3 je sebab tak nak pressure sangat.
So basically what Adik Look mentioned is that since they have a 60-point gap in between themselves, with hopes that if they're able to actually perform really well throughout the whole matches for the day, they should be able to actually get where they're targeting to. And of course, thank you so much Adik Look, but I think that we still have room to actually interview yet another individual here. So if possible, Kenny, is it currently Kenny, would you mind? We're about to have you for an interview. Alright, hopefully we're not bothering you or anything. So let's have some words from Kenny. I'm very curious to actually have him here because interesting fact is that Kenny, you played from PMNC, all right? And also you placed third in the previous PMPL Malaysia as part of Team Ravenwood, and right now you're currently playing for Team Yoodo Alliance. Do share with us how did that came about and how does it feel to be playing for Team Yoodo Alliance? So Kenny, you start daripada PMNC, lepas tu dapat tempat ketiga di PMPL Malaysia bersama dengan pasukan Ravenwood, dan kali ini anda bermain dengan pasukan Yoodo Alliance. So cuba cerita sikit macam mana semua ini berlaku, Kenny masuk dalam Yoodo Alliance, dan apakah perasaan dapat bermain dengan pasukan Yoodo Alliance?
Perasaan dapat main dekat Yoodo Alliance ni rasa gembira lah, sebab dapat diberi peluang untuk menjadi wakil Malaysia bersama tim Yoodo Alliance, and
macam mana boleh berlaku tu, macam mana Kenny masuk dalam Yoodo Alliance tu?
Sebab PMPL season 7 saya tak sangka saya boleh perform and mendapatkan top 2 Terminator lebih tinggi daripada adik Luke. Jadi saya rasa macam banggalah dengan diri sendiri and dapat daripada bawah and hasil sampai sekarang and dapat mewakili Malaysia daripada tim Yoodo Alliance. And thank you jugalah kepada semua dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support kami, terutama kepada keluarga saya, daripada mak ibu bapa saya dekat rumah, and Ravenwood sentiasa menyokong saya untuk pergi ke mana je, and thank you lah untuk semua. Kalau tanpa korang saya tak boleh lah sampai ke sini.
So basically, in a summary, he expressed that he did not expect to actually perform really well in the previous season itself, and he's able to not only perform well but also get a higher ranking Terminator compared to his friend right here, for Adik Luke itself. And of course, he would like to say thank you so much to all the fans, including the families and also members from Team Rainbow, for supporting his dream in playing wherever team he's playing. That is all for you. Unfortunately, time is very jealous of us. Unfortunately, we don't have time. So congratulations once again for your chicken dinner, and thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kickstart our day number 5, week number 1 here at PMSL SEA Spring. Don't go away, and we'll be back in just a bit. Take care, guys.
We are back here on the desk. Thank you so much, Flavor and Yoodo Alliance, for the interview. We are hitting our final day in the first week with me, Chu, and Sir Cloud for the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Last day, Cloud. Week 1.
Yeah, last day of week 1, and we'll finally know who will top the charts. Will it still be VOIN, or will it be another team overtaking them? This will be the big question that will be answered today. And Choo, the worst part for VOIN is that they are not playing today. They're kicking back at their hotel, watching the game, and just hoping that teams don't catch up to them.
Not just VOIN, we're talking about 4 teams. There are VOIN, Hill, Esports 79, who happen to be in the first until the top 10, like all top 3 teams, as well as number 7, Alter Ego. So these are the teams that cannot sit quietly, even though they are having an off day today. But before we get into the tournament itself, you guys know, if you guys don't know, it's okay, we're going to explain to you again. We have 5 groups, 20 teams, 6 matches per day, and then we're gonna have another shuffle next week, which is gonna be week 2, based on their rankings.
Yes, the shuffle will happen, and it'll be interesting to see who groups with who. But besides that, of course, what these players are eyeing for, putting aside the glory, is also the moolah. $250,000 US total prize pool on the line. And the point system this season, it's new. You guys know it by now. Winner chicken dinner received 10 points, and it has changed a lot when it comes to the overall meta of the game.
When it comes to the meta and as well as the format, we know that every week we have extra sort of a bonus weekly rankings, something like that you can call it. So every week we have the bonus scores or bonus point for each of the team based on their current ranking for end of every single week. So you tally up all the numbers when it comes to all 3 weeks, then it becomes your initial points in the finals. But this is going to be the 20 teams. Group C will be playing. Yes, Group D will not be, which is going to be Group of Death for now. The Alter Ego, VOIN, 79 and Hill is sitting this one out. We're going to have them back next week. Today, has been the last day for all the other teams out there for ABCE.
Yes, and here's a recap on our weekly ranking. So as you can see here, VOIN is currently at number 1 with 203 points, and the gap between them and Hale is quite significant. But like what Chuchu mentioned, VOIN, Hale, Sem9, they are not playing today. And if like Vampire, Yoodo Alliance can gather 60 points or more than 16 points, they can get that number 1 spot. They can take it away from VOIN. But on the other end, we see the 2 wildcard teams currently at the bottom 2, PBE as well as GE. We'll be looking forward to their performance if they can climb out of that bottom spot.
At least good thing is a league, right? We have 3 weeks long, and it's another 2 weeks for the side of wildcard to reflect what needs to be fixed, because everything feels broken right now. You say don't fix something that's not broken, but everything feels like very broken for them right now. But I love how the chart of the top 4 damage. Rosemary, I'm loving the part is up there. It's almost hitting that 10k. The damage dished out by this one particular player. Lapa VOIN is closely behind, just only 200 different. 8783. Keenan is another VOIN player with 7,000 over. Dap squeezing in for Sem9.
And of course, we have to compare Rosemary and Lapa. They are really, really good players, and they are key players for their respective teams. You did talk about how Rosemary was really performing yesterday for Alter Ego and the entire of the week as well. The stats don't lie. Very similar together with Lapa, another key player. And even the average damage, yes, it does side slightly towards Rosemary, but the difference is not that much. Grenade eliminations as well. Only 1 difference between the 2 of them. Even team contribution is that close. But this is only the stat for day 4, which was yesterday. Today, we'll be looking at a different sets of stats. And these 2 teams, well, they won't be playing today, so it's going to be a different stat shown later on for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be frank here between Alter Ego and VOIN. Now, VOIN as a team, as a unit, they're so cohesive. They gel so well together. Their dynamics are spectacular when it comes to VOIN. Everybody pulling their weight. But for Alter Ego, there's so many Rosemary moments. It's so hard for us to see somebody else to actually take up the lead, to take up the baton, to actually push for the rest of the team. It's just always Rosemary popping off as extraordinary for now. So I'm waiting for Alter Ego to match up for the entire roster with alongside Rosemary. Because Lapa and the rest of VOIN, we talked about VOIN, we know for a fact the entire team played their part. It's so hard for just looking at Lapa doing some stuff. There's always Alva, there's always Keenan mixing out in a bunch, as well as Maxis. They're always there. But when it comes to Rosemary and Alter Ego, it's always Rosemary for Alter Ego, nobody else. So I'm looking for week number 2 for the others to match up and pull their own weight for Alter Ego right now. But so far, this is going to be the head-to-head between the teams not playing today. But I do love to see if we're going to get the Yoodo Alliance versus Vampires head-to-head later on.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, Vampires will be interesting. And maybe even, let's see here, Bacon Time, the Xavier will be interesting as well. Something we'll be looking at. But so far, the Pachinki has been let go by the Xavier. So we may expect that to continue on today. So here's a little bit of a recap of whatever happened yesterday. Of course, we're going to show our highlight teams, Hale, Vampire, as well as Alter Ego. Basically, our top 3 teams who performed really, really well yesterday. And a lot of highlights here for Rosemary. What a key players who actually helped them secure a lot of points in the day before.
I do see a bit of Potato Fanatic, but half of this highlight is just Rosemary now. We're back to Rosemary. I'm not going to lie here. Alter Ego, they have to step up their game. Well, I hate to break it, but I have to be frank and honest about this. It feels like Rosemary be carried the heck out for all the team. Now, Alter Ego do have their own part. It's going to be harsh coming up from me, but I want to see more because they do have more potential. It's just not Rosemary. Do you know for a fact Octa is there, Potato is there, Fnatic is there. But today we're starting off with Sunhawk. It's our first map of the day. You do have Group A, B, C, and E playing. So the team's not playing yesterday. That's going to be Group E. They're back in the game.
Yes, and they're back. That means another group is out. So as Hale, they are going to be taking a back seat today, despite they are the number 1 performer in Sanhok. So this is an opportunity for other teams to actually catch up to that number 1 spot, especially when it comes to Sanhok. PBE, they did well in day number 1 especially, but after that they seem to fall a little bit, but that still doesn't stop them from being one of the top performing teams inside Sanhok, one of their favorite maps. For PERSIJA EVOS, the last we saw their lineup, they were playing with a Luxy-Zuxy duo, the legendary twins. Will be interesting to see if they continue on this lineup again, or will they play Linz instead? Because Linz played in yesterday's Sandhawk, and then after that was swapped out. He could probably be the Sandhawk specialist for PERSIJA EVOS.
I feel like there's going to be Linz playing at first because they want every single player to have a bit of exposure when it comes to PMSL. And not just that, it's good to actually have the players as a sub to have a bit of a warm-up and not be cooled down the entire way. Because if they're needed in the last minute and out of sudden it's vital for them to be playing and have to swap the players, at least they're prepared, right? So these are the mindset of a coach usually, not to have the players being sub or benched cooled down too much. So they have to keep these seats warmed up. But we're going to have our prediction for today. For me, it's definitely going to be Vampire, Yoodo Alliance and FaZe. I want to see if they can take over the top 3 spot by end of today, because they do have the clear shot there.
Yeah, not gonna lie, your prediction is pretty solid there. I took a different route when it comes to prediction. So SLD, they actually show an increase of performance ever since their first day. Like their first day, their debut in the PMSL was not that convincing, but after that, the next day onwards, they seem to be pretty good. They start to rise up. They even got themselves a chicken dinner as well. So SLD, one of the potential teams. I think with that sort of warm up and that sort of rise in terms of performance, week 2 they will be able to show a lot more to us all. And of course PERSIJA EVOS with the Luxy-Zuxy duo will be interesting to see if they can find that momentum, because yesterday was the first time they made that debut. And RRQ, of course, to me, I look at them as the key play that they always put out is that they like to block teams from coming into the circle. So they could be one of those wildcard teams that can really show something today.
Speaking of wildcard, I don't know how to feel about this, but I mean, like GE and also PB, right? Okay, we put as a RQ, PERSIJA and SLD right now. We do know for a fact they have what it takes to be up there. They are in the middle bracket, they are in the middle bunch, and basically the chasers for the number 1 or even the first page team. But when talk about wildcard, GE and PB, are they still not ready when it comes to Southeast Asia? They have been here for the longest time. We talk about the wildcard region, the Philippines, the Myanmar, even the Cambodian. They used to be in here for the longest time, since the dawn of PUBG Mobile. Now, why is it they're taking so much time to be on the same standards as the other teams, and what's stopping them?
Well, maybe it's not them. Maybe it's just other teams doing really well. At least that's what we can see, right? Like VOIN coming out as a surprise new team, being able to do it, and then you got the pretty much obvious Vampire, because they have that dynamic duo which is current to whatever the playstyle or the meta is, and they adapted better. Luxy-Zuxy combo, yes, they are legendary, but we don't know. Is it like because they've been playing for a very long time, and they're very used to the old ways of playing, the old ways of meta based on the point system and so on and so forth. That's why they needed time to readapt themselves this time. Same goes for BTR, in fact. Star-started lineup, but they were all star-started before the before the current meta. So I do wonder if that sort of affected their performance.
I mean, it sounds very harsh coming out from me, but for me, it's like putting out excuses. Is it there? Because if you want to compare with VOIN, now VOIN are not that under the spotlight players, not so too famous. Yeah, they're famous in their own region, but when it comes to world renown, they're not there yet. They are barely, they're kind of a fresh blood. But they perform so well when it comes to week number 1. Maybe it's a bit too early for me to say this, but they are adapting fast. If they compare with all the team that has been in PUBG Mobile since the dawn of its birth itself. I mean, are they kind of stuck now? I mean, at the same time, do we need new players? But new players, it doesn't mean that it's confirmed. It's something confirmed by these guys to actually have better numbers or better performance. I think they have to go back to the drawing board just to work out what really works as a team and how to compromise against each other. It's more when the more you play, sometimes the more it gets into your head for the players, right? So maybe they just need to compromise a bit and have a bit of open mind to think of something out of the box.
Yeah, that's always the risk, right? If you make a transfer, it's not always 100%. Yes, some transfers are very high profile, and a lot of people would say that, oh, this is the best transfer and all that. And we can base all that on whatever happened previously, achievement stats, or how they play, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, of course, it's going to be very different when it comes to the real deal. And in a tournament setting especially. So far, a lot of transfers has worked out, not gonna lie about that. Like what we saw during the interview, Kenny, one of the new transfers inside of the Yoodo Alliance, and he has shown why he deserves to be at the PMSL stage. Same goes for Frankie as well. I think Yoodo Alliance did one of those best transfers around. Sem9 as well, with the inclusion of Long and Loyu, one of the best transfers. There are some transfers who we have yet to see really step up the game. So we'll need to see like how it goes, because this is a league at the end of the day. For example, like BTR, a lot of transfers happen, but we have yet to see them really pop off. But let's see if they can pop off here in our first game, Sanhok.
We're back, and it's going to be the last Sanhok for the entire week, starting into our final day in week number 1. 2 more weeks to go for these guys for the league format, and then only the top 16 goes into the playoff. This time we do have a northern flight coming up from the side of Camp Alpha up to Camp Bravo. Now this is going to be interesting. If the circle happens to be halved in, nobody wants to go to Camp Charlie, but it happens to be on top of Cave and Camp Charlie. Now everybody wants to go there.
Cave, Camp Charlie. Cave was quite saturated before this. Campo, what hotspots, but we're going to put focus here. I believe this is in Camp Alpha, so looks like it's going to be BTR and Box Gaming. Let's go.
BTR almost clipped entirety of Liquid, but he's still standing, he's still running. Box on the other hand already lost, I think, one member there. They had a very good run the last 2 days for Box Gaming. They just start to get the momentum here, and now BTR, they're one of the teams down there, but they're just next to Box Gaming right now when it comes to the ranking overalls. So both teams are having sort of the same mindset, in the same turf, in the same boat, and trying to figure out how to push himself up. The best way is going to take each other out right now. Capone with shotgun, trying to shot down on BTR. I'm not sure how much they have when it comes to their loot right now. They didn't have that much time to build up their gears.
It was too bad for Capone. He missed that shot just by an inch. If only he reacted quickly, he would have gotten that knockdown. But now BTR, they know exactly where Capone is at, but Keymind gunned down by Snipe somewhere else. And by the way, today Zealand is taking a break, at least for game number 1 for GEEK SLATE. And Stuxnet is in the lineup for BTR and Box Gaming. Ooh, that's going to be a nade there because Capone, he exposed himself, and now Yuhai goes in after that nade. On the left, there's someone, Sata spots him out, and that's going to be a rush in here by BTR. Going to be an easy knockdown for them, but not that easy though. That prone shot was beautiful.
Weenie trying to fight, showing a bit of a spirit in him. Trying to just do it for one last time. Almost clutched it entirety. Gen Force dudes down. Winnie can actually clutch this with an AKM. Last bit of them, that's the PER. They won it just now with UIs opening up and follow up by the side of Liquid. But Winnie won it for the entire team. It still feels like a lose-lose, but Box, at least they secure those 4 points. What the side of BTR? Only 3.
Oh my god, that is huge! From Box Gaming, winning that by 4 elimination points, and they secure the entire compound for themselves despite heavy casualty. But you won against BTR's star-starter lineup. Man, that's mind-blowing.
BTR don't have enough when it comes to health utilities just now. We don't see any medkits on their side. They were forcing the fight. They don't have too much of a rifles. They're just going to assault everyone with their DBS and shotguns at the time. It's not going to be enough. When he got the distance, he know exactly what he wants. He know exactly what he can actually play with. He just used the AKM within some sort of a distance between a mid-range sort of. Not too far yet, not too near. But at the same time, he does have more HP compared to BTR. He's been pinned down quite a bit on the side of Box Gaming. If the UI get a first few nades in, but it's down to the last wire, right?
Yeah, down to the last one. That was really, really close though. I would have thought that BTR would have able to win that fight because how they exposed Capone at first. But it was just a comeback, I must say. It was just a comeback from Winnie. And you did talk about like how Winnie was really, really good for them yesterday. And he's just showing in this game, number one. Finally, we got to see the circle because of the fight earlier on. So we had to zoom it in. But the circle this time around is on the areas of the Ruins Islet. So that means the choke points around Painan, around Camp Charlie, around the L House. That will be one of the interesting points that we'll need to observe.
Might be a ruins for the circle, but I don't know. It depends on the shift really. But so much water ratio in there. Like you mentioned, so many choke points in between. So whoever got the choke points to be park themselves there just to farm those kills, it's going to be an incredible day for them because Sanhok is all about the gun blazing moment. It's all about getting those kills. It's a very small map. Now we do see GE already pre-cooked their nade to a side of Touch, but Touch having the same mindset got clipped quite a bit with those explosions. West coming out as a support fire on a back line, way too far with the rest of the team just to make sure he can scout a wider view, but Touch as a front line couldn't make an entry yet.
Yeah, because behind this Painan is that high ground whereby right now we do see that GE has one player, but even though if we don't see him, if you're from player's perspective, you would assume that someone's up there to give support cover fire. So that's why he cannot just rush through. If not, he might be shot down. So he's taking that safer kind of formation just behind these buildings. While maybe Ice does his work and Ice can shoot down the person on top, that is West currently, then that could be an opening for them to rush at all those players in the same compound.
Ice might spot it out West from afar. He got himself a rooftop, knows exactly where to peek. While Shirty trying to go from the flank side, try to outplay these guys, but it's not easy. Very limited amount of compound at the edge of Pine on the southern part. Here comes a fire shot. GE greeted them with a smile possibly, but TS on the other hand, in the blue zone or not, but at least he got himself a boat, and they realize that it's so important for them to actually negate for all those unnecessary fight early on. That's where they caught themselves in a trap. They want to just be conservative at first, get into the circle as much as they can, and maybe just live longer until the 4th and the 5th phase.
Yeah, from Kampong taking the boat, following down south, now focusing onto GE. GE, wow, 2 knockdowns back to back. That was a good spray there coming in from Bacon Time. That means that there's 2 left. That's a signal enough. That's an enough signal for Bacon Time for them to rush in, because they kind of know where the other 2 members of GE were at the last time. So right now we can see them moving in a 4 formation into their opponent, and GE got to be prepared for that. But it's going to be hard as behind them another team's passing by, but PERSIJA, EVOS and Yoodo Alliance, they're busy enough with each other.
Kenny being knocked down. The rest of the team will have to bail him out, and Rat FaZe on the other hand still picking on Yoodo Alliance. So Leo was hopping off his vehicle just now to save Canny, but it's just to make it on time. But Yoodo Alliance, they're splitting PERSIJA EVOS into 2-2, but at the same time GE is still there. Bacon Time going for the rush. Mars on his knees, leaving only Master and Zai left. Now they're being wrapped around every corner possible. Bacon Time taking domination, but we saw 1v4 every single time they're pushing the corner. Can they pull it off for GE?
Ooh, GE, last man standing with 40% health, and that's tough. Now Ichi, he's the only one left. Can he pull it off? He got one. Can he pull off a winning here? But nah, he showed his back to his opponent and he got punished for it. And that's going to be number 15 for GE.
Tough start again for GE. They are the bottom of every bottom. Over 100 points. If you compare it with VOIN right now, 200 over is just a lot. 170 points in difference almost. It's just a lot of catching up to do. We're not talking about even the first and second page here. If you talk about second page, the minimum bar or the minimum scores that you should actually secure, it's going to be the 70s. But they're barely making it for PBE and GE. They have to push themselves forward today. all cylinders out. But the circle making it even harder for the players. It divided into 2 islands here, whether it's going to be Tambang Ruins or Chem Alpha. High chances it might be Ruins. We do have Boom, Vampire, and Yoodo Alliance putting themselves in the center. GEEK Fam coming out of Tambang might actually clash with PBE on way southern part. SLD and Team Secret coming in very late.
Ooh, DBD now on the outside, but RRQ in front of them. It's going to be okay. So DBD, they can still hit straight in because we're still stage number 2, so that's going to be okay still. But for Boom, in the areas of Ruins, looks like a good position for them. GEEK SLATE, same as well. And they have PBE right in front of them. PBE, number 19 right now, going up against GEEK SLATE, and GEEK SLATE will start off with an 8.
Damn good, trying to find an opening. But Mika will be spotted out by the side of Momboy from the flank side. A support fire of Momboy. These guys, they know, especially Momboy. These guys are extraordinary for PBE when it comes to their positioning. They're always taking something out of the box, getting into the car and just wait it out. I have so much patience, not even nervous about this. They're carefree, they're creative, but PBE, it's not going to be enough. They need to push more. GEEK SLATE on the other hand, they barely make it up on the first page as well. They're in the middle bracket on second page. Stuxnet taking his own time, waiting for whoever tried to make a first move, waiting for PBE to have a step forward, making any mistakes here. But SLD, they have their eyes on PBE at the same time. Snipes have an opening to the side of Monboy. There's going to be Nate topping off that chart, and Raimon trying to save Monboy. No rush yet coming from GEEK SLATE.
Right now, you can see here it's going to be it's still a 50-50, but Cool moving in. And now Cool gets it. Wow, with the DBS auto snipes. Beautiful. He had a little bit of an advantage there with that elevation. Now GEEK SLATE. What are they going to do? Looks like they're going to leave the Stuxnet, already leaving it. And without the manpower on their side, hopefully they'll be able to get away. But Stuxnet, unfortunately, is still gunned down by Raimon. That leaves Damn Good all alone.
Surprised that GEEK SLATE is standing down, maybe due to their lack of manpower right now. Only left with Damn Good and Stuxnet bleeding out. Damn Good have to open up a couple of smokes to save his mate. They got the entry, they got the nade first just now. Circles have to be worse than before. It's going to be right in between the bridge. It's going to be a lot of death to be paid over just to cross over or be on the either side. Vampire's taking on the side of Ruins. We have Box. Winnie just going to swim over. RIQ holding on the northern. I mean, like, if you're not there, good luck.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I mean, we still have it divided like up and down, right? So it could still go anywhere, frankly speaking. Now let's put focus onto SLD versus PBE. They came in as a third party, trying to mop up PBE, taking advantage of their situation. Momboy secures that elimination point to Stuxnet, still leaving Damn Good all alone. But now PBE, they're counter firing onto SLD, trading it back with knocking down Gosu. But the rest of SLD, they're on the other building, though they need Kwang Ji together with them.
3 on 3 right now. SLD, they're the one who are rushing into PBE. PBE holding compound really strong as a fortress. PUBGM keep tossing out those smokes, making sure they can have a bit of a space to revive on Gosu. The same goes for the side of PBE, but PBE got the reset way faster. Strongzy coming up from flank side. PUBGM coming out on the other end. Here comes a nade, hoping it will be an opener for the team, but it would not clip on anybody just yet.
Yeah, right now it's a standstill. But the fact that these two teams are currently in the circle might still move away though, because they're playing by the edge of it. So no matter what, they need to resolve this. But we got one player from SLD opening up the flanks. I believe it's Kwang Ji. The last we saw him is behind the team. And if he's able to open up flank and he's able to get a knockdown for that position, it will definitely be a signal to the rest of SLD to rush in.
Trying to take their time in. Not trying to make any sort of mistake. No room for mistakes. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance and Bacon time. Now Bacon got a shot from Fadik. Look, with that distance, it's going to be over 200 meters shot from Fadik. Look, a long fight commencing on the side of Yoodo Alliance, hoping that Bacon will try to show themselves from those knockdowns. But they're not taking the bait yet. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, taking this as safe as possible. Rank It is just going to have a bit of a problem there. I think some sort of a projectile miscalculation. It just happened at a bad timing as well. Just bomb himself and finish off by the enemies. And PBE, they were winning at first.
Oh.
Now that scuffle, that blunder will be punishing.
That was scary indeed, but now they need to move as Raimon spraying it out, but Raimon will be gunned down. So now their shotgunner is currently down one boy as well. Cool! Eliminated by the rest of SLD. SLD, a clean sweep for them, not losing any players as they will have time to reset themselves. But Choo, look at the minimap. There's another team coming. It's going to be Team Secret. If Team Secret is ever interested, but because of the circle shift, they might not be interested to take Tambang yet.
It is going to be ended up on ruins, but TS coming in, like you mentioned, SLD will be gatekept by these guys. Box on the other end, finish off by vampires. We do have an airdrop where nobody gonna get it by the end of the day due to it's gonna be in between the river. But FaZe coming out with bacon time. The ruin side is gonna be the one that's really interesting. Boom on the other end already parked themselves in the center. They got a solid compound, but at the center, do they have enough to defend themselves? Bacon time have to cut across, or maybe just part ways if they want to. They can go in at the center together, but FaZe and Bacon Time are not willing to share. Yoodo Alliance taking on Bacon Time as well. Bacon Time hand down between two teams. They're being the bacon literally as a sandwich. FaZe and Yoodo Alliance closing in and compressed bacon on both ways.
Yeah, so we start to see teams getting close to each other. Bacon Time fending off FaZe Clan. Right now we can see on the other side Yoodo Alliance will be watching that fight. If anything breaks out, if there's an opportunity, they might rush in, but just because they don't have Kenny, might be a different scenario for them. But now Olio sprays on the 3-touch with the bike, gets away, zooming past Yoodo Alliance. A-OK.
Onsen getting on Bacon. Now finish off touch straight away. Onsen gonna go for the rush. Noise on the other hand, he got back on Mormon, but at the same time he needs to flee. Mormon down. Noise got knocked as well. This is not great for Bacon, leaving only Shirty left. Noise bleeding out. They secure a 5 elimination, but at the same time, is it worth it? Is it worth it for Bacon Time? They're losing men more than can count. Only Shirty left in between, and now the rush coming up from FaZe. Every angle possible, working as a triangle. Gonna go for the rush. PERSIJA on the other end, just gonna go for a swim.
Yeah, very smart of them not to follow the bridge, because look at the bridge. It's been guarded by D-Xavier, and D-Xavier taking off angles. Rabbids especially, what a good angle that was. Besides that, no one knows that they're swimming till now. Shirty, they know exactly where he is, and that will be an easy finish there by Onzen. Bacon Time is out.
SLD, they lost men early on and now losing more because they got themselves in the crossfire between these teams where they're trying to migrate. They mentioned about ruins. If you're not in there, be gatekept by Boom, and Boom still holding the fortress strong. DX taking on the RRQ. SLD have to fight across, none other than TS. Got themselves way earlier than they were. Have to cross that open street is already a problem to begin with, and now they have to deal with the blues and closing in. PUBGM and SLD are burning out alive. DBD eliminated next, but those battered out on top of this bridge. RRQ taking reign over this, but at the same time they're not in the circle. They're right on top of DX. DX heard the audio cue. Now all they need is to do is wait out for DX. They can take this opportunity and shoot at the back of RRQ.
Oh yeah, they can. They're just waiting for RRQ to get across. But one of the members of RRQ currently in the water. There's going to be Nepeko, and Frankie has eyes on him as well, but Lamborghini is going to do the job for him. 10% of health left. Nepeko is not going to get anywhere from this, and plus he's on the outside circle. Definitely the point will be given to DX.
Lamborghini playing this quietly as possible, not be given away for his position just yet, but RRQ definitely saw that one. More bleeding out by the side of Vampires. And Pacon shot down by DX. RRQ, they are in shambles right now. Leaving only Bass. And it is Bass G first time playing as well. You ever seen RRQ Bass Q? Or Bass G? Oh, Bass. Playing here for the entire week. Now he make a sort of a debut. But already have to responsible himself so much of a problem. But TS will be rushed in by SLD. They can gatekeep this, but this letting the side of SLD freely go inside and bridge into the compound. Even finish off a wipe.
Yeah, I mean, he only had like, what, 10% of health? Even a DBS couldn't help him that time with the kind of rush. So Team Secret's out at number 9 with only 1 elimination point, but now focusing back onto D-Xavier. Without Rabbids, they'll be fighting against PERSIJA EVOS. They took a swim, and now they're on the other side with their compound, with part of the circle. DX is the one that's being gate capped.
DX playing alongside of the Rivers. PERSIJA might want to cross that road against the side of a team just opposite them. Newsy, heard the audio cue coming out from Marco. The last member that is the first time we're looking at Bass playing. Tony K would not let that pass by, but he has to, due to how many teams outside watching out for the side of Vampires. They have to be careful now. They have to got every angle possible because they are surrounded, Vampires, by SLD, by Boom, by RK and DX. DX spotted out PERSIJA at first, shot one down, but no closing yet. On Newsy spotted out the entire SLD. Boom on the other, not challenged.
Ooh, but speaking about challenge, SLD is being challenged right now by Yoodo Alliance. And they got 2 elimination points. What? Oh, at the same time, actually stole one of those. Okay. That's a little bit of a heartbreaking moment for Yoodo Alliance. And now, DX! PERSIJA EVOS not done yet. That beautiful name by Lin, showing why he deserves a spot in the main lineup.
Frankie and the side of PERSIJA, the rest of DX is changing fires. Amazing, there goes the
Beautiful.
spray. Beautiful. Crispy one! Frankie makes so much work for the side of DX. PERSIJA going down the drain. As we're talking about Frankie, the one, the main clutcher for the side of DX. I'm not sure where is Lamborghini, but definitely they're going to play a bit of a tag team. Frankie goes back, pull back for retreat, and that's going to be dominating over this side. PERSIJA are back in the lobby due to how much of Frankie did so much work.
Oh, yes, that's a beautiful spray. Just through the structure. Wow, that was amazing. One-time spray, he got like two knockdowns, 2 ends. That was beautiful indeed. That was a nice sight to see. It's not a nice sight to see for PERSIJA EVOS now that they have to deal with FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan Onza is being shot at from the other side. It's going to be Yummy. Yummy has the Ruins compound as Onza needs to reset himself. He's currently in the circle, so he should be fine. Hopefully not tapped out by Yummy. He's alright.
Yummy have to got a lot of angles by himself here, going from one perspective to the other by himself, guarding over the ground floor, making sure nobody can breach in, while FaZe on the other end thinking about how to cross this road unscathed, unharmed. They have to put a couple of smokes, but they're running out of it. Mela still thinking whether to use that molly or not. Have to return the fires, return the favors. Ventori's got himself a lot of nades, but no smoke either. Lamborghini taking on Red Face. That's going to be the last of PERSIJA, placing at 7th, but the rest of Boone are running out resources as well. They're holding this fortress the longest time, but they're running low, and it's so hard to keep these guys at bay.
Oh, nice one! And Ventori's open all down. Now FaZe Clan is eliminated. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful counter. And now on the other side, we have Vampires trying to spot out where Xavier is at. Can't get a clear shot, but the blue will do his work as well. Xavier, they are in trouble, but Boom, what a nice position so far. The circle not too far away from Boom, but Xavier finally out. And that's going to be Vampire, SLD, RRQ, and Boom for the chicken dinner.
Vampires touching the rim of the circle. Boom still holding on, but they are slightly being shifted by that circle and losing only 3 men left. Boom on the other hand still trying to have this fight in them, still stopping Vampires. We got 4 at first, down to 3. RQ in between, but lost 1 more man. Vampire down to 3. Absolutely no revival here for Tony K just yet, as Shroud's being charged in from the back line. Boom making it so hard for Vampires, down to Vampires versus Boom. They had a 4 before, but Vampires, they're just being stopped at a halt. Boom is holding this defense so strong, but no more utilities on the side of Boom.
Oh, Yummy with the DBS getting closer and closer towards the members of Empire. They don't have any space to play with. Look at this. Spray coming in for raising the nail to raising down the 10% help, but he still goes in and raising moving on down. Now Yummy is coming with his EBS. Only 1 more left. They should be able to do it. And boom! That is the chicken dinner moment for Boom Esports.
Oh man, I mean that's a huge one coming from Boom. They were there, they were the earliest, they were the first one to be on top of Ruins. They know what it takes, they have been more than ready, and they were very adaptable. I'm talking about how fast they were trying to replenish their resources. Even though they've been fighting since the start up there, they're trying to go back in and out again just to get those death boxes around them, but to defend as long as the entire map It's going to be a crazy defense against Boom.
And not gonna lie, they had a lot of luck on their side as well, because the circle was on top of their head until that final circle. Still half of the circle in it. And again, Yummy. I think this is at least his second or third time getting the chicken dinner for getting the MVP status. At least a second. Oh my, Yummy just showing it how yummy he is for Boom.
So is Yummy, who always make an entry frag at first and open up for the rest of the team to actually breach into it or even defend. Yummy, you saw how much of the hard work he put into it just now. He's guarding over the north, he's guarding over the south, he's taking two different angles the entire time and just alternating between these two angles by himself, guarding heavily to his side of Boom. But Vampires, if only they got themselves into the circle a bit earlier, it might be a different story. They had a 4 before, and that's how the DX just stopped them during their process transitioning into the circle.
Yeah, SLD. SLD had a lot of hard work to do, not gonna lie about that. Despite their travel distance not as much as the Xavier, but you kind of think about it, like their hard work started off from the PBE fight, and that was tough, and then they had to go down, they had to fight another team, they were gate capped, but they still managed to get a top 3 finish, so that is good work there for SLD. But if you are VOIN, you'll be looking at this and thinking to yourself that, hey, actually Vampire didn't do too bad, so Vampire, what are teams that can catch up to that #1 spot too?
Kind of true. I mean, at Vampires, this is a good momentum starting off today here with a top 3 finishing. If it got, I'm not sure how much elimination they actually secures. It's all down to eliminations here. If they want to get themselves in the #1 spot, they can take away the podium spot, but they have to be consistent. We're talking about minimum point for each of the map. It has to be, it must be a double digit. It must be like above 10 points every single round. If they can secure everything around more than 10-ish or 50 point and above, it's gonna be more than enough. If they can secure 20, like why not? 3 maps and it's done. They're definitely on the top chart right now.
Yeah, looking at how they perform in this round, I believe that they would have gotten more than 10 points. So it's scary enough for VOIN, getting closer and closer. Boom, on the other hand, of course, they're on page 2 with this chicken dinner. It will definitely push them up. And let's get a confirmation. So Vampires, 15 points. Okay, that's a good round for them. Not gonna lie, only 1 point difference than Boom, who only got 6 elimination points. And this is the thing about if you get the luck of the circle. Majority of the time, right? Like you didn't really need to move that much. Is that your opportunities of securing eliminations are not as much as teams who need to move. So, for example, like SLD, they got 9 eliminations. Like for DX, 7 more than Boom itself. So that means that your opportunity of getting elimination points are lesser. Hence, the points wouldn't be that much. So that's why we can see only 1 point difference between them and VPE.
But here comes the bot here. We're talking about Hale 7-9 slowly being closed in by Vampires. Vampires just 3 point different with 7-9. 7-9 definitely being pushed down by the end of the day. Same goes for Hale, sorry to say. But the gap is just too close when it comes to they are not playing for Group D. Yoodo Alliance on there, they still have a lot of catching up to do. But the ones that are really close enough to push everybody down is going to be Vampires. That's surely going to be happening. But can they get VOIN top spot? It's going to be another question.
PERSIJA and Yummy being compared with each other. Of course, Yummy, he was the MVP from this round. So 3 eliminations for Yummy. And they only managed to get like 6. So he got half of the eliminations for Boom himself, while dishing out 808 damage, which is a lot for 3 eliminations. Of course, Yummy threw a lot more utilities. And that's totally understandable because they had to move a lot more.
That's going to be last of Sunhawk. We're finally heading into our OG map of Wrangle for starting of last day in week 1 here. Now, we talked about just now, Vampires have to maintain 15 points and above. That is exactly what they got themselves just now, 15 points. Now, it's definitely so close for the side of Vampires to close it in, but I'm not surprised if they got more than that when it comes to those eliminations. Hill, on the other hand, right now, getting themselves at #1. VOIN slowly be creeping into Yoodo Alliance. When it comes to Wrangle, this is their best shot to take over the top 3.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie. So Yoodo Alliance is there, Vampire is there, Hale and VOIN, they're not playing. So with this sort of stats, and we're going to play 3 Wrangle maps after this. Again, VOIN, oh my goodness, it's going to be tough. I remember yesterday during the interview with Jangs when Flavor asked Newsy whether they can take that #1 spot, and Jangs was like, no. But mathematically and basing off some of these stats, basing on how they perform in round number 1, I mean, Jung's gotta be prepared to turn his word.
I mean, Junks, you know, deep down inside, you have that in denial, the fact that they can catch up to these guys.
Yeah.
You know, for a fact, Vampires haven't played their best yet. So I want to see all these 3 teams, Vampire, Yoodo Alliance, and FaZe catching up. I mean, like, I sound mean, I sound a bit, you know, what do I have against VOIN? But I do want to see, can these guys catch up in the last minute? Because these teams have not completed their rotation of all the maps yet. So even though, you know what, we've seen VOIN in the entire week at number 1, but a lot of people forgot that they have completed the rotation earlier than the rest. They don't have a break in between. It's going to be straightforward this for them to be playing for the Group D side.
Yeah, it's a fair thought at the end of the day. If we want to see, like, I'm sure the viewers will also like to see some excitement in the league as well, that VOIN is not invincible, like other teams could also catch up, and that will also be a wake-up call for VOIN to say that, okay, we're done with week 1 PMSL, this is how it feels like, this is how it looks like, so now they know how it is. Week 2, it is a matter of them able to really push it up again for week number 2. And like what Jung said in yesterday's interview, is more of them just to do touch up here and there, and just to remain consistent in week number 2, which is the key to securing the top spots inside of PMSL. And looking at how the teams are playing too, I don't think we'll see a number 1 team remain for 3 weeks. I think it's very, very difficult because of the quality of teams are just there. So nobody is safe, even if you're VOIN, even if you're Vampire, even if you're Yoodo Alliance or anyone else.
I agree, and also grouping is so important for these guys. So it's so vital for them to know exactly which rank they want to be in. We're talking about the second week will be scrambled again based on their ranks in the first week. Now, grouping plays such a big part. One of the many reasons, example, we're looking at Group D, right? All the teams in Group D are so high skilled, high caliber players, high firepower. They're just taking the top numbers easily within the first week. That's just how important if you happen to have the same group of these high caliber players. So at the same time, if you happen to be in Group E, and these are the, or even Group, what can I say, like Group C right now, which I think is the least performing team. Sorry to say, but it is what it is for Group C. They are in the bottom for most of the teams in Group C. So if you happen to be one team or one group with a group that is going to be always with there, and they don't have that much of firepower compared with all the other teams out there, it's going to be an advantage for you. Oh. You know that for a fact.
Yep, for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of shuffle will come next week, because yeah, you never know, right? If like in the same group you see like, yeah, although it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it just so happened that one and then the other one happens to be one of those big teams or those high potential teams that just came up and they are consistent. For example, like SLD, they might not be like the top 5 or they might not be like the top 3, but they are showing consistency. And I think like teams like that are teams that you don't want to be in the same group as if you are one of the top teams.
But at the same time, if you want to push yourself forward, it's best for you to actually get along with these teams or actually be grouped alongside with them, because you can push yourself if you're being always in the same group. You don't have any sort of a way to escape these guys due to you are in the same group. So that's one thing to think about if you want to improvise with a short amount of time, play against all the strongest out there. If you want to be comfortable, yeah, why not playing alongside with the least amount of firepower coming up from those teams? It's down to the players and down to the teams to line up their strategy, to see their strength and weaknesses, what can actually play alongside with the entire roster to get themselves up there. But at the end of the day, still a survivor game. Whatever good for your survivability, that's going to be the best way to work it out.
Yeah, even if we kind of think about it, right? Even if like, no disrespect, but even if like a top team were to group with, say, GE, for example, just look at how GE is played. Not to say that they win every single fight, but because how they play is that they're playing without any fear that they would just crash into other team's compound, or they would just challenge another team's drop spot. They're just making the game like their own. So it's also scary. Like as a top team, you'll be like, yes, you can win. Your chances of winning those fights are good, but still, there is still a percentage that you might lose that fight and they could still come out on top, just like what we saw earlier on, like BTR losing against Box. No disrespect to Box, but if we look at historically wise, or if we look at achievement stats wise, BTR does have better stats than Box, but Box still won that fight with that win in final clutch. And how would have devastated like a big brand name like BTR?
And by the end of the day, it's down to the teams and the players how much they want it to happen, how much they want to push themselves, and how much they're willing to lose while the process of trying to grow themselves into the entire league, right? Lucky enough, we have 3 weeks. So we're talking about you can build your character, you can build your bond with the team as well as the other teams, that you can revise with them and just play around and counter play. That's the beauty of a league itself. You have time. Time is on your side, but whether you use the time potentially well, that you utilize the efficiency of the time, is up to the players and the team and the coaches. How to progress, how to improvise, what else needs to be changed, what needs to be done, what are the mistakes. They have to spot it out. There's no downtime for 3 games straight and then we will have 1 hour. That 1 hour is crucial for these teams to have a bit of a huddle and just talk it through what needs to be fixed.
Well, BTR clearly aren't talking it through. They're having a lot of fun and putting positivity into their lineup, which is great. And sometimes you need some of that. You can't be overstressed. PERSIJA EVOS, let's see who's in it. Oh, I do see Luxy Zuxi in it. So looks like Lin seems to be like the Sandhawk specialist, and he didn't do too bad in the previous round. So yeah. Oh, another substitution here. So Zillin's gonna play for GEEK SLATE, replacing Stuxnet. Interesting. Well, that's the only substitution that they can do. They not like they're like Boom who can make like a million substitutions. So I guess if it didn't work in Sandhawk, you might as well try something else inside Erangel.
These Stuxnets have been playing a lot when it comes to Marama, possibly, or even the last Erangel of the day. I think Zealand, this is actually a good rotation. It's a good practice for the players who, or the teams that actually have a lot of subs, for them to actually be warmed up all the time and at least get a bit of exposure about how the team's up there. It's easy for us to say it. It's easy for us to backseat coaching for all these players, including us, Casa, and you, our viewers out there, because you're not playing. When you actually play against this guy, then you know what you're up against. You don't know what you're up against until you're actually in their shoes. And that might be it. They need those rotation. If there's any subs are not playing, they have to put it in right now in the first week, because 2 week it's a bit detrimental. The moment they're trying to keep up, it's a bit too late. And final week is everything in their hands. There's no way you are trying to experiment stuff anymore in the final week. The first 2 weeks is always the best one to warm up their seats and try things, new stuff, you know, something out of the box. This is the best timing.
Okay, so yeah, that's a confirmation graphic there that Lynx will be replaced by Luxy in this round. And yeah, we do see that some teams that they try to see what happens in the first few rounds. For example, I think the best example right now is Bacon Time and Xavier. After like 3 rounds of Erangel, knowing that the result favors towards Bacon Time, Xavier's like, okay, we're done. We move over to school. We'll be happy with that, and that's totally okay. Yes, every point does matter. I do agree with that. Like, it's hard to sacrifice every round, but at least, you know, you kind of adapt to it. Like, okay, 3 rounds, adapt to it, that's it. As compared to the total amount of rounds that's still available. So I'm pretty sure they would have made that calculation. Sometimes teams, they will have target, like, okay, how many points do we need per round, whether it's per round or whether it's by per map or whether it's by per day. It's really totally up to the teams. And for them to have face Bacon Time inside of Erangel, the amount of times with the ratio of win-loss, so they would have made their decisions based on the amount of games that they would give themselves until they decide to, like, whether they do something else or whether they continue inside of Pachinki. So yeah, week 1 is pretty much something like that. But here's the fun part about this format, right? Week 2, the groups will change. Whether that will also change, that's just an example, of course. It also depends on the team. But I expect that whatever they learn from week 1 will definitely be carried forward to week 2. So if taking that example again, I think that definitely they would not want to try and challenge a Bacon Time inside Pachinki.
Oh, you're talking about the Axe. But for me, I want to talk a bit more about Vampires. I feel like they're setting a sort of an objective here. feel like, you know, the minimum bar they want is like we have to get 10 points and above, no matter what, every single round, just to be secure, just to be safe, because they're having 6 map every single day, right? So today's gonna be 6 map. If they can secure 10 points for each of the map, it's more than enough for them to actually take that number 1 spot. Same goes, for example, here for the side of Yoodo Alliance. They have to be sure how much they have to have in every single map. For the teams that are up there can close enough to get those top 3, this is going to be their main objective. Okay, every single map now, they lost for Yoodo Alliance and BIGETRON. They lost for a fact, even FaZe. They lost their first map. Sound they couldn't secure those double digit. Now their main objective when it comes to Rango is going to be, we're going to play it quite as safe at first four phase of the circle. Or if we get the opportunity to fight, like, why not? If there's some team that backing away from us, we're going to chase them out. Because it just shows if a team are backing away from any fight when they're forced to do so, just shows that they're not prepared, they're not having enough gears, they're not having enough loot. It's going to be more than enough to convince the entire team to push in with confidence. Now, we do know for a fact it's going to be a high five and cheer up for these guys. It's going to be the time to go in now.
Yeah, there's always a signal there. So, we'll probably see the timer anytime soon. For Box Gaming, well, okay, so first round, they challenged another team. There was a BTR and they won that fight. That would definitely give them a lot of confidence with Winnie clutching it out at the final moment. So there is a possibility that they might try to do that again inside of Erangel, despite it a different map. But let's see. I think a few factors that would impact that is the key factor will be the flight path. If the flight path is skewed towards one side, then we might see that happening. Let's not forget as well that GE did also challenge Yoodo Alliance inside of Novo before, so that is one of those things that might happen. It'll be interesting to see, because I think it would happen if the flight path is like either on the south or on the right where Novo is there. Then we'll see that early fight. If not, it'll probably be GE dropping off somewhere else. Because we haven't seen that happening since day one, and that's also because we had a kind flight path for the entire day yesterday.
But it's down to the last day. Everything happens and everything go crazy when it comes to the last day. But when it comes to the first 2 rank, it's always being nice. It's always being generous. And when it comes to the third one after the long break, everything gets really wonky. Everything got really crazy and insanely bizarre. But back towards our first Erangel map of the day. Will there any soft skirmishes on Pochinki? So far, DX giving away to its bacon time. They're not going to fight there anymore. They're just going to go a different place entirely. It's going to be school. But at the same time, are there any teams out there at the bottom not willing to lose anything anymore and just go for the push, go for the rush, because there's nothing else for them to do other than just wait it out? No, they might not going to wait anymore because they want to get into Erangel, and we cannot wait to see such excitement in this OG map. Let's head into it.
So Erangel it is here, ladies and gentlemen. The first Erangel of the weekend. Well, not of the weekend, but of the Sunday. And the flight path. Oh, okay. Southern flight path. Keeping my eye onto Novo. We already see Yoodo Alliance dropping. PB probably going towards Milta. But luckily GE didn't drop early. If not, it's possible that GE might try to challenge Yoodo Alliance. They kind of won Yoodo Alliance inside of Novo. It's just that they lost it on the outside in the areas of Milta, with Kenny clutching it on day number 1. But yeah, at the end of the day, they just didn't drop. So it's going to be Team Secret inside of military base itself, and no other team. So no extra challenge from them. Next, we'll keep an eye on Pochinki in case that the DZ just chooses to go wild, like what you said, right? It's the last day. Maybe they might want to just try to win it back so that they get it back in week 2.
It's going to be a rough journey for this one to drop themselves in the northern. If it's circle on the northern side, then it's going to be a lot of headache for these guys. I'm waiting for the circle to pop here. Still waiting while the other teams are dropping into their respective region. It's gonna be Lipovka and Prison. Feels like it might be Medusa intersection. It might be on top of Prison, but the flight path was so far off. We're talking about contradiction, right? It's not that up north, yes, but it's just way off the radar. There's not many teams dropping around the right side of the map here.
Yeah, I think looking at how previous circles are, it'll probably be like what you say. It's either one of those, either prison or also Medusa intersection. Out of that, I do prefer prison. I think it's a little bit more interesting to see, especially if it's in the lower ground of prison rather than that high ground of prison. But now, GE, okay, again and again and again, not the start they would have wanted. Ventura is going to be happy to pick this point up.
Well, GE, I was expecting them to move as a 4. Surprisingly, West. I mean, like, West always the scouter for the team as well. He's always going for odd sort of an angle, trying to work something out of it, but it just didn't work out quite right for GE just yet. They couldn't find the right footings when it comes to getting into a wrangle, working as a 4. It's just everything they tried, but it's just everything being taken piece by piece by all the other teams out there, picking them off one by one. DX on the other end, they start to get themselves that momentum. I think it's starting with the 3rd day of week 1. All of a sudden they start to feel like, you know what, we are kind of familiarized with this side of rotations. We kind of know exactly which team is coming up from which angle, and we kind of have a gist about the entirety of this tournament. So now they start to rise up the occasion. We're talking about them getting themselves in the top 10. They used to be in the 20th place even. On the 2nd page, very low down there. But they know how to push. Same goes for Box. But Box now being pushed back down there. So if something that to be learned from, I think DX, Box, and even Bacon Time will be setting such a good example for these guys.
I'll be looking to seeing if BTR can set a good example as well, because now they made a substitution. Well, in Sanhao, to be fair, it happened so fast, we didn't really get to see their lineup, but right now it's Swavel sitting out, and Satar is still continuing on with the team. So yeah, as far as I remember, yesterday during the last game or the last 2 games, it was Swavel sitting out and Satar coming in. So it looks like it's going to be a starting lineup for Satar today. Swavel is taking a break, and that's absolutely fine because they're all-star starter lineup. But oh, Raimon, that could have cost him, you know. If he got stuck there and his opponent jumped out of the vehicle and shoot him, he would have been gone.
Back to it as Vampires. Now, I'm not surprised if Vampire Strap's going to go for the hunt today. I'm waiting for that to happen. But for Vampires, you know for a fact they are the hunters. They are vampires, they're with fangs. They love to fight, they love the skirmishes, they love the brawl. They always wait when it's the right time to pop up. They can do whatever they want right now. They're the closest one, less than 50, to actually get themselves at their #1 spot. And Vampires, I'm not surprised if they try to just hog those grenades, hog those mollies, to make an entry, to be the 3rd party, whatever it takes. Be the first one to initiate the fight or be the last one to be the 3rd party. They can do it. They have what it takes. They have the firepower. They have the mindset. All they need to do is just about the timing.
Okay, speaking about timing, looks like timing's right for PERSIJA EVOS as Mod needs to defend this ground. He's going up against his opponent, and 2 of them are coming in too. So now he's surrounded by PERSIJA EVOS with 40% of health left, going up to 2nd floor. Luxy is going up together with his teammate. That's going to be an easy knockdown, easy cleanup of this compound by PERSIJA EVOS.
Just like those Luxy. Red face, PERSIJA. Going into it. Trying to force a fight but not be greeted by these guys and not welcoming here. Parting ways. I mean, like, I'm looking at chat at the same time. I cannot unsee that. You guys saying that I'm watching a different PMSL. Okay, we're gonna have to wait and see if Vampire can take over VOIN the last minute. This is what I'm waiting for the entire week. Yes, VOIN's consistent, but Vampires, they haven't got enough games yet. Including FaZe. FaZe is closing the gap as well. Yoodo Alliance even. The top 3 on 4th, 5th, and 6th year can do the impossible, especially Vampires, because the gap between Yoodo Alliance and Vampires is quite a gap still, 17 points. But it's all down to them themselves. That's why even Janks yesterday, when it comes to the coach to be interviewed, coming out from the side of VOIN, he said it's something that realistically, I can't even say that word, but by calculation, it's possible for them. By mathematically speaking, it's doable. But it's down to the players whether they want it enough or not. How much they want for the kills. BTR taking on Box Kapumi could beat Newton. But he's going to survive. A lot of players willing to part ways just to make sure they have enough to work around the second stage of the circle here.
It's more like warning shots, but it looks like BTR's not going to take that risk. I think they've been taking a lot of risks in recent times, like with the 2-2 split that we've always talked about them doing. So maybe because of their current performance, they're like, okay, nope, we're not going to do the 2-2 split anymore. The moment we pull out warning shots and our opponent knows where we are, that's it. We're just going to get back to each other. So I think that's okay. At the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with whether you do a 2-2 split or you don't do a 2-2 split, 3-1 split or whichever. All of those are just strategies, and it's hard to say that which strategy is good because it varies depending on the situation. But for what we have observed, at least for BTR, they have been comfortable with the 2-2 split, but it hasn't been working out for them. So it's nice to see something's changing for BTR.
Yeah, they need to work out on something. Sometimes something comfortable and not the best solution here. Definitely not the best one. DX taking on PBE Momboy. A bit of a trading to do with PBE. Cool taking on Frankie and finish off straight away. Frankie pulled the clutch in the last map here. Definitely lost a huge number of firepower with that one man going down. DX on the other end, pull back and retreat, parting ways. Reassess, reposition to see what they can actually counter back inside of PBE. But SLD coming out on the other end. Tronji is already there. They heard the audio cue. Happens to be parking right across Rabies as well. DX just managed to squeeze in here and SLD made a big U-turn. We might end up on top of prison here as the circle shift again. TS coming out very late. GEEK SLATE will not be gatekeeping on the bridge right now. Bacon Time and FaZe coming in the latest, still inside of the blue zone, but northern side very occupied.
And no bridge gatekeeper, so that's good news for Team Secret. Coming a little bit later from military base, now they're starting to move past the bridge. Just that they're really cautious because there were many times that they were gate capped, especially on the left bridge. So they're taking that precaution step on the right. Winnie sees where Kwang Ji is at. That's going to be a warning tap because it's quite a distance between both of them. But I'm interested to see what's happening on top where GE is at, but it's just another pass by.
Box, BTR, and GE. Now GE lost a man early on. They have to be extra careful. They have to realize there's going to be more than one team or one squad dying out for them. Smile will have a bit of reload and they try to park themselves the vehicles outside in case they need to exit in an instant. At least their cars are ready. Have to make sure their cars are safe as well, not being pinned down by the skies and flat tires going out. GE definitely have a cue about BTR, have a bit of an intel on this side. But are they aware there's another team on the back line now?
Ooh, I guess they are, so that's why they're keeping eye onto each other. So at least that's good. They have the information. They know in case any team wants to crash in from the other side. It's quite a distance between them and BTR, so that's going to give them a lot of time to give back information to their own team and get that vision too. Of FaZe Clan, they're going to come in from the north. It's quite a travel for them for FaZe Clan coming from all the way left, but they're going to take that northern side into the circle, and that's okay because theoretically, based on the flight path and also generally the teams that drop on the north, it's going to be lesser. There's going to be lesser possibility that they will bump into another team. So they made the right move to just evade those early fights because from their view, it's still 61 players, definitely 16 teams. So to evade those early fights is kind of okay.
I didn't mention before, like if you evade those fights too long, it's all down to elimination and kills for the seasons, right? Will it be enough for Yoodo Alliance to push themselves up though? We're talking about Vampires and Yoodo Alliance having sort of a 17 gap points. Now the only thing that can actually close the gap is going to be those kills. If you evade yourself too much into the fight, playing too safe, you're holding yourself, you're just sabotaging yourself and the entire team here. Playing a bit too safe, it's not great. Playing too aggressive, it's not great. Keeping up the balance for Yoodo Alliance. They have to find that sweet spot for them to start to push up the numbers of kills, but at the same time, getting themselves a sweet ranking spot as well. SLD in between as we move. The circle happened to be going upwards instead. Right on the south, right on the northern part of Mansion between Yasnaya Polyana and Mansion disjunction. There's going to be a lot of an open street there, Cloud.
Yeah. This could be interesting. So this circle above Mansion, there are some hills, some open area. Of course, we are still at stage 3, so it could still change anywhere. We need to keep an eye on that as RRQ. Ooh, best G goes down to Onzen. And now speaking of Yoodo Alliance, you wanted it, you got it.
Leo got himself second floor. Waiting for GEEK to actually just go in. But Yoodo Alliance had it look at the target by damn good. GE on the other side. Yoodo Alliance losing many. They cannot afford to lose any. Olio just hoping to just go in with a fight. Got so much fight in him, but it's not right. It just could not be possible. But Yoodo Alliance being forced to split. FaZe on there then happened to be there as well. Fighting against TX. XLD is on the other end. Mela finish off Team Secret when it comes to CQ. CTS have it going. FaZe going down as Mela, the last remaining survivor. It's going to be both team having half a casualty as FaZe and TS both remains with their solo player left.
Ooh, and Yummy stole one away from FaZe Clan from far. Oh, PUBGM! Team Secret. Basically, they were shot at from 3 different teams. 2 from afar and 1 from FaZe Clan. Oh, no. That means Team Secret is out just like that. And they didn't even know it.
I feel like FaZe Mela is in the same boat as TS just now. That's the one winning it back. Taking advantage from the back line as a third party. DBD will just flee. They had the auto queue coming up those vehicles of BIGETRON. They just don't want to fight it just yet because they are not right in the center of the circle. DBD tried to reposition himself, getting those high wide view, those elevations to keep it working. But Yoodo Alliance kind of still cornered in those compounds, fighting against GEEK, who want to go for the push. But DBD stopping GEEK at the same time. But Yoodo Alliance have to be hammed down the same, both different angles. Kenny left for the only remaining member. Yoodo Alliance have to do with 2 fights, and GEEK now shifting their view to a side of DBD, but back to a side of Kenny. They will not give any mercy on Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, Kenny. Plus, he's stuck in between like 3 teams. Oh my goodness, not gonna be good. If a Nate can reach onto Kenny, then pretty much he's done. Well, there you go. But there's gonna be onto Adelup. And Nepeko alone onto D-Xavier. D-Xavier onto him. It's gonna be 3v1. Nepeko is gonna be tough. And that is it for RRQ.
DX, that was a clean, swift move coming out from them. They're working as a trio, just coming out from the northern side without any sort of contenders. But they are going out from the circle just to be sure they have a bit more perimeter scouted over. But BTR coming up from the northern side. GE is coming as well on top of Yasnaya Polyana. BTR very split into 1-3 here with Liquid falling off behind. They're working as a line. Look at that. Move in a line coming from BTR from the northern, just gonna sweep over these guys from the back line instead. But VPE Vampires, they still have a full squad. Yoodo Alliance as the one FaZe as well. The one that actually just gonna get this number 1 spot, just open up the gap between the rest of them is gonna be Vampires. Yoodo Alliance having 1 man to work things out, and same goes for FaZe. It's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, it's hard, and the fact that they are on a mission to catch the VOIN. Again, another round like this. Oh, and they only have like 4 more rounds. Oh, it's gonna be hard for them. But on the other hand, Vampire is doing very well, still maintain all 4 of their players, and now they have sight onto D-Xavier within the circle, so they're doing okay. But for Monboy, well, not okay for GE.
PBE going in run and gun for now. They've been trying to compound hopping and get themselves 1 or 2 pick off whenever they can. Yeah, going in as a 4 and now moving as a triangle as a front line, and 1 support fight come out from the back. They got himself inside of the zone. Yasnai, Poliana, right on top. There's so many people coming up from the northern side. But PBE ranking a 2-2. Coming up from PBE from Triangle 2-1. And now going for 2-2 formation within a Swift. That's a nice callback coming up from the IGL. But Vampires spotted out GE, who's trying to pass by to get into the circle. Smart managed to squeeze in, but Nuzi spot him out. And Nuzi trying to go for the rush. Molly will be pre-cooked and try to just get a good angle coming up from Nuzi side, but he cancelled it out. Listening to Bacon Time coming in for the rush at the back line.
Yoodo Alliance, as we expected. Tough round for them. So no points for them in this round. 4 more rounds to go. They need to come up with something huge to catch up to that number 1. And also considering that Vampires, they're doing pretty well. So Vampires will also gain points. But for PBE, Racket goes down. DBD is on the horizon as they try to take down PBE.
DBD got themselves the high grounds, trying to finish off PBE from every angle, but Mob Boy got splat down. Jimmy making sure there's no excuse there and just go straight in the front. And PBE just like that being purged by the hands of DBD with those vehicles, with those gunfire, but it's not done yet. DBD back onto where PBE was starting out. BTR taking those elevation and trying to run down on DBD next. Feels like a bit of a karma on DBD, but BTR will try to get those kills.
Ooh, BTR, they want those points. They want to recover from whatever happened earlier on. They try to get onto DBD. Don't break dreams. Hopefully their dreams are not broken here. As Yen press on his own nade, Gen Force will be knocked out. That nade should secure that elimination point, but Liquid, aka Deus, gets a shot out to Echo. That's one. Can he get a second one? No, he can't.
Bit of trading to do between BTR and DBD, but there's going to be shotgun coming out with a Thompson as well. DBD dominating, but BTR is exchanging fire. They're both trading and having a lot of death on their side. Nachos coming out from the slopes of the hill, playing alongside with the terrain. They're just trying to work things out across those roads, but Box out of nowhere. The housekeeping team is here. Here comes Box coming out from the sideline. Finish off the squabble between BTR as well as DBD. Now they are sweeping the floor clean. These guys have to switch over their attention on this side.
BTR would have wanted that elimination point, but Box Gaming would be happy to take it away from them. That's a nice long range shot there. And DBD is currently out. Now BTR, they need to continue on as GEEK SLATE going up against SLD. Damn good. Gets away. Unfortunately, he will lose Mika to a DBS, but long range onto one of the players from GEEK SLATE that will take him down. Damn good, 50% health. As always, he is always the survivor.
Micro Boy taking on Salem. Vampires against Bacon Time. Bacon Time. Sherty and the rest of Bacon will be finished off by another team entirely. GE next again. One of the team will be eliminated early on. GE barely make it any sort of point in this map here right now. Vampires have their eyes onto a side of Bacon Time. Bacon split it into two. One knocked down inside of the circle, the other actually on the outside. And here comes the spray. Tony K would not let this go by. And then it's going to be Ice. Lastly, the valve remains. Greeted by Nuzi as well. And finally almost got knocked down, but still squeezed into that shack.
Oh yeah, one nade could rule them all. Nuzi's getting as close as possible. He could be able to do so, popping up some smokes there. Now BTR going up against the fire against Mela. Mela gets one, Mela gets two, Mela gets both of them. Mela clutch BTR.
Vampires going for the rush. Bacon Time still holding on to us at shack, but DX have their eyes onto them as well. Bacon Time have to fight a three-way war, but at the same time, here comes Shrubs.
Oh, nice nade.
Going in for the rush. It's a perfect angle. And Kobe taking a touch on his knees. Bacon left with only Noise. Noise, can he do this? It's so hard for him for entire coverage of Vampires rushing in. They still have a 4. The duos going in as the front line. The other two support fires at the back. Straps another name being tossed over. Might clip Noise for a bit. Here comes Stone on the other one. And he's going to be trying to follow up, but not enough. Still Noise have the fight in him. He's going in for the fight. He wants to defend. He's trying to get untouched back on his feet. But Vampires eluded by the smoke. A bit hesitant to going for the rush.
Oh, Nine Noise not giving up without a fight. We just saw a clash from Mela. Now can we see another one from Nine Noise? Sharps tosses the nail onto the inside. And now Newsy's on the left side. He will toss a nail on his own, but it's such a close range. He does see Nine Noise, and that is it. Bacon time is out.
Vampire secures 4. FaZe a 7. We do know for a fact FaZe want to chase Vampires tail to tail when it comes to those points there. But DX on the other hand, the teams that's not inside of a circle, FaZe got in the center. It's going to be Mela left on the center there. The rest of them, I'm not sure where are they, or they're down already. So last member of FaZe Clan in the center of the circle. Boom coming out from the southern part. Saying goes the side of a Box Gaming on the eastern side. SLD having a go against the side of PERSIJA and Box Gaming at the same time. But Ghosty got clipped from afar. He's kind of confused where the shot's coming up from. PERSIJA, Saxy and Luxy on the other end. SLD in between Box as well as PERSIJA. Now cornered and compressed. With Mela might be spotted out by Capone. But right now they have the tunnel vision on the side of SLD. Boom! Also spotted out PERSIJA. Feels I had a fish roll down there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here between Boom and PERSIJA because both of them still on the outside the circle. And now SLD spots out PERSIJA from the other side. So PERSIJA EVOS. Oh man, it's going to be tough for them as Zuxi goes down. Microboy still alive, but Parjin's tap is just ruthless. He's not giving any space for them to move. Chua, wow. Okay, I thought he could survive that, but the Vega explosion took him down.
Mela managed to take down on DX Chua just now. Even though he's solo, he doesn't have a care in the world. He wants to go for the kills. Mela still finish off Chua as a secure zone point. As Vampire Newsy take it on DX as well. Within a glimpse, DX may finish by 2 teams at the same time. We're talking about FaZe still not being spotted by these guys. Box Gaming heard the gunfires before. SLD behind their back. PERSIJA taking on Boom. Key mine down. Vampire Shrub just scouted out Box as a whole. 4 entire squad in front of him. SLD taking the right foot down as they take out the fights to the side of the teams in the center. Box being guarded by 2 teams at the same time. SLD and Vampires trying to finish off Box now, slowly losing. Man, only 1 remains on the side of Box Gaming.
And look who's the one collecting those points. It's going to be Vampires. Shrubs gets 1, Newsy gets 1. That's going to be 9 in the bag for Vampire. They are still going strong. The Splice playing as a trio. And now with 4 players left, 4 teams left, Vampire, well, the challenge is still there. SLD a full squad. Boom playing as a 3. So let's see if they can do it.
Vampire Shrubs spot out SLD on the move. Boom will be their first target. Goes to shred on the ground. Throngs in. Try to fight his way to the side of Boom. He might already cooked the name, but he's not dropping yet. A bit too late, but Trongs is still on the ground with the help of the blue zone. Keymine has to flee. He wants to finish off their 1 point, but Vampires will be winning this. Nobody targeted him. The only one that actually have their eyes onto the side of Vampires is going to be FaZe, but FaZe is joining the fray against SLD. They're opposite right across him. Vampires just sealing those eliminations from afar. It's a long fight and Boom tried to close the distance, but is it going to be too late now as Crazy managed to squeeze into the straight line of Vampires, but Tony K taking the front lane alongside a Strat, holding this angle. 1 Newsy just hovering around the side of Mela.
Ooh, SLD on the other side of the road. It's going to be tough for them. SLD playing as a duo. Now Vampire, they're keeping eyes onto Mela. Both of these teams still in the circle though. Boom on the other side as well, so it's going to be a challenge for Boom as well as SLD, plus SLD just beside them. Boom putting focus onto SLD before they move, because they know that if they move first, SLD can shoot them from behind.
Comes tapping from Tony K with a Mini 14. Got 1 on his knees for Boom players. Razy on the other hand tried to find an opening to just shut down on Vampires, but I'm not sure if he has enough utilities for that. And Boom in the back line, be picked bit by Tony K. He keeps on tapping. Even this smoke will not cover that much of Boom. They cannot get away from the hands of Tony K. They are within his grasp. But for the side of Razy, he's going to be the playmaker for the side of Boom. If he can drop those nades on top of Tony K, that's going to be the rush come up from Boom. And Razy can be the one that making such a difference for the side of Boom. Vampires on the other end. Straps just switch over to the side of FaZe Mela. SLD will go into Mela spot.
Here we
FaZe
go.
Clan, the last player remaining. Swap over to DBS. Can he actually clutch against the entire team of SLD? Spot out. One Trunji next. Mela, he tried to do the clutch.
Oh, Mela showed his back to Kwang Ji and he gets eliminated, and SLD wins his compound within the circle. Boom. Still by the edge of it. Boom. Facing the toughest challenge, but Vampire, they're interested in his compound. They're going for it.
Straps spot it out. One knockdown, make it two.
Bam.
Straps close enough. It's gonna be it. Their highest contenders. It's gonna be SLD, and SLD being wiped off clean. Vampires as a tree. Boom as a duo. Hexas and Razy remains. Try to find an opening yet again. Tony K make it so difficult for the side of Boom. Vampires holding the compound strong, but the circle will pop in less than 15 seconds.
Woo! Nice nade by Nuzi, leaving Razy alone 1v3. If you can pull out an insane clutch here, it will be a 2 chicken dinner back to back for Boom. The first team to get 2 chicken dinners back to back, but now the spray coming in for Razy, gets to knock down the Shrubs. 2 more to go. It's going to be Tony K and Nuzi, the dynamic duo. Can Razy pull off the impossible?
Razy. 2 nades onto his angle here. Nuzi toss one, another one being tossed. That's gonna be down. Razy still holding on, still got the fight in him. Razy want to prove he can actually clutch this chicken with Texas bleeding out. Tony can give another one, but there's no way in. Vampires, they are on the road to get that podium spot to take down on VOIN, and they are proving they're going in strong.
They are going in strong. A strong round in Sanout, and now it's chicken dinner inside the first Rego. VOIN looking at the game today, praying that the last 4 games will not work out for Vampires, or Vampires, they're gonna say no, we're going against it, we're going against the tide, we're going to beat you, we're going to get that #1 spot. And as always, it's Tony K, the MVP again.
He's so disciplined when it comes to holding that compound, holding the angle. It's me? Yeah, it's you. There you go. 719 damage coming from this very young player. Tony K used to be the youngest. Now he's grown up. He's maturing. And at the same time, when it comes to his play, he's getting more fierce than ever. He's not as reckless as he were back then. He's more experienced when it comes to holding his composure, holding those nervousness down, just to make sure he holds the angle down for the entire team. He's making so much work by defending that one particular angle, make it so hard for the other players, especially Boom, to get out from there. But Vampires, when it comes to utility wise, you have to give it to SLD this time. 37 of smokes, 8 grenades. When it comes to grenades, more to the side of Vampires, they are running and gunning down a lot of teams out there.
Yeah, Vampires, just look at how they push towards SLD when they got a compound over Mela. It was instant. It was just like you blink and you miss it that fast, and that's how capable they are. And they know that kind of timing because they heard all the gunshots, they saw the elimination feed, and they know that okay, that compound, they're resetting, so they took advantage of the reset, and it was well done there by Vampires. If they didn't take the compound, it would have been tough for them because SLD had a better position, but because they know that compound was key towards getting the chicken dinner, they rushed in and they got themselves that chicken dinner through that rush.
So many fights into it, didn't have actually the highlight on it, but at the same time I love how Chua actually clutched up for them fighting just the X almost lost without any sort of a point, but due to how they play because of Frank and Chuan, they definitely got themselves a couple of points. A PvE on there, then they tried really hard, but it's just almost impossible to penetrate the fortress of Vampires. Vampires been holding this angle for the longest time. They're just stopping every single team, including Bacon time as well, right? FaZe Mela, one person to clutch against SLD. That was huge by this guy. That was remarkable plays by one person of SLD.
Yeah, that was beautiful by Mela, and he almost got a second clutch, but then again, yeah, it's just what it is. I mean, 1v2, 2 clutches back to back. I mean, it was if that happened, it would have been crazy. But 1 clutch from him, that was already great. We did talk about how like every single member of the Infinity is like an army by itself, and Mela is just proving it. But it's another 24-point haul for Vampires. So now they are somewhere the halfway mark to catch a VOIN in just 2 games.
Definitely, they already They pushed down. I think they pushed down Sam9 at this point. Honestly speaking, they're down to the second or third place here, and close enough to push the gap even. Like chat, I'm sorry you say I'm from a different parallel universe, whatever. I didn't watch PMSL, but you know that I'm saying what's right here. Vampires can actually push down VOIN, and VOIN is so close being get down. Because the worst part is VOIN's not playing. You cannot do anything about the changes here. And Vampires on the end, they have everything in control. We're talking about if they keep this up. Right now they're already on the second place. It's just less than 20 points in difference, Cloud. One map, that's it. They got 24 points just now. If they got the same sort of a result when it comes to before heading a long break, it's more than enough. They can secure that number one without any break of sweat at all.
Yeah, 19 points difference with 4 maps to go. So it's very, very possible that they can overtake VOIN. So whatever Zhang's gestured yesterday, shaking his head, it's like, nah, they're not gonna take it. Okay, you better take that back, because Vampire, they are coming in hard and fast. They will push down Hale as well. And the fact that Hale and 7-9, they aren't playing, they can't do anything about it too. Right? Looking over there on the other side on page 2, a lot of no changes. BTR down to GE. I mean the gap with PBE. You don't want to be the last team at the end of the day, right? It's just bad. And for them to catch up to GE, it's also a 19-point gap. And looking at their performance, PBE has more potential of getting those elimination points. It's looking unlikelier for GE at this point.
It's so important for these guys to know exactly where their ranks are, because it will contribute when it comes to the weekly bonus rankings. It's so important for those 20 points for these guys, especially when it comes to the top 5 here. We're talking about you cannot do anything. Hale, Sam9 and VOIN are waiting this one quietly, and also you can be pushed down as well by the end of the day. And speaking of you, used to be the entirety of the entire week, right? Sam9 and Hale. They're always on the second and third. They might actually will be pushed down to even down to 6th place if this keeps on going for these guys.
Yeah. So there still will be changes today, but you saw the logo. We're gonna get an interview after this with one of the Vampire players. So today I can't scam to Choo, but let's head on over to Flavor.
For those amazing commentaries throughout the whole games we have for you today. But of course, we're not done yet. We're here for the interview session. Of course, we are going to be joined in by Tani, our coach from Team Vampire Esports, and we have our amazing translator, Vida, who's going to be doing some translations for today. Now, Tani, congratulations to you and the whole Vampire Esports and fans out there for your winner chicken dinner on match number 2 for the day on here, the final day of week number 1. Now, how does it feel to actually have this amazing glory, especially knowing that you guys almost got chicken dinner on match number 1 just now?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เรากำลังจะได้ไก่ในแมตช์ล่าสุดนี้
ครับก็เอาจริงแล้ววันนี้เราก็เขาเรียกว่าตั้งเป้าหมายไว้นะว่าเราจะได้กี่แต้มอะไรเพื่อไล่อันดับ1ใช่ไหมครับการที่เราได้ไก่มามันก็เหมือนกับเสริมสร้างแบบกำลังใจแล้วก็ความมั่นใจของน้องๆนะครับผมแต่ก็ไม่ได้ถึงขั้นว่าแบบเราจะต้องไก่ทุกเกมอะไรแบบนี้ขอแค่เล่นให้มันเป็นมาตรฐานตามที่ทีมเราควรจะเป็นก็พอครับ
Actually today they already set the goal that they will get a chicken. So when get a chicken, it's kind of support to the team. But no matter what, they're gonna get a chicken every game or not. It doesn't matter.
Wow, there you have it. Amazing, very strong response from Vampire Esports. Now, all eyes are on you, knowing that you're just a few points away trying to beat VOIN for the first place. So how confident are you and the whole team in actually taking and scoring that first place on the leaderboard?
วันนี้ทั้งโค้ชแล้วก็ทีมมีความมั่นใจมากแค่ไหนว่าเราจะชนะในวันนี้
ครับก็มีความมั่นใจเต็ม 100% ครับว่าเราจะสามารถที่จะแซงขึ้นไปเป็นอันดับ1ได้แต่ก็เราก็คือถือว่าเป็นการตั้งเป้าหมายไว้ไม่ได้ถึงกับว่าคาดหวังว่าจะต้องเป็นเพราะไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวมันจะเป็นการกดดันซะเปล่าๆนะครับผม
So actually they feel like 100% to go on the top 1, but it's some kind of set the goal only, but not too much expectation on the team because it kind of pressure their team.
Oh wow, I really like the response where you guys are also, you as a coach, trying to make sure that you don't want to put so much pressure on players, whereas it would backfire the performance of the team. And of course, the follow-up question to that will be that now, since that you guys are only a few points away from VOIN, anything you want to say to them before you potentially overtake them that number 1 spot?
มีอะไรจะพูดกับทางทีมหรือว่าทางแฟนคลับบ้างคะ
ก็สำหรับVOIN to VOIN right ก็สำหรับทีมVOINนะครับก็ ขอให้จับตาดูให้ดีครับเรากำลังไล่มานะครับผม
Okay, asking to the voice, so just watch out. We are following you guys soon.
We're following you guys soon. There you have it. All right, thank you so much for the amazing interview. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Interview together with Tanya, our coach from Very Esports. Thank you so much, Vidya, as well, for actually doing some amazing translations. For those who are currently watching PMSL, don't go away, because after this, we're going to be back with 4 more matches before we end the day, as well as week 1 here at PMSL Southeast Asia Spring. We'll see you guys in a bit. Bye, everyone.
Hey, thank you, Flava, for the amazing. I mean, like, that guy is such a nice guy, you know. What?
We're following
We're
you.
watching you.
We're following you.
We're following and maybe overtake them. I mean, like, it's so close right now. There's no denying that anymore. Speaking of the other teams on there, then now, you know what? The only teams that can actually stop Vampires from getting that #1 spot, surprisingly, it's going to be the teams down there. GE, PBE. If you want to make things worse and want to make things like really hard for the teams out there, this is the time. Make it a bit of a challenge for these guys, you know. They have nothing else to lose.
Yeah, pretty much. It is the last day of the week. We calculate the points and who will get the #1 spot. So, but I really like that interview though. He was straight to the point. He was very clear, and I really like the fact that he's, oh, chicken dinners doesn't matter for us. It's the point that matters, and that is true enough. Like we've seen multiple times that teams get chicken dinner, but they don't get as many points, and at the end of the day, the points still matter. So yeah, see that they're aiming for points through their eliminations. It's just going insane. But we're going to talk about some insane players here in our matches today. So Mela pulled off an insane earlier on. Wow.
He's just a remarkable player. When it comes to Mela, he's a different caliber entirely. Coming up from Infinity, now joining as a FaZe Clan members. He still got it. He's the one who actually pulling so much clutch, and he's the one who actually really playing such a big part, filling the shoes, the empty shoes that Tony K left behind from FaZe. He filling perfectly well, or maybe even more. Talk about Mela being the solo survivor and pull so much clutch when it comes to opening, or with those grenades, with those gunfires, with those sprays. He did so much work, but the rest of the team kind of have to catch up with that. And Porigin, you mentioned this since day one. We don't need Parabai because we got our own South Asia Porigin.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so happened I was looking at Paraboy's social media before the show. He had some new videos on it. Very model looking like. But anyway, so here's going to be the next match. So it's going to be played inside of Erangel again. So we're not the format of the maps is going to be the same. But this is potentially the round that Vampire overtakes VOIN.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't say I told you so, but at the same time, I want to see if there's anybody trying to stop them. Talking about PBE, talking about GE, right? This is the right time. Come on, guys. You just push in and don't care. Don't have a care. I don't like the fact that bottom teams are fighting against each other. I do want them to challenge those top teams because they have the firepower. It's all down to how they work as a team, as a unit, to work as cohesive as possible to make up their team communication that they lost before. You know? That's the only thing that kind of make a difference right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's the slightest things that you might think that, okay, yeah, that's very minor and all that can make the difference. But I truly agree with that. Like those minor things that you think that, oh, it's small, but actually it's very impactful in the game and going up against the best in Southeast Asia. So every single step, every single baby step matters to all these teams. I'm not gonna lie. The moment Mela's pictures showed up earlier on in the, I'm an Infinity fanboy, but they're not playing today, so I guess I'm back to the grounds. But it's nice to see Mela coming out.
They're not playing the entire tournament for Infinity. What do you mean? I hope they actually are in it, but you know what? They're not.
I know. That's how competitive like the Thai scene can be. We did talk about like
even you remember Buriram, right? Buriram is like one of the best teams. Yeah, Buriram, Infinity, and they're not here.
Entertainment.
I'm kind of missing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also miss. Like, I saw the chat earlier on. I also miss Fluketh. Yeah, I agree. Fluketh. We haven't seen them for the longest time.
And so many names right coming from Thailand and the legendary. Remember RRQ Athena, the legendary G9. Oh my god.
They're the bosses these days. They are like the founders for Bacon Time. They don't even need to play anymore. What do you mean?
Yeah, he has his Kata restaurant right now. G9, he's making a lot of money. His house has an elevator.
Ernie, you know what? I won't be surprised if Tony K followed the footsteps of Ernie in the future, because Ernie now is an actor, and Tony K can be an actor.
Tony K can be a model. So
Yeah, Ernie as well. Ernie now, like back then, Athena is the legendary, like the ancient, the legendary, right? But now everybody is like big bosses. So Ernie being an actor, the only one we haven't heard a lot from. Who was the last member? D2E,
Yeah.
G9, Ernie, and one more. Oh my god, I feel so bad for forgetting his name.
because
now.
there's just so many players over time. That time to
No,
actually find
RQ
it.
Athena is just them.
Yeah.
Let me check. I have to remember his name now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
We gotta do
let
it.
me find it.
You
let
still
me
got-
find it.
don't worry.
I have to. Oh, there you go. Beer.
Oh,
Senior.
yeah.
Back then it was Senior. Senior is the nicest guy. I mean, like, sorry, I forgot about you, Senior. Senior is like the nicest person there is to talk. He's like very warm person. And then Beer comes in, right? They scouted Beer. And then Beer is jumping back and forth between these teams now.
I think Bear can be an actor as well because he's able to portray different. But if you watch his live stream, you know what I'm talking about, right? He's able to portray different characters, if you know what I mean.
In that way, yeah, why not?
Yeah, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch his live, find out.
But I do remember the players coming out from Illuminate the Murder that I miss so much. I mean,
yeah.
like, that's my best team against RQ Athena back then. If only the players still playing. But I think, like, that's going to be those glorious days, right? The past is always the past. It's about the new generation taking over. And the new generation is still going to be from Thai, surprisingly.
I know, right? The new generation is like what? News. I would consider news. What the new generation? Tony K, obviously, and we got Nine Noise. Yeah, Nine Noise. I guess I saw the highlight names in the new generation that is currently really on top, and yeah, it feels like Thailand as a region. They're just like PUBG Mobile athletes factory. Like they can just churn out generation, and they can still be on top. I'm really impressed with what system that they have.
True. Speaking of the other teams, BTR, the Indonesian teams, they had their wave back then. But now it feels like just slight ripples and very warm breeze coming out from BTR. Nothing much of an impactful, not a tsunami like how they caused back then. Like the entire team giving such a strong performance. They are fierceful. They are the type of team you know that you don't want to mess around with. But these days it feels like they're being tamed down for the Indonesian scene. I'm not sure if it's the entire scene has been really going up or down these days, because if you compare with Thais, it feels like they're going up, but for the Indonesian, it feels like it's sort of slowed down a bit.
Yeah, I think it's let's see what the VOIN can come out with in the next few weeks, but I guess it's also about like having a system that has continuity, like we always talk about, like a grassroots programs. So probably it's something that they did really well, something in Thailand. As usual, Boom to make that change again. Hexa is going to take a break. Kima is going to take a break this time. Pombit's going to come in. So yeah, I mean, I'll be even more surprised if Boom doesn't make a change by now.
Yeah, Boom is still trying to mix a match. For now, we saw a lot of swapping done by the entire week, actually. Every single day, every single map. Still haven't found themselves the sweet spot or the secret recipe. They want themselves to get into those equilibrium between these guys when it comes to chemistry. But you know what? It's down to the next Erangel map. Will there be a change when it comes to #1 spot or not? Because VOIN, watch out. Vampires is coming. Because we're heading into our Erangel map. And we still have a bit of a swap for RQ. But you know what? See that in the game right now in Erangel.
Vampire Esports is following you, VOIN. Here it is in Erangel. Match number 3 of today, and this could be the round that Vampire Esports could overtake VOIN. It's very possible now. 19 points different. I'll be keeping my eye on them to see if they can collect those points as we go through this round.
The thing I notice most when it comes to the teams up there, right? The teams with V's actually taking a lot of momentum when it comes to this tournament. VOIN with a V, Vampires with a V, they are on the top 2. And the teams with the B's are being pushed down, except for Bacon Time. You have to put that fact out. I mean, like, it's so random, but it's true. It has something to do with the alphabets or the letters, but right now the flight path do skew towards more on the right side. The circle, I feel like it's going to be Pochinki. I don't know why, but it feels like it's going to be Gatka, Rotok, Pochinki area, maybe even Quarry. I mean, like, this is going to be the second last Erangel. The last one, which is going to be after the long break, that's going to be a crazy circle every single day.
Yeah, it has been the trend for the past few days. But if you remember, like, whenever we're nice, like the circle's nice, well, okay, it goes up. It has its ness because there's still a reverse split there, but it's not as bad as like left side if it goes left. But okay, I'll take this kind of circle. It's a slight different than what we've seen previously.
Very generous compared to the last one, and will be the one that actually punished later, because it's gonna be generous, very generous circle before the bizarre ones, right? You know that by now.
Yeah.
Before we're heading to a last wrangle later on, so these guys have to be more than prepared. They have to make use of this circle, because the next one is gonna be a crazy one. We do know that after the long break. So these guys have to really push the numbers up. We're talking about being aggressive, including PB and GE. I want them to challenge these big teams out there.
You know what? It reminds me of this one thing. So I have this ex-boss, my previous boss from way back. So she used to tell me that, say that, you know why? You know, she will like buy you dinner at one day. She'll buy you dinner, buy you lunch, all that. And then she used to tell me like, you know why I buy you these meals? And I'll be like, why? And it's, have you heard of the term slaughter the cows, feed the cows before you slaughter them? Yeah. So they're being nice to you now, just because later on, you know what's coming. So maybe that's what the circle is doing to these players.
It's a long journey to actually get to the point, but I get you, brother.
You get it,
you, brother.
Get it, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, you know what? Just feed these guys until they are plump and just, you know, slaughter them after this. This is what PUBG Mobile have to offer these times. And that's what's happening right now, because we can see that a lot of teams are a bit more careful, a bit more meticulous, a bit more aware about their surroundings, trying to be sure that wherever they look, there will be nobody interrupting them or intercept them in some ways. But it's always the first circle be quiet, but you do know for a fact the second circle will be detrimental for most of the team when they try to transition themselves in the circle. Now, the circle is always playing the biggest part. We do have sort of a Rotok circle, was it? I think around Yasnaya again. We did have Yasnaya sort of a circle before, but it's more to the south as the first pops out. But I feel it's going to be very similar when the last one, when we saw the last one of the Yasnaya circle again.
The last time we saw that kind of Yasnaya circle, it went almost at the Medusa intersection. It pulled all the way down. Well, frankly speaking, for excitementness, I'm not a fan of Medusa intersection. But for one more excitement, I like it if like the circle goes on top of Yasnaya, like northern side. I think that area is kind of fun. But I think Shirley got to check his driving license, like 3-touch, you know, please. Got to renew his driving license.
Empires, on the other hand, have been very quiet. Now, I want to see the teams down there to wake up. GEEK, DBD, PBE, GE, BTR, Box. I mean, like Box, we saw them really putting a lot of effort by giving so much of a challenge between these teams and forcing the fights, and have been moving proactively with their energies going around the map. But it's always about the transition. They always got caught, picked out one by these teams out there. For the side of Team Secret, we don't see that much of them. They've been playing very, very quiet the entire week, honestly speaking. Just taking advantage when they needed to. For DBD, in the past few days, it feels like they are in a slump. Honestly speaking, the teams down there, they have been great when it comes to the first few days for the entire week. But now they start to slow down. I'm not sure what's the main reason, but is it stamina thing that's going on? Is it they're mentally exhausted, or they just, you know, the Ramadan month, the fast is hitting them quite out this time? I'm not sure.
Well, even if we want to say that, like, DBD did play in day one, where it was one day before Ramadan, and they still didn't really perform. So I don't know how much of that would be. But if you gotta think about it, right? We have yet to speak to anyone from DBD, whether it's a player, whether it's a coach. So I guess if we get a wish list, the DBD, I still want to hear from GE as well, or what they have in mind. Yeah, for the rest of them on top, it's like, okay, yeah, cool. I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. For DBD or GE, ooh, the bottom two, let's go.
PBE visiting GE and knocking on their door here. Ranky trying to flush them out with those grenades, but PBE going for the flush. Zai managed to knock one down. It's going to be Ranky West with a DP28 taking on them on their grounds, but it's going 1-to-1 trade for now as Ranky played it out. Momboy, Raimon and Cool on the other end trying to play around the corners, but we do have GE, the rest of Calvary finally here.
Oh, can they make it in time to save Zai? I don't think so. They won't have enough time. Zai's will be finished off by Monboy. That's going to be for him. As West tries to take that off angle. Long range shot onto PBE. 8 onto the second floor. But it's going to be tough to get onto PBE as they don't have the right vision onto them. Now with the smoke up, it doesn't really help their onto PBE.
Master Ichi have slither of health remains. I'm not sure how much first aid he actually still have on his side, but PBE definitely will not slow down, will not step down from this fight right now. They are winning this. West managed to take down on Raimon, another one knocked down again, but the distance between them is quite great that they cannot secure these eliminations. It's going to be 200 to 300 distance between, but for the side of GE, they cannot have a push. This cloud just making them a bit hesitant to make the next call. Rank it on the other end, just keep on burning down to the molly, and now down his knees.
Yeah, there you go. This could be the counter coming from GE, but they're not making the most out of it. Cool should be able to pick up Rankit, and he's going in for the revive by Moreboy. Looks like they're gonna just dish out some warning shots onto BTR, so they're gonna be okay. Right now, this mansion, I can say this mansion area is one of the positions. It's up like on top of the hill, decent compounds. But look at this too. Oh my goodness. GEEK SLATE not letting Team Secret go.
Team Secret just have to figure out, find a boat now. Alright, QEON did also be knocked down. Slither of Hell remains. He survived. The Peko got a bit of a Frankie sight there. Let's knock down entirely. Jumper. There's no way out from here. Clean execution coming out from GEEK SLATE. The rest of Team Secret have to put on hold. They cannot cross the bridge. After one of the teammates, the scout, being knocked down, the IGL finished off straight away. They have to figure out another way out from this island.
Yeah, here's the bad thing about dropping into military base, right? Like, because of these choke points, whether you have the circle or if you have the circle, that's great. But if you don't have the circle is nowhere inside of military base island. This is what you need to face. This is what you need to be prepared. Now they need to overcome it because they choose to drop there. But speaking about overcoming PBE, still waiting for them to overcome GE.
PBE playing around the corners of the houses, but the circle just on top of Ross, so it shrinks even further. It's going to be Potato Hill. Pachinki will be taken by side of a team coming from the southern part. Yoodo Alliance, GEEK SLATE will have to make a move. They're giving away for Team Secret to squeeze in. Vampires coming out from the west side. Again, fighting against Bacon, Time and FaZe. They always have sort of the same rotation for Vampire, Bacon and FaZe. Always having a three-side war here. While Boom will be visited by the side of FaZe coming out from Rosshog. RQ on the other hand spreading out quite between themselves, try to take down PERSIJA. Funny enough, each region is kind of very similar with each other's rotation. They happen to be in a cluster way early on.
Yeah, we can see the familiarity between the respective regions, like GEEK SLATE and Team Secret, and then you have Indonesian teams. We've seen that multiple times, even the Thai teams as well. So for PBE and GE, maybe from the wildcard, they learn from each other, that's why they clash. But PBE left mansion, and now they're moving into another area. But DX is close by. PBE gotta be careful. Still finding their next checkpoint, and they're going towards the Medusa intersection, which is pretty much by the edge of the circle.
PBE working as a duo, 2-2 going in formation here towards the side of the circle. GEEK SLATE coming in from Pachinki, going to the side of Potato Hills right now, just to check their corners, the perimeters, if there's anybody else trying to ambush them the moment they step into the circle. But damn good, that smoke outfit. Oh, I mean, nice top head. FaZe will be guarding to the side of Boom. There's also Bacon, Time and Vampires. The last time we remember them right on top of Rossrock on the left side of it. I'm not sure where they're at right now, but FaZe have got it in.
Wait a second. That caught PB off guard. GE was well prepared. Mom ball from the long range. That's not much. He probably need that knockdown. That's about it. But he lost 2 members just like that.
GE now closed off by the blue zone. Not doing great here with Master Ichi trying to bite with the time. You guys, we need to have a go now. Because it's the second stage. The second blue zone is going to hurt them quite a bit. With 5 seconds left remaining, it's going to be the third stage, which is going to be worse. Now, Master Ichi hop onto with Smart on the vehicle. The rest of them will be on foot. School will be right on top of the circle right now with Bacon time. GEEK keeping outside of Empires. GEEK SLATE fighting against Yoodo Alliance on that potato hill of Pachinki, but Bacon time might be the third party coming on that sideline. DX have to fight against RIQ. DBD in between them somewhere with Boom and FaZe coming up from the north. Everybody start to move into the safe zone
Okay,
now.
keep your eye on the 3 key areas. School compound, school apartment, and the hill just on the outside of school. Those will be the 3 key areas that teams will want to take. So that's where fights might happen. Keep your eye on that. Just look at this school apartment. You already got 2 teams inside of it.
RIQ and Bacon time trying to mark their territories here. Whoever got the Alpha Aura definitely will actually win this one out. RRQ making sure they will shoot away whoever's trying to get into their compound and breaching into it. Bacon time, FaZe Clan is here as well. They want to be part of school. And now RRQ everywhere. They try to place themselves all different corners. But Bacon already make it in. They got themselves the compound. They got themselves the building. And FaZe got those elevations. They are taking the compound way before the school. Way outside of the school. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand still going to take this potato hills with GEEK SLATE in between. This is going to be the furthest fight from the rest of the team on top of school right now.
Oh yeah, you don't want to go into school now. Not the place that you want to be, considering that there are already 2 teams there, unless you really do because of the circle. But there's some place to play with. The potato hill, the key areas, just that is somewhat by the edge of the circle, so the circle might move away. Yes, they can that fight just to get those points, but after that they might still need to move.
Gosu spotted out Jimmy, got clipped quite a bit, and PERSIJA Micro will take it on DBD on the other end. Again, DBD being crammed down by 2 teams at the same time. What are the odds? Again, all over. It's such tough luck. SLD spotted out PERSIJA, who's rushing into DBD. Jimmy down on his knee. DBD down to only 2 players left.
Oh man, Choo Choo, it's gonna be a party here as PERSIJA moves in. Right now they try to flush DBD out as Yen goes down to Zuxi. Micro find his target but can't seem to do so. Zuxi gets onto Yen. And now Ngechos is down as well. Micro will finish him off. The rest of DBD they're on the other building. They know that they're dead. Tossing onto the other building. Echo, the only one standing. Echo gets a knockdown to Red Face, but that gives away position. Zuxi and Luxi, they're gonna move in together with his team. Micro Boy, let's go.
Micro Boy healing himself up for full HP now, but PERSIJA losing men. Echo coming up, knockdown. DBD down. PERSIJA, that was a successful flush, but it's not done yet, as GE and the rest of Box now have to move. There's going to be so many teams trying to iron out PERSIJA, who's won themselves over there, but it's not done for the teams on the outskirts. Vampires, BTR. Vampires will try to finish off BTR from the back line, but BTR, if they can defend this, it's huge coming up from them. TS, the furthest away, will actually pass across GEEK and Yoodo Alliance from the southern part. DX, SLD, GE, and Box having to be sharing the same round of compound. PERSIJA, the next contender, is going to be the teams that's right across them, who's really across them and right in the center of the circle as well.
Ooh, they don't know that West is there. West has visual onto Boss Gaming, but because he's alone, it's going to be tough for him to pull the trigger yet. The trigger now, everyone will come onto him. Just like ants onto Sugar, but now Torres tries to stop VPE from rotating. Our boy just behind VPE. And now they're moving in onto school. Everyone wants part of the school apartment.
TS, Team Secret, not really a secret anymore. They expose themselves to every single person out there. RQ just having a blessing the moment they just push in for Team Secret. RQ more than ready to pin them down, but Asa cooking up the nade, playing around the stairs, playing around the corners. And now Team Secret have a boy knock on the ground, leaving only Aizen and Kid left. But here comes the exchange. Oh, they got 1 for Aizen, but burning out alive. Kid getting on 1, but still not enough for a trade. Secret leaving only 1 player remains. TS Kid. The last survivor for the team, trying to clutch out, still have the fight in
He's
him.
been holding that nade for quite a while. And now trying to toss it onto the second floor, trying to find a good angle, but the bounce is not enough for him. As Kid is the last man standing for Team Secret. Right now, Kid gets one. Oh, the Payload naded himself. What happened there? That allowed Kid to secure the elimination point. Maybe he can finish off. More is super low right now. And Kid will win! Nurpeko!
No way!
That was a disaster!
This is going down the drain for RQ. They should have won this one, but wait, no way!
Disaster!
It was 1v4, it was 1v3 and a 1v2. Kid! They were losing the moment they drive into this compound. RQ, all they need to do was defending when the rush came in. But they failed.
Yeah, Kid, another clutch. Gotta give it to him as well. But he got a little bit of a help there by Nurpeko himself down. Not too sure what happened there, but they'll be kicking themselves through that. They could have lost that, Choo Choo.
It was really gonna be exhausting for RQ. I hope they gotta get a bit of a refresh and reset themselves after this long break. They needed that. How did that happen in the first place? Like everyone, single one of them willingly giving out their bodies one by one instead of picking it together as a teamwork were really important in those moments. But back towards the other teams, Yoodo Alliance and GEEK still just leaving the Pochinki Hills, the potato Pochinki Hills. Just so they're not a bit too late into the party. We're talking about the center will be overcrowding by now. 13 teams still intact, only 3 teams out. GEEK and none other than Yoodo Alliance will be the next target if they are very late into the party.
Oh, here we go. Yoodo Alliance and GEEK SLATE. Olio with his nade. Flax with his nade as well. Kenny on the other side. Both of them still at full squad. The circle not too far. That means right now the fight is inevitable. They need to fight. At the same time, keep your eye on to FaZe Clan and the rest of them inside of school compound and school apartment. That will still be the case in the next phase of the circle.
BTR, I feel like they might actually have the strongest compound. The circle hard shift towards the northern side. DEX gonna gatekeep to the side of SLD, but Box Winnie and the rest of Box Gaming segregated into 2-1 right now. PBE Momboy still there with 4. PERSIJA on the other hand still not making an entry yet. But here comes DEX fighting against Box within the small shack. Winnie still holding on to his ground but got burned down by FaZe Mormon shooting from afar. The ones that's winning this is gonna be FaZe.
It's going to be SLD if they can win it against the Xavier, but SLD long reach out to Yoodo Alliance. They're butting it on the Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance was focusing on to GEEK SLATE. They totally didn't expect that. Leo counter firing onto SLD as Gosu goes down. Olio managed to trade back one. Now SLD, they need to move as well. Looks like they're interested in this high ground.
SLD slowly hiking up and pushing to the side of Yoodo Alliance and try to take down bit by bit. FaZe on the then keeping an eye out to the side of GEEK SLATE. He's trying to get the slopes of hill on their side. Boom, keeping out BTR from their compound right on top of school, and the circle shifted right in the center, right on top of the building of school as well. If you're not in here, you're gonna be a bit of a problem to get it in. BTR Satar will be pushed back with those nades, trying to get himself in the corner, but FaZe! GEEK rush into it and getting a crack.
Oh, here we go against FaZe Clan. Bella and Onzen stuck inside the shack. Where can they go now? One nade can rule them all, but looks like they're moving in. Can they clear them all off? Onzen managed to get a knockdown on the damn group. But right now they need the rest of them to come in, but they can't come in because on the other side, other teams are looking at them. That goes down. Now GEEK SLATE, Mika is the one to take them all out and clear out this shack. Good as Zealand can be saved.
Onzen, and that's it for FaZe. The last player down by GEEK SLATE. Can they reset? Yoodo Alliance approaching. They're closing the gap. We saw the nade with a zigzag, man. It is a crazy nade coming up from these guys. SLD and FaZe. Out of nowhere, they lost 2 men before. They want to have another go. And GEEK SLATE walked straight into the trap. PERSIJA on the other hand, Red FaZe trying to go away and pull back a bit, reposition himself. Trongzin got himself the vehicle, tried to push forward. A bit of a hectic observer camp just now. I have no clue what's happening on a different side entirely. We keep on hopping towards the fight. But back to the side of GEEK SLATE. FaZe, they lost 2 men early on. That's exact.
Ooh, wow.
grenade was incredible just now.
I never seen something like that. That was crazy. I wonder how he pulled it off. Hopefully he will be able to show it at one of his content. The GEEK SLATE, at least their time was bought, so they managed to reset. But 10 seconds before we see next video, Circle he will be nailed down by Deuce. Gotta call him Liquid. I prefer the name Liquid though. But Circle, oh man. High ground, compound, or school. Looks like everything in. So it's gonna be high ground, majority of it.
Yep. GEEK SLATE and FaZe not willing to just leave just yet. Due to the Circle just happen to be majority on their side. BTR and the rest of them who barely just got into the school and now have to leave out these compounds, these buildings again. Raising knocked down on his knees. BTR Satai and Liquid or Deuce try to finish him off. Boom on the other hand trying to find Gen Force. But Gen Force is playing here today. You are being knocked out way early on. Gen Force cooking up the nade. Toss around to his side of angle to a Boom. If he can get this, it's going to be 2-in-1 discount. And he wants that so bad, but it's just not gonna happen again. Boom making it difficult for the audio queues, running over the compound. But school right now it's not just them. If they're not wrapping things up very swiftly, we're talking about another team might hopping into this. It's gonna be the other side of a map, but they have their eyes onto this side.
PBE is out as well, so they'll be rooted at number 19. Now Yoodo Alliance seems to be going up against PERSIJA, EVOS. Flags currently down for RedFaZe, trying to stop them at their tracks, but RedFaZe is the last man standing. Trongs in! 1v2! They look, he gets one. Can he get the second one? Just one more behind his vehicle. He needs to finish up. And Kenny will be down! It's going to be a Trongs in clutch!
Trongs in and SLD winning this over on the side, but it's not done yet. The shot's coming out from afar. It's going to FaZe if I'm not mistaken, but BTR and Boom trying to wrap things up as fast as they can before the others coming into this compound again. With Satar barely hanging on. Boo-boo-hoo! Finish off BTR and this alongside with Liquid. And BTR won that. Boom have to bow out. Never mind then. Down to 9 teams left, but Deuce will be revived here. They need to flee, they need to leave. Bacon and Vampires heard those gunshots, heard those walls before. But they're still taking this compound, not willing to move just yet. Because they're still inside the circle.
Oh yeah, they just need to defend their ground. Right now it's a little bit difficult for Team Seeker because he doesn't have the circle. I move GEEK SLATE with a high ground advantage against BTR. Shots fired onto Gen Force. Gen Force V blew up. So he does have a vehicle, but he's still on the outside the circle while Snipes is looking at him. Stone, wait a second, needed inside. This is second self-need in this round.
Surprisingly, a lot of accidents still happen. That blunder moment coming out from this team, so not needed and the worst timing possible. And right across their enemies' crosshair when that happened as well. Bacon time trying to wrap the corners to a side of Vampires. Can spot out Tony K, the last survivor coming up from Vampire. Stone bleeding out. There's no way Tony K can actually save it. No time enough. Tony K, you have to do this alone against the entirety of Bacon time. Your eyes will be picked up as well. Shetty and Touch hovering on the different compound entirely. Noise is the next contender for Tony K with a shotgun in his hand, trying to find the corners but couldn't spot out. A bit too reluctant to make the call here. Tony K knows what it means for the entire team now because they only got 2 eliminations. Still too early for them to be eliminated right now.
Because if he jumps out, the rest of Bacon time could shoot him down, so he's aware that he's not alone. It's a nade in hand, not pulling the pin yet. Now he will, but no one's around. But look at the circle, Choo-Choo. Went up to the high ground. FaZe Clan is there. GEEK SLATE as well. So I need to clear out GEEK SLATE.
GEEK SLATE have a bit of a reset. FaZe still hovering their crosshair on top of them, making sure they cannot even have an entry of a side of GEEK SLATE right now. BTR will try to stop them as well, but Skull and the rest of GEEK SLATE will not have to budge anymore. The circle happen to be right on top of them. All they need to do is holding up to this high grounds and elevations. They have to be sure, they have to be having enough those smokes. They need those smokes. They don't have enough right now. BTR, Gen Force is the closest to his side. BTR and the other side of the team have to cross those street, the open flat plane of street. They will get them exposed of the moment they step out of their compound right now.
Ooh, look at this. Speaking about compound, all of these teams still in the school apartment need to get out as Junos takes out Kid. That's going to be the end for Team Secret. Number 9 with 4 elimination points. 4 elimination points because of Kid's clutch there. And now we can see them struggling to get out. It's going to be tough to get up from the compound onto the ground.
That's true. It's an open flat play. We talked about this. So it's going to be a bit of a cross on the street there. You're just going to give away your position. The moment you step out of there, if you don't have vehicle, don't think about walking over there. That's not going to happen. They need those vehicles to keep it going.
And that's what Zunos tried, but Zunos still get punished for it. But this counter fire coming in from Ventura, takes out Lamborghini. Nine Noise just behind. Nine Noise didn't get. Should be able to. Yes, he will take down Tony K. That means FaZe Clan is out.
Ice and the rest of Bacon Time have a bit of a reset. They were knocked out early on, but Ice is way into the blue zone right now, burning them quite alive. Down to 5 team. BTR only left with one player, which is going to be Jam
to the
Force.
right.
Barely making it. He was proning down. Mika actually see him through. This boy man finally got him down. Snipes from afar. Finish off BTR. We're down to 3. Another one out. Back to back. FaZe with only 2. Bacon Time is a 4th. Same
Here we
for
go.
Geek Slate.
Oh, Ventus! He's been taken out. This could be an opening for teams to come out to the high ground. There's going to be Bacon Time. Ventus will win by Shirley. Geek Slate on the other side, observing whatever that's happening on. And Mormon is still alive. Shirley will be got out by Mika from afar.
Mika, that's gonna toss that net over that side. If you can get the other half of Bacon Time, it's gonna be perfect. Down to only Noise left. We get pinned down with those nades, but the problem is it's not visible with this kind of terrain. Noise put out Mormon. Here comes this pixel spray coming up from FaZe. FaZe the last player. Mormon still have the fight in him. He wants to get for more, at least 1 more eliminations before he goes down. Mika spotted out touch, leaving only Bacon Time down to 2. The other side being paralyzed. Bacon, that 2-2 formation now in shambles.
Oh, this could be the moment for Geek Slate to secure this chicken dinner. Bacon Time. They will not stop. They will not put out a fight. And now Snipes, nice off angle shot onto 9 Noise as Geek Slate secures this chicken dinner. It's been a while since we last saw them get a chicken dinner, and with in the lineup, they managed to get it.
They take their own time, fighting as Yoodo Alliance right on top of those pachinki potato heels. And they, you know what, they have faith in the circle. They won't budge. They weren't hasty when it comes to making those decisions to get into the on top of the score, on top of those compounds, that sort of buildings. They take their time. Do you know what? It might be a chance that actually will be fair and will be favored by the circle, and it was well worth it. The patience was well fruitful. It was well paid off. And with this just portrayed with this kind of chicken dinner, they don't go empty-handed as well. We're talking about them finish off Yoodo Alliance before that and finish off BTR at the same time. And those terrains was pretty rough for Geek Slate to land any of those snakes because they were on the lower ground.
Yeah, and they weren't finished off by, I believe it was FaZe Clan that was just beside them that time. So that gave them the opportunity to move forward. A lot of concentration was on the right where the school apartment was at, and the high ground where apartment was there, so there was a lot of concentration there. After they cleared FaZe Clan, then that is pretty much, they were unchallenged on the left, and they just needed to push forward to finish up the rest.
Now, when Bacon Time splitting into 2-2 formation, they were segregated and split their attention just now. The moment the one side of that 2-2 formation being shut down, there's nowhere Bacon Time can get back up their feet in. They've been totally demolished by these guys from the back line and the front line, both ways possible. GEEK on the other hand winning this, they're breaking it as well, they're holding their grounds, taking those vintage point and just take it slow. They know for a fact they had it in the back, they're just being very calm, very composed of, and just deal one by one, slowly dissecting the problem and just let everything unfold. It was remarkable play coming from Geek Slate, but will it be enough for Vampires though to push out VOIN? Because I feel like it's not going to be enough. They need to secure 20 sort of an age point or more than 15, but just now I think they settled down with less than 10.
Yeah, they needed 19 points to at least be on par with VOIN, and they only got like Tony K, last man standing. It was like a 2 or 3 elimination. It isn't that much, so they need the next few rounds for them to come up onto VOIN. But let's check out the highlights from the previous round. Of course, Geek Slate got the chicken dip, but GE and PBE. This one was a surprise for PBE. They totally weren't expecting that. They almost won against GE, but well, after got caught by surprise.
PERSIJA, they were aggressive in the first few rounds or first few stages of the circle, but they're nowhere near when it comes to the ending. That's always the same case for the side of PERSIJA, BTR, with Team Secret at this point. But Team Secret really had it going at first, but it's just so tough. DX as well. Just down to only try to call it the clutch for the entire team. SLD were everywhere. SLD has been run and gone the entire map. So much energy in them, so proactive, being responsive towards all the fights they've been challenged on. But the thing is, they couldn't hold it on because they just attracted way too much unwanted attention when they tried to nitpicking every fight possible.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Plus, because you got so many teams around you, so what the factors that they kind of have to do it. But now, Team Secret looks like it's still another 4-point round for them. But okay, let's look at the GEEK. So it's going to be 20 points. Confirmation for Vampires, only 4 points. So they are 15 points behind VOIN to be on par.
But at the same time, GEEK, SLATE, I mean, like, they are at the bottom, so they will slowly be pushing up. Bacon Time, on the other hand, they are on the first page. Same goes for FaZe. They were in the top 6 or top 7 back then. I think they're still going to be in top 5 right now. I'm not sure who else will be pushed down. We definitely know Sam9 and Hill will be pushed down by Vampires by the end of the day. But who else get pushed down? Will Sam9 and Hill get pushed down to down to 6th place by the end of today? Because we do know for a fact the closest team getting those is going to be FaZe. It's going to be, what else? Yoodo Alliance. But Yoodo Alliance is going to be a bit tough for them. But when it comes to the overall rankings of our weekly rankings here, Hill and Sam9 still holding on to that 3rd and 4th place. But FaZe, within just one map, it's going to be them push down Sam9, definitely.
Okay, looking at the numbers, if a Vampire were to be on par 15 points, they would push VOIN down because of the tiebreaker of getting more chicken dinners. So it's still very, very possible for Vampires, but we still need to wait for the next 3 rounds to see what happens. Minor changes on the end, DBD, PBE, GE still at the end. So yeah, I mean, for them to catch up to the top 16, it's a little bit far off for them by now. But 3 rounds to go, who knows? If they come up with a big chicken dinner with a lot of points, something could happen. And that's something that we'd like to see as well. Some of the teams that come up and put up an unexpected performance for us. Great.
I mean, that to me is going to be the SLD. I feel like it's going to be SLD for the one that's going to go all out gun blazing, going to go manic when it comes to those kills. Because right now they are at around 7 and 6, right? So they definitely can push down Hill and Sam9 by the end of the day. They were in 10th spot early on, and now they start to push it up. You saw how aggressive they can get in the last map just now.
Yeah, they can. I mean, SLD, they are showing a improvement day by day, or some level of consistency day by day too, compared to their day 1 debut. So they're definitely adapting really fast. It's nice to see a team doing that, so it gives surprises to other teams. But not of a surprise, in case you've joined us for the past few days, you know that after this it will be a longer break. I know some of you might be thinking like, oh, why is it a long break and all that? It is the Ramadan month, the holy month of Ramadan. So the players, everyone else will need time to break fast. And after that long break, we'll be going straight in 3 games without. So that's where you can get all the action that you want.
So yeah, because I really need a drink right now. My throat is so dry. Speaking of the next one, we definitely know the next wrangle is going to be crazy. You know, it's a fact. For the entire week, there's no gentle circle in the last wrangle of the day. So that's it. We're going to call it off right now.
Yeah, that has been the trend, not gonna lie, right? So, you know, restart after the break, it's like, oh, it's like wake up call for everyone. It's like, oh, wait, that can't go, wait, what? Oh. So it's gonna be fun, Expect that. Military base circle, but we'll find it out later on. We'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you after this one.
In a Magiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Go, go, go!
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. so explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations, countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, There will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are two new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, AirAngle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms at floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
A brand new gameplay, Nusa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Nusa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Nusa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it, for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Nusa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to AirAngle and Libic. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to AirAngle. These widely dispersed imagination districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new supply converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the supply converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team! The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
We are back here after a long break for PMSL Southeast Asia, brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Light Spear and Quantum. Today's will be casting here today, which are going to be Choo Choo and Circle. I think we have an interview after this, possibly, right?
Yeah, we should have. I think that is our usual rundown. Yes, after this. But who? Okay, now we can play guess the interview. Who would you want to see being interviewed?
I do want to have FaZe and SLD interview though, to see if they can actually catch up the last minute here.
Okay, so that's the two. I want to hear from. I still want to hear from G or DBD. Yeah, basically I just for GE for DBD. GE, of course. How they've been playing. They've been challenging other teams. They've been playing like, oh, okay, like every game is like the last game is like, oh, they don't have a carry of whoever it is and all that. So I want to have an insight of what they think and what will affect their next week performances. But so far, I still don't know yet who it is. So it's going to be a guessing game between the both of us.
But we're definitely going to have an interview.
Yeah, but just
yes or no.
It should be. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be.
We still have sort of a unsure response coming up from the production team. But yeah, and speaking of the points, right, 17, I think, is it 17? Around almost 20 points, I think, in between there for Vampires and VOIN. That's so close of a gap here. We didn't want map. It's more than enough for Vampire to push it out.
Yep, it's...
So I don't know about FaZe and SLD though.
Yeah, it's 15 points difference. And okay, so I have the answer already for guessing. So congratulations, you guessed it right. We're going to head on to SLD for an interview. Let's go, Eva.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is PMSL, or should I say the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. My name is Flava, and we're back here after match number 3 for yet another interview before we begin our upcoming matches. And of course, I am joined by representative from Team Shine Like Diamond together with amazing translator. So, Trung, yes, correct, right? I initially thought it was actually Trong, but then mispronunciation going on over there. So, Trung, amazing performance so far. You're currently in number 6 in the rankings right now, but you are the number 1 Vietnam team in the ranking, all right? So basically, now, interesting enough, in the previous match, you managed to get 4 elimination points in circle number 5. Now, what was the communication that actually happened between your teammates during that moment?
Muốn hỏi em là trong trận vừa rồi đó mình đã tiêu diệt được 4 kẻ thù, trong cái thời điểm đó mình đội của mình có bàn luận gì về với nhau, trao đổi gì về với nhau trong lúc đó?
Trong tình huống đó thì tụi em cũng sau đó cái pha xử lý đó em nghĩ là em xử lý rất là tốt và team em cũng nói là vậy là hay rồi, có kéo thêm được điểm thì càng tốt, mà không được thì thôi.
During that time, we do our best performance. We discuss and we do the best job, and we try to get more score for that performance during that time. Yeah.
All right, amazing enough. Now coming on to my next question is that now I'm very sure you know this, right? You guys are currently number 6, but your elimination points is quite amazing, even though you don't have much placement points going on, but you actually have better elimination points compared to teams like FaZe Clan and others. So basically, is there anything you would like to see to FaZe Clan, which is literally just 1 rank above your team right now?
Mình muốn nói gì với đội Land Crans vì mình tiêu diệt được 4 trong khi đó mình đội đi kia thì chỉ hơn mình có 1 top thôi, đúng không? Giờ mình có muốn ý định nói gì với bên đội bạn?
Giống như em nói ở Việt Nam đây, có thể đội của bạn rất là mạnh nhưng mà pha đó là em xử lý hay hơn ạ. Yeah.
As what I say, their team is very strong and good. However, we are better.
Okay, all right. I like that. A little bit of praise for the future teams, but then, you know, of course, you want to hype up your own team coming out there. Of course, final question here. Now we have 3 more matches remaining here for the final day of week 1. What can we expect from a team in these remaining 3 matches, and what is your target for the day? What ranking are we looking at?
Mình còn 3 trận nữa thì mình có cái chỉ tiêu gì trong ngày hôm nay và cũng giống như cái chỉ tiêu cho 3 trận tới?
Em nghĩ là tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức và để lọt vào đến trong top 3 để có lợi thế hơn cho những tuần tới, và em nghĩ là thành tích như vậy là bọn em đã cảm thấy thỏa mãn ở tuần đầu tiên rồi.
For the first week, we are feel comfortable for the performance currently. However, we want to achieve to get the top 3 so that we can have more time to focus on the next week and will be get the good result.
Yeah, and we hope all the best to you guys from Team Shine Like Diamond. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the interview here for the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring that is happening. We have 3 more matches remaining. We're not going to waste any more time, and we're going to hand it over back to our amazing commentators to continue on with their narrations and continue on with their matches. See you guys in a bit.
Yep, so I'm back. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We know the comments is gonna say something about that, but yeah, we got it all fixed, so it should be all good right now. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's not forget there are a few things, key things that might happen in this round besides the wonky circle that we're reminded of. A lot of it happened inside of military base. If not, it's the 50-50 on the left bridge that went up top. That was like the previous few days based on the final irregular for that day. That's number 1. Number 2, 15 points difference between Vampire and also VOIN. Yeah, that will be big. 3 more rounds, very doable. Yeah, boom. A little bit of improvement, I'd say, since yesterday's slight improvement. Today is kind of okay-ish for them. We can start to see like, okay, they're starting to find a footing inside of the PMSL, and I think lesser substitutions today. Yes, there were, but not as many as before. So that's okay for them. Team Secret got a chicken dinner today. It's also a topsy-turvy journey for them. But I have to say, Box Gaming today has been quite a good day. They're one of those teams that have shown improvement as well. Yeah, GEEK SLATE. I mean, yes, they got a chicken dinner, but a lot of their rounds were they got eliminated fairly early. So it's been a tough ride for GEEK SLATE too, considering that they did put up a strong showing in the last PMGC and even in PMPL Malaysia recently as well. They put out a strong performance by coming in onto PMSL. It's a little bit of a struggle for them so far. Oh, okay, so it's the first time that we see Repo Boy coming in for Flex, the IGL of Yoodo Alliance, making his debut in PMSL. This will likely to change their playstyle, but I'm interested to see how much it will change with Repo Boy in. Yes, and I think because of that as well, Ngechos will be replaced by Ziggs in this round. So likely for Ziggs to play the remaining rounds. That's normally the trend for DBD. They are not a team that changes their lineup too often. The rest of them still remain. We still see Echo there, so they're going to remain the rest. We still see Yen there as well. So yeah, a little bit of a frustration throw there. Hoping they can do better in this round, because there was that one time they almost got that chicken dinner, but you know, they had to settle for a second place score. Yes, it is Irango, where we predict the wonky circle might happen in this one, and it's going to be the last Irango for week number 1. Flight path, so far so good, but well, like the story I told, right? So maybe it's about feeding the cows before you ham them. Oh yeah, it is always West starting off for GEs for some reason. So GE switching out a bit. Oh yeah, that is it. I'm done. The door is that way. Bye. Oh man, speaking about skirmishes, definitely we've seen it before because we've seen it too many times since our PMSL. The left bridge, the right bridge is pretty much going to be the same battleground. And on top of that, I could just go to add on the boat, right? Who will dare to take the boat? So far, we've seen PBE did it. They got caught up by GEEK fam in one of those rounds. It might happen again. GEEK fam or GEEK SLATE might do it. Do a fast rotation this time into military base, and I expect that from a lot of teams as well. Yep, there you go. Wow. Yep, and they're going to pick up their teammate, but they're going to do it fast because our boy is there, and our boy can shoot from afar, so gotta be careful though. I really want to know what our boy's weapon is, if his weapon is suitable for this long range shot, because he's not taking it just yet, and he's not getting the position, so maybe he does not have a suitable weapon. He was just trying to go by, maybe to give support, but since that happened, then, well, I guess it's plan B for our boy. Yeah, they haven't found their form yet. That's what we know them before. Despite them, yeah, number 11, 107 points, pretty decent. But if we were to put the expectation of like that lineup back then, we would expect them to be like at least top 3. But yeah, I guess it's just, yeah, it's always the theory of like whether it's the point system has changed, makes the meta change, and all the other teams adapting, but they're still finding their footing. So hopefully they'll be able to do that, because I'm sure a lot of fans would miss the gameplay of the Luxy-Zuxy combo that is just unstoppable. Yeah, either way, it has to be fast, because we can see teams starting to make their move already. But if teams drop further up north, like we saw a couple of teams drop on Severny, in Zarki, Jogopul even, they have no choice but to come in a little bit slower, because just because how far it is for them. So they need to have a plan B of how they want to do this, whether they want to manage the bridge or they want to go through even the middle the middle swim, which, well, for the longest time we haven't seen a team successfully do it because of how far it is and how many other teams have already read that sort of rotation. So yeah, so their options are starting to get a little bit more limited because we've seen enough military base circles by now. Oh yeah, they'll be happy to pick up this elimination point. Redface has moved in, but he's doing a little bit of a scouting work there. Probably going to stop anytime soon, looking at his movement, or maybe going in for the splat, but because of the nade, Redface will be forced to move back. Oh, wow. Wow, that was beautiful. And he just depended on audio cues to aim that nade and he managed to get the knockdown. So now Boom trying to turn things around. But at the same time, Smile from GE got knocked down somewhere else. As always, GE suffering during the early stages of the game will be finished off by Mort. Hexas wants to finish up the job by taking out the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. Oh, Hexas! Ooh! Just like that, GE eliminated again. Rooted at number 20. But putting focus on the Boom versus PERSIJA EVOS. Keymine opens up his smoke. I think he wanted to get onto the other side, but he can't. But still in a good position to take down Luxy. Well, none of this side seems to want to leave this. Hexas, Redface, they want to finish up the job. Hexas going towards his vehicle. Is he going to bail this? Or is he going to go and fight Redface? I mean, looking at his resources, he might as well consider to bail it. And yes, he will. At least he can play for placement points, being the last man standing. Redface doesn't want to let him go.
Yeah, it's my bad. My audio got switched up again like usual. It's gonna be halfway through. You guys don't hear me, but back to the side of Redface. Hexas will be sprayed on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Boom managed to flee. Same goes for the side of PERSIJA. Realized that this is taking too much of the time, too much of a toll. Heavy casualty on both ends coming up from the side of PERSIJA and the side of Boom, leaving only one man alive. Vampires on the other end. They know for a fact, you know what, it's kind of silly for them to actually waste so much time and resources outside into the blue zone. Might as well to use it to gatekeeping inside of the inner circle.
Yeah, and the fact that they are only left with one player each, gatekeeping isn't even an option right now for them. All they need to do is just find a way to survive and avoid all fights possible. Speaking about fights, DBD and PT are next to each other, and we kind of expected this, that the left bridge will be quite crowded. Not only that, just on the right where the bridge is at, so we have FaZe Clan and we have another team here. So it's just a matter of time that the circle shifts away, and then by that time you see all these teams clash.
waiting for the right time to open fire. Most of them are just taking their own time to bite by their side, to wait for the net circle to pop. Couple of seconds ago, it's going to be third phase. Down to TS and Bacon Time. None of them being favored. Still comprises of 30%. Make it 40 at even now. GEEK, SLATE taking at the edges of the shoreline, where they are spreading wide and taking the center. The rest of the other teams on the ferry pier, and good luck swimming over, because Mika will be gatekeeping that side. DX just flee over to the side of bridge. There's so many teams coming out from SMB, but at the same time, a lot of teams will have to resort to swim.
Oh, and Zillion, you just mentioned it. They started it. But speaking about starting fight, so it looks like it's going to be RRQ and FaZe Clan. And now FaZe Clan with the DBS gameplay. Mela gets one, Mela gets two. He finishes off one from RRQ. Voldemort, what can he do about it? Even more is down.
Mormon, Mela, and Vintoris now trying to clutch against RRQ, who's rushing into this. Voldemort pushing in with a grenade. Lob it around the window. Didn't actually clip any of these guys. Managed to just negate it. Voldemort have to die right now in vain, as they didn't get too much of elimination. At least they secure as a 4. But RRQ will be one of the first 2 to go out, leaving only 14 teams left, with Vampires crossing over that bridge. But we know for a fact DX and FaZe waiting at the end.
Oh, Vintoris shooting from the back. Can he land a shot on Tony K? Because he's kind of low right now, but looks like the answer is no. But anyway, they have information that Vampire has crossed the bridge. Xavier is waiting on the other side. Tony K, he needs to reset. Stone being shot at by Chua, but nothing connects.
Chua spraying Tony K, hoping to get some sort of connection there. Almost knocked down, but not enough. Tony K being shot by Lamborghini the other end. How did that shot came through? I have no clue. But Bacon Time spotted out Vampires. Greeted by Shetty as with those sprays. Got one knockdown. Beautiful coming up from the side of Bacon Time. Didn't even waste any time to even whiff. But Stone and Tony K in a dire need of help. BTR in between. Bacon Time is winning this.
Oh yeah. Gathering as much as possible. This is that moment. BTR wants to gather something as well as Stone. Can GenForce make it in time? No, it's going to be taken away. DVD goes out. Oh, but it's going to be Sata anyway that takes out Stone, so that's okay. As long as it goes to BTR, it's fine.
GenForce trying to fish anybody who's swimming over. It's going to be BTR trying to get onto the dock side of SMB. And GenForce just couldn't find any sort of a target, but definitely found GEEK, SLATE on the other end. It's going to be damn good taking those high vintage points, but GenForce kind of in a low slope here. It's a bit risky for him to overstay himself, but he's scouting out the perimeters for the rest of the team, while FaZe managed to squeeze in unscathed, unharmed. But Nuzi coming out on the other end. DX will be their contender, but Nuzi, I'm not sure what he's waiting for. He definitely needs to move right now.
Maybe he wants to shoot from behind, so he's waiting for the right moment. But FaZe Clan crossed over, now trying to take out Xavier. Xavier gets one knockdown. Beautiful spray from afar by Rabis. Lamborghini will finish up Tony K. And now Rabis, he wants more. He wants to try to take down Mela, but Mela playing jumping jacks. Look at the circle tucked on the edge.
GEEK very widespread amongst themselves, with Bacon Time coming in. BTR being stopped by, Boom being stopped by BTR, but Red FaZe, the last member of PERSIJA EVOS. Can he swim the other side? Still have a lot of swimming to do, with Mika and Damgo waiting on top of those high hills at the shoreline. We do have Box will be stopped by Snipes and Zillion on the other end on Southern Part. PBE taking a fight against none other than SLD, FaZe and DX. Even Vampires, they don't have any space here. We talk about they're way into the blue zone. Might be a first few to go down, and this is going to be a lose-lose war.
Oh, and Mela denied Onsens by taking out with the nade. Now the fight's not stopping just yet. Mela is still alive. Mela has Rabis behind him. Now with the DBS gameplay, Mela would not able to withstand the wrath of Rabis and FaZe Clan out, but 8 elimination points still.
Vampires down to last player. They're trying to close the gap with VOIN, but right now things are not going like how they want it to be, making a bit rougher challenge for them to close up the gap here. SLD on there, they have a full squad, 147 with no eliminations for now, but they definitely have another go after this. Vampires leaving out with only Nuzi. He got stuck around the bridge early on, but DX Frank is right in the clear side here. He's gonna go for the spray. He got one. It's gonna go and finish it off straight away. Nuzi, he's no more. When it comes to health utility, he got no more left. Or the rest of DX, the rest of DX will make a big U-turn just to save and find back a bit of redemption. Rabies made a U-turn. Now they spotted out Newsy. Will shoot him down. Lamborghini waiting on the other end. A bit of a crash.
Oh no!
Newsy, stop, roadblock, and that's it. Vampires have to settle down with 11 plays and only a couple of points. Only one for elimination.
And just to add on the bad news of Vampire, that knockdown that Newsy got, that elimination got denied by the zone, so it didn't went to Vampire, unfortunately. So only 1 point this round for them. 14 points more to go to even up with VOIN.
Wow. SLD on the other hand still have a 4. They want to catch up to a side of Vampires and FaZe here. And they definitely can cut off and just overtake FaZe anytime now. As long as they survive in the top 5, they've got themselves more than 5 eliminations, is more than enough. Goes to try to get those elevations to see what's happening on the other end. There's bacon time. There's there's also the side of Yoodo Alliance and GEEK SLATE. Box stuck in a pickle. We're talking about them trying to hover around at the ledges, at the steep slopes here. Well, Damn Good is gonna gatekeep them out. BTR couldn't even spot Damn Good right now. Even gonna drop another nade on top of them. 2 more nades to go, make it 1. If it's a perfect angle, it's gonna be 2 in the discount of 1 close enough.
Yep, that is 1 more to go. Can he take out the entire BTR through his nades? Another nade will not connect. Liquid Deuce is still in the water though, so Damn Good can take advantage of that, but he's not taking that risk because the rest of BTR is close by. But now, speaking about close, circle will close. GEEK SLATE still in it.
GEEK SLATE, I'm not sure what happened to the other 2 person, where they were splitting the 2-2 formation just now. Still there for Snipes and Zillion, trying to guard over to the side of DX Lamborghini. The rest of the GEEK having so much work on the northern side. Yoodo Alliance, kind of too late now. They have to move. The blue zone will shrink even further. They are on the clock. They have to run. They have to scram. Repo Boy will be picked up by Kenny. They have a bit of a reset and have another go. But will they be stopped by the side of, I think that's going to be Box Gaming. Waiting at the other end. Well, Box couldn't even dock themselves. We're talking about they're stuck in the water and they have to swim towards that very small space of water land that have left on the northern side.
Oh, if they want to get up, they have to swim towards BTR's area, and you don't want to go there considering that GEEK SLATE is waiting and BTR's there too. So it's a lose-lose situation for them. Yes, they can still play a little bit inside of the water, but for the next circle, it's going to be tough for them.
GEEK taking on Levy of Box Gaming, slowly dying a very slow death here for Box. BTR is guarding them. Same goes for GEEK, Mika, and as well as Damn Good, making so much work for the entirety of GEEK SLATE. For now, they managed to secure 2 eliminations, but Damn Good Snipes just being hold over their movement, hold over their transition, and can't even move due to BTR trying to bridge in on their side.
Nice.
Of Angle got 1. Mika, but back towards TS, back towards GEEK SLATE. I don't know what happened, but right now too many fight at the same time. TS finally being eliminated. BTR on the other end, Liquid still stuck down there. The rest of them still trying to climb up, but GEEK SLATE making it so hard for BTR to even pick out.
And it's BB eliminated Team Secret. And now GEEK SLATE and BTR, they're not done yet with each other. At least the good news is that both these teams in the circle. BTR trying to toss nades onto the high ground, hopefully get a knockdown. If they can get a knockdown to Damn Good, then that will be an entry point for BTR.
Yuhai trying to climb up those ledges. So many corners to play around it. Hopefully they have enough when it comes to smoke. They're definitely running down and running low here. Yoodo Alliance take it on 1, but BTR slowly losing HP. They don't have any boxes nearby to reloot themselves, replenish their resources here. Liquid still have quite a number of it. Yoodo Alliance stuck in a shack, stopped by PBE from afar. It's going to be a 400, maybe make it 300 meters in between them, not even 400 by this time. But Yoodo Alliance only trying to make way, while BTR slowly marching up. Yuhai can actually go up there, but they couldn't spot Damn Good. He's just so damn good with his own position right now.
Yeah, he definitely know how to play the terrain there, and he still survive after nade after nade after nade, and that would mean that the BTR, their utilities are getting low. Right now, Yuhai at the lower ground. He has Zillion to deal with as well. Snipes at the other side. Mika on the other side. Ah man, BTR, they are stuck. If they go on the left, it's going to be bacon time. So kind of choose, pick your poison at this point. Ooh.
Comes Snipes, jumps down. I'm not sure if that's the right decision, but definitely giving away the position. Mika here coming up against Deuce, which is going to be Liquid, going on 1v1, but never mind.
Nice.
Damn Good, so good holding his compound, holding his ground, and Damn Good opened out so much space alongside with Mika and Snipes. Damn Good trying to find for more. BTR being choked by the hag of GEEK SLATE. Bacon Time trying to take advantage from the backline. Shirty ass spotted out the rare end of BTR players. Now there's going to be a bit of a pickle for BTR. They're kind of stuck in the corner here. Can they break through?
Yeah, Bacon Time shooting from the other side, and this time they don't have the zone at all. But speaking about Bacon Time, SLD is in the house.
Bacon Time waiting for this right time to get themselves those elimination, but SLD wants it more. They are more thirsty, but PERSIJA straight on the ground. Gosu, Tran also on the ground. Gosu have to go and for the clutch. The other player of SLD is quite too far off. Gosu got clipped half HP down. Touch on the other end, go back and try to retrieve his teammate. Where is the last player? Trong Zin, a true just now being saved by Flower when it comes to their interviews, but will be spotted out by GTS. He couldn't make it in. SLD, they've been picked off one by one, and this is going down the drain.
When Trongzi had a smoke break, hopefully he's still okay. He just landed in the middle of the circle, but right beside him there are two other teams waiting. So he needs to defend his ground really well. But the fight between GEEK SLATE as well as BTR, they're not done yet. But right now GEEK SLATE, they have the circle advantage. BTR still on the outside. There's still one player of Box Gaming, I believe, in the water.
Bacon Time dominating right now with 123 points. 4 players, full roster, well and alive. Yoodo Alliance will be greeted by BBE, keeping them at bay. Sailing on the lower ground. I'm sure they lost themselves towards the side. I don't know where's Damn Good. Damn Good is so important, so pivotal for him to actually hold his ground. But Winnie Box Gaming start to climb up here. They got making a pass. They find out a loose and they make it in for Box Gaming. GEEK let them slip by, and now that's a bit of a problem for Zillion to solve this, to find this a solution, because Box not supposed to be docking themselves. He should be holding those grounds just now. Bacon should take it on SLD. Eliminated next.
Yeah, Box looks like because of the fight between BTR and them and GEEK SLATE, that's why they weren't able to give focus onto them, but it's going to be BTR. Wow, eliminated back to back together with PERSIJA EVOS. Now we're down to the top 5 teams. GEEK SLATE, 3 players still active. Bacon Time, the only team with a full squad.
Vampires being denied again to overtake the side of VOIN for now, but Box on the other hand will still keep outside of GEEK SLATE. Zelen still holding his angle towards this side of Box Gaming. BTR being shot down by the hands of none of the Damn Good and Zelen just now, but Box still again trying to fight across. Down to 2 players, GEEK down to 3, Bacon as a full squad, Yoodo Alliance a 3 and PBE. Out of nowhere they make it into SMB, as always being sneaky as possible.
Ooh, let's see if they can be sneaky next, because the next circle might move away from them, and yes it will. Adelu will be needed down by Bacon Time. Shirty's there. Shirty once more, but Shirty, he's all alone. His teammates coming to get back up, but now focusing back on the Box Gaming versus GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE still with the high ground. They don't have the circle. They need to finish this fast.
Zelen, Winnie, Shunos, and Mika. Touch getting on Raimon coming up from PBE. PBE down to only 1 man here. Bacon Time in the open. They form a triangle. Yoodo Alliance stuck in the corner. PBE down to Cool. But can they clutch this for PBE? Yes, I slowly just closing up the gap. We will toss the nade right on top of a Cool. But Bacon Time are just focusing to the side of PBE. That's going to be it. Down to the next contender. Bacon Time just shifting swiftly the attention to the side of Yoodo Alliance. Shirty going to go for the pursuit as a shack, but nobody in it.
Oh, here we go. The jump in by Zillion. Zillion jumps in. Zillion gets one. Mika comes in for the other side. And Box Gaming is out.
Yoodo Alliance have to take up a challenge against Bacon Time. Down to only 1 player here. Only you have to defend this as Bacon Time kept the pressure on. Noise is here as well, going for the rush. Earlier going for the spray. He jumps, but he didn't manage to clip the entirety of Noise. Noise change over, but that's going to be it. Touch with that Molly finish of the entirety of Yoodo Alliance.
GEEK SLATE and Bacon time. Can Damn Good do it right now against Ice? And yes, he will. With the elevation, he took advantage of it. Can he get another one? He sees where the opponents are at. Nine Noise pops up the smoke, trying to find cover for himself. Zaylen needs to reset. Mika waiting for the right moment to come in, but Damn Good is going to open it up.
Damn Good rushing into it. Bacon time, GEEK, Zaylen and Mika just not giving them any sort of a reset. Mika going to spray a ring around the road and they got one-to-one trade for now. Things not going like how GEEK's supposed to be it. And touch going in down to only last play. Damn Good. The rush was a fail. And now Bacon time got the answer. They got the advantage. Noise on the other hand trying to go for the other corner. They go in two different sides entirely. 1-to-1 Bacon versus GEEK. Noise versus Damn Good. Can Damn Good reset himself? Here comes the nade.
Oh, gets away from the nade. Managed to evade it and they're still within the circle. Right now, it's pretty much going to be a 1v1 unless 3 touch gets revived. 9 Noise versus Damn Good. Let's see who will win this. It's either Malaysia region or Thailand region. Damn Good moves in. Looks like the revive is coming in, but 9 Noise gets up and 9 Noise will take that shot and Bacon time takes home the chicken dinner.
That was miscalculation coming from GEEK SLATE when they're rushing with those vehicles. Just get into the fight, into the shack. Didn't expect there's gonna be sort of retaliation coming from Bacon time, but Bacon, they had it going. I mean, like, everything was counted. Nothing being overlooked by them. They were prepared, they were ready when GEEK SLATE are pushing in with the rush. They took the fight head on, they won it. And they almost lost that chicken just now. If it's not because of GEEK SLATE rushing into it, Bacon, the terrain just now was really tough to defend on.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Not gonna lie about that. Bacon time. Okay, we gotta give it to 9 Noise, the man himself who won that final fight against Damn Good. That's number 1. This time, he got himself 5 eliminations with 827 damage. One of young prodigies within the Thai region. So he's showing it, and he's probably saying that, hey, you know what? You guys talk about Nuzi, you guys talk about Tony K, but you guys gotta start talking about 9 Noise.
Yep, Noise and Touch have been clutching for this entire map. Eyes and Chetty, they couldn't make it in due to how GEEK SLATE have been making sure everybody will be where they at. Even BTR Box Gaming couldn't go through where GEEK SLATE have been holding their ground just now. But Bacon time, they're coming across for a very different field. I think it was an open field of Gaka at first. Took a fight against GE, and then everything just going in momentum in the right way where they want it to be. With 8,000 over for the distance, but the circle, like we mentioned early on, is going to be a warning as always. When it comes to the third circle, it's always, I mean, the third wrangle of the circle is always the toughest one. And it's going to be always SMB so far.
Yeah, I know, right? So maybe we can expect that next week as well. In our first day of week number 2, that the third wrangle is scary. So teams got to be careful. Got to be ready for that. But anyway, we're going to check out the highlights from Bacon time and the rest of round number 4. It's a very interesting round again, and this time, yeah, it's a very tough circle. Not only it's on the military base island, but it got tucked in on the left side. So that means that there's lesser room for the teams to play, and we do see a lot of fights back to back. And at some point as well, it's like 2 fights happening at the same time that we gotta pay attention to.
I do want to know that Bacon time overtake when it comes to overall rankings against Yoodo Alliance and SLD, since SLD and Yoodo Alliance both being eliminated early on, but SLD did secure quite a number of eliminations in between. Now, where do FaZe stand as well? Because right now they are nowhere. They're in between those fights. They're being eliminated early as well. For the side of Empires, we do know for a fact they're still going to stay at number 2 because still quite a distance between them when it comes to the margins of first, second place. But for GEEK, this is their circle. This is supposed to be theirs to take, and this is supposed to be theirs to actually get those kills up. But they've been tunneling their vision into one side only, which is going to be coming out from BTR, but holding on too long for the angle that they kind of not securing what's happening in the back.
Yeah, so okay, so we talk about the Vampire, right? So confirmation there, 1 point, so that means 14 points difference between them and VOIN. That's that. For Bacon time, 15 eliminations, still not breaking the record just yet, but they still managed to get 25 points in total. That's a good haul there. GEEK SLATE, despite that long fight with BTR, only managed to get themselves 6 elimination points, totaling up to 12 points in this round. On the other end, GE, again, no points. That will root them at number 20. DBD, another disappointing round for them despite their change, but it was a tough circle for them nevertheless. Weekly rankings, here we go. Confirmation, who's who, where's that?
3 chickens on Hill and Vampires, but the one actually holding the number 1 spot with the least chicken of all the first pages. It's going to be 1 chicken for VOIN, but the elimination is just crazy amount of it. But they still can close the gap down to 2 Mirama for Vampires. It's just within their stretch and not even that far off when it comes to Vampire to overtake the number 1, but it's down to them whether they get eliminated early or not. Sam9 being pushed by FaZe, who swapped over to the 4th place. And now we're talking about the one at the bottom, the one that actually plays themselves 6, 7 and 8. That can actually replace the 2nd, 3rd and 4th placement here.
Yeah, they still could go up, and the rest of the teams that's not playing can still be pushed down. So let's see how far they can go. But for our top performers from the previous round, Mela still has to be in it. 3 clutch this time, 9 noise in it. Look at the amount of damage for him. And finally, Zilin, representing GEEK SLATE, is on the chart. He's been getting a lot of criticism since his performance in PMPL Malaysia, but glad to see him up there, just proving to everyone that why he deserves to be in the lineup.
But when it comes to Mirama, it's a different story, Cloud. We do know for a fact that some teams like Vampires do love this map, and is this their time to actually push up here? We do know VOIN always take up the Sam9. This is going to be a team who will not be playing here when it comes to the last 2 Mirama maps because they are in D group. VOIN and Sam9 will not be playing. It's down to FaZe and Vampire to take this meta into their hands. Can they push it? Can they get those gap closed? Can FaZe take over in the last minute to get themselves in the 3rd place instead?
Yeah, so far FaZe not bad, especially with Mela really performing today. We do see a couple of fights that he won by himself, so that's one of it. And another stat here that we saw earlier on was a Vampire up there. Well, we did see the similar stat inside of Erangel, but they didn't make the best of their Erangel stats to catch up to VOIN. Now, last 2 rounds is their final chance to catch up to VOIN. 14 points difference. You just need an average of 7 points each, and you're done. Your mission is done for the week. Oh, Vampire, pressure onto them.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not much of a pressure if they can just focus one thing at a time. Now, Vampires, if they can focus on only this one map here, assume it's going to be the last map of the day and just secure those numbers. So we're talking about 10 eliminations, or at least getting that chicken with like, what, 5 points of elimination is more than enough. But at the same time, they have to think about their survivability right now. They cannot be too reckless. They have to make sure they maintain in the top 10 before being eliminated and get those kills going. So on the hands of VOIN now, there's nothing else they can do except for wait. But FaZe on the other end, they still can change the things going on in the top 5. They still can push themselves and take it over Sam9 because it's like, what, 5 point difference between Sam9 and FaZe. We do know Sam9 not playing, so definitely there's no way FaZe, I mean, like, Sam9 can push forward, right?
Yeah, they can't add points as well, so that's the not so good part about being the team that doesn't play the last game. When you don't play the last game, you have to be like, oh, I have no control over it. I cannot even like hot drop or try to take out those teams that is just behind us, and you cannot do anything about it. All you can do is just sit back, relax, maybe not so relax, and just hope that those teams don't gather enough points to catch them up. Oh man, it's just scary. It's a scary feeling. It's similar to like how like back in the day we have like a different grouping in a single day because we played online. But this time it's like it's all accumulated into one single day, which is today for those 4 teams.
Yep, and speaking of the teams that actually got themselves in the top 3 before this, which are going to be VOIN, back then was Hill and Sam9. They're slowly being pushed down Hill and Sam9. I worry for them because if FaZe and SLD decided, even Yoodo Alliance not that far off, decided to push all out when it comes to this Mirama map and try to take teams down there. We talk about either DBD, PBE and GE will be their victims here. They can easily overtake them when it comes to the overall rankings with those eliminations and those kills. I'm not surprised there are a lot of hot drops coming up, but GE have been changing quite a number of their initial drops. So keep an eye out for them. But PBE, GE, it's like GE is just being suffocated right now. There's nowhere in for them. DBD, TS still in the middle, lower bracket. But didn't work out quite right for them. Box slowly being pushed back down again. GEEK and BT are always back to back, kind of in a Slope right now, even though they have been fighting each other quite a number of times for BTR and GEEK there.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was a long fight there. I was surprised there was only like 6 elimination points for GEEK. I thought it would have been a little bit more than that, but it was what it is. But I was kind of surprised as well, now that you mentioned it, right? Like Team Secret, they normally drop into military base, and they did drop there. But the fact that they dropped there, but still not able to secure as many elimination points as possible. Like, they didn't really take advantage of the circle being inside a military base. So it was a little bit disappointing for them, considering that it was all theirs at some point.
Having a bit of discussion with the coach here. It's going to be a side of Team BTR with UI Horizons. This lineup is supposed to be legendary, but nowhere near. Not sure if Satar will be playing with Liquid, or is it going to be switched over with Swavel or Gen Force, who've been playing today. DX on the other hand, and Box Gaming. Bit of a slow start for them when it comes to the end of the week, having a bit of a momentum being slowed. It's not a great moment for them when it comes to week number 1. So is a try and error, right? It's always experimental when it comes to week number 1. So you're gonna have to wait to see if there's any sort of progress in week number 2.
Yeah, so it'll definitely be a big change in week number 2. I can't wait to see the grouping, and then we'll get to see like, oh, which is the group of death, and which will be the more interesting groups later on. But MR5, oh, coming back to the fray. It's been a while.
It's been 3 days. Last we saw MR5, I think day number 3 or day number 2, where they've been swapped in and out for Onzon's now FaZe. Feels like they want a bit of a twist when it comes to getting back the dynamic which they had the first 2 days. I hope MR5 is now having a good set of mind, a clear slate to start off, just having another go. FaZe really need the push right now, because they are very close of getting themselves in the top 3. I'm not even kidding, they are in the top 5, just 5 points different with 7-9, and within reach. If they got themselves double-digit elimination, if they got those kills up, even if they're being eliminated early, they still can catch up to number 3.
Yeah, they can though. And that's why maybe they put MR5 in as the last push. It's like, okay, let's do it. Let's get into the top 3 and we'll be good for the week. So it looks like DBD is going to stick with Ziggs in this round. Ngecho still taking a break. I don't see a substitution here for DBD. Echo, all smiles, very cheerful guy. And hopefully he's able to bring that cheer to his team, because it was 0 points for DBD. DBD also struggling when they were also known as one of those teams that had a lot of potential, but when it comes to Southeast Asia level, seem to struggle. Even the last time as well, I believe, to the best of my memory, they got number 17 in the last Southeast Asia outing.
I don't know, it's something to do with their mindset or their mental state, or they're being checked entirely by the nerves. But DBD, this is not what this is what they're known for. They are known for how tricky, how witty they can play in the game, how they bring themselves, navigate themselves into the circle. It's always so flawless, but this time everything just fallen apart for DBD. But for Boom, on the other hand, they're a hot and cold team. They do have their moments, and this time we do have Pombit playing in. Boo Boo, double swap coming up from Boom. Now Boom is going to be one of those teams where we have the most frequency of player being sub in and out. So far I'm not sure what's the best lineup for them just yet, because it's like every single map there's going to be a rotation of players.
And the most sub award goes to Boom Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And then whenever they do a sub, for the most part, it's like they make 2 substitutions, 2 changes. But one guy that you can't change, Yummy, you cannot change. Every time they got the chicken dinner, he gets the MVP. So that's that. Hexa seems to be staying around as well. GE, you know, I feel a little bit more for them just because we have that wildcard connection. Oh man, GE, come on man, week 2, come on guys, rooting for you guys.
They're a bit too respectful for the teams out there. They're a bit too, they're just giving too much of a respect out there. They're just letting everything past them, letting everybody else taking away their compound, letting everybody else taking away their kills. They do have the potential, yes they do, they just have to push themselves for a bit. Just having this confidence is so important. It's all about mind games here when it comes to esports. You know it for a fact that it's down to the mental games. It's down to how much strength you have in you, how much you want to go. It's going to be GenForce playing still on the side of PTR interesting enough. But on the side of Boom, you mentioned about Yummy is always the one that will not be swap out. It's kind of a rare sight to see Yummy out. It's only once, I think. Is that the reason why Boom Yummy actually have better performance compared to all his other teammates and all other his comrades? Because he gets to play more. He gets more of a feel. He gets more of those exposure. He gets to read more of those rotation, get the feel of the game itself. That's why I worry when Boom frequently changing over their players. Won't that stop the momentum of the player when they start to get hang of it?
Yeah, I wish we can send this question to Flavor, who's our host. Hopefully he can ask this question, because I think this is a question that I believe will be on like even the viewers' mind. Like almost every round you see a substitution for them. I wonder what's happening though. What's on the mind of the coaches. Yoodo Alliance still sticking with Ripple Boy, not taking out just yet. Kenny is still in the lineup. Oh, Leo's there. Adit looks there as well. Bacon Time seems to be remaining the lineup. Of course, if you just got a chicken dinner, you're like, oh yeah, that lineup works well, so why not? We just continue it on. As usual, the high fives go around, and that's a signal that they are currently in the spawn island.
I do love Bacon Time sweatshirt. Their hoodies are incredible.
You mean the one with the nose?
Yeah, is it? I assume it's a bee.
Oh, what? Oh, what?
If you tilt over a bee, it becomes like that, right?
Okay, right. If they hang their clothes sideways, then yeah, okay.
It's actually a bee. I think it has a bee.
Okay, okay. I can't unsee it now, but it's still a nose for me. You know, the nose.
It's a sleeping mask.
Oh,
you can see it that way.
It's a sleeping mask. Okay, that's nice. If you cut it out, that will make a good Halloween mask, right?
If you cut it out, it's perfect for just closing the eyes of Team Secret right now, where we don't see them anywhere nearby. I'm not gonna roast them for a bit. I'm sorry, TS, but right now we are hoping so much coming out from them, and nothing coming out just yet. They're still at the bottom. This is like the worst performance coming out from Team Secret for the entire history in PUBG Mobile for them.
You know, I saw a meme online that someone drew like this meme image that Team Secret needs 2 eyes to see. I just say I just saw it online. You know, it wasn't me. You know, because right now it's like the logo only has 1 eye, and it's like if you put 2 eyes, then maybe they can see better. That instance can be very creative. Just put it out there.
I love the memes. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's fun with these guys. But for Alter Ego, they still kind of slowly being pushed down as well. We have to look out for Alter Ego. They're not playing here today. But Bacon Time, Yoodo Alliance, SLD, FaZe and Vampires. Can they push up in the last minute? Down to only 2 maps. It's going to be the Sandy Dunes, the biggest map, 8 by 8 kilometers. And it's going to be the dry map of Miramar. We'll make a change. Will VOIN take the podium spot still, or be shaken up by the side of the Vampires and biting them back in the neck in the last minute? Let's head into our Miramar map right now.
Game start, Miramar. That was what the graphic wrote. I think everything we're going to see the same graphic. That's why we start to look at the details of it. But okay, so flight path. A little bit skewed towards the side. So yesterday we saw a clash inside El Pozo between Xavier and Bacon Time, the 2 nemesis of Pochinki. I wonder if it will happen again.
Possibly. Bacon versus DX, Pochinki fight into Miramar. Now that's funny, but a lot of players dropping around LL or Los Leones. They love to drop there, and a lot of Circa has been favoring on the southern part. Los Leones, Minas Generales, La Bendita. We've seen quite a number of Cinder de Patron, even Crater Field, possibly El Pozo. We saw it before. Montenovo, it was yesterday's. So it's quite everywhere for the Circa when it comes to Miramar. It's unpredictable. I'm loving the fact that it's unpredictable, not like the third Erangel of the day, which you know is going to be SMB. But whoever wants to drop on top of Puerto Paraiso now, that's going to be a long journey for them.
Yeah, Puerto Paraiso, even Los Leones, I don't think you can drop like straight into Los Leones. So you need to grab a vehicle somewhere in between. That's going to be Yoodo Alliance. But okay.
Impala!
Impala, let's do it! Might as well, all the way to the corner, let's go.
Why? The last day of every single week gotta be so hard for the players.
Yeah, it's so wildcard-ish, right? Remember the wildcard day? Every game was crazy.
Man. That was way out of radar. That was Lost Eagles. I'm not even kidding. He got it twice.
Yeah, I know. What are the odds getting a Lost Eagles twice? That was super interesting to see. I remember Flash Vision, they got into Lost Eagles Island fairly early, but they got 0 eliminations. That was something. That was like mind-blowing to even watch.
If it happened to be around the area of Valdemar and Lost Eagles, so many valleys in between. And the worst part, if you get slippery up there, you get pulled down and just die when you slip yourself down on the hills. That's the problem with those kind of terrain. At least this one in Impala, kind of multi-terrain still. I feel like you might be resorting to some players swimming if we still have third circle on top of Impala.
Go to the island on the right side of Impala. In my lifetime, I've seen that happen twice before. And whoever gets onto the island first basically wins.
I don't think we're going to get those kind of circles now. It's going to be a bit difficult for that. But we did had the small patches back in Sunhawk. So I would count that out yet.
And it was the first Sunhawk game.
And it was the worst one.
Yeah. It started off with a bang. PMSL. My oh my. I think someone tweaked the circle just for PMSL.
Starting off with the trash circle. Yeah, you got that right.
Absolutely. Speaking about trash, right? I remember, I miss our old buddy Gideon. The way he says trash, like it made us all like roll on the floor laughing.
I didn't roll on the floor. That's one thing for sure. Maybe you did. Yeah.
Oh, roll on the stage.
Yeah, we roll on stage. You don't roll on the floor, but yeah, you can call it floor if you want to. But we do have GEEK SLATE now trying to venture themselves navigating into the southern side for a bit. BTR taking Monte Nuevo. They do have UI on the high ground. Satar and the rest of the teams are trying to find any loot they can find. A couple of vehicles in between. I'm gonna state this out once more. I am not a big fan of those monster trucks. Yeah, it's great to splat people down, but it's just so obvious. You'll be the obvious target if you try to transition yourself into the safe zone.
You know what's good about the monster truck is that the tire is indestructible. So
no way.
Yeah, so maybe that's why they kind of picked that, because you know you can't deny the vehicle that way. Of course you can still blow it up and all that. It's a bigger target, like what you say. But at least the tires to yeah, the easiest part of the vehicle to be destroyed is it's not that easy.
Yeah, I still prefer the classic vehicle, the Dacia from FaZe. Moment and ML5B sharing one, Mela and Victorious are sharing the other. They're trying to find for more on top of Los Leones. St. Martin, on the other hand, do have SLD. If they want to park themselves on the mountain of St. Martin, it's possible for SLD. If they want to push for the kills, they are on 7th place right now. Vampires, they cannot afford to lose. There's no room for mistake here, no room for error. They cannot even be eliminated. Not even one player should be gone in the early stage of the map.
Just 14 points more, ladies and gentlemen. They must be saying to themselves, this isn't even my final form. I can't pull it off like him.
Yep. RRQ, they're not playing the bait strategy anymore. They're not placing 1-2-3 formation. I think that they figure out it just worked for a couple of few days, the first few days of the week 1. Then people start to know exactly what and how you approach the fights. If they saw one player, they know there's going to be a lot of support player at the back line, so they find the back line first instead of going for the front liner. So RRQ, they're changing up the strategy, going in as a 2-2, sometimes 1-3 still, but a lot of them are going to be 2-2. DBD on the other hand is going to be the team that's kind of stuck down there as well, as alongside with PBE and GE, but at least the gap between them is still quite big, TS and DBD. I just wish every single team ended up for week number 1 the triple digit here.
Yeah, unfortunately the mathematics just wouldn't make it happen, I guess. Especially now, okay, that's mathematically, but realistically, GE definitely can't do it. 2 more rounds, considering it's 2 more rounds, right? GE definitely can't do it. PBE, unless something insane, mind-blowing happens in these 2 rounds, then yeah, and that's about it. But GE, 36 points. Oh man, wildcard champions. Where are you guys?
They even fought PBE back then. I'm surprised PBE is actually way better than GE. Even GE was actually the champions for wildcard. PBE can actually make it better outcome and results compared to GE right now. Now, where did that GE lost? They definitely need a compass because nothing is working right for them. The GE, either they start to wake up now. It's a bit too late if they start to wake up in the second week here because they need to push the heck out of it when it comes to second week. You know for a fact the weekly bonus point will be very punishing if you don't perform since the start.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Losing week 1 bonus points. Week 2 we don't know yet, but GE is definitely in the danger zone. Look at their state of their performance. And plus, the bonus points is important for us to decide who will go into the grand finals later on, ladies and gentlemen. So it is that important. I mean, most important, of course, is to be on top 16. If you're on top 16 week after week, you'll be definitely the grand finals. But if you're like bottom 4 for 2 weeks in a row, coming back up is going to take a bit.
But at least this is just week 1. I just wish that the just week 1 won't be punishing by the end of the day, by the end of this tournament. We do know for a fact the very minor difference, the margins in the last few days when it comes to week number 3 is due to how everything the past hunting back them. They didn't perform the week number 1, which were going to be detrimental when it comes to week number 3. But DX now spotting out the rest of BTR. Straight away open fire on the side of Rabies, giving a bit of a greeting. First contact made. But the circle shifted way more this time. What is this circle? My goodness me.
Okay. No island beside Impala, but it's tucked at the corner.
Airdrop.
I'll take that.
It's not meant for anybody as well.
It's meant for the mermaids.
This is PUBG trolling for the players.
Do you know there's a recent update that in the airdrop there's like a harpoon inside there if it's in the water?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I was just trolling though. Just saying.
But I heard about the harpoon thing before.
Yeah,
I don't think it's applicable in tournament just yet.
I can tell you where I got my reference from later on. But anyway, so it's going to be FaZe Clan and Vampires. So, okay, Vampires, let's see how many points they can collect from this.
FaZe almost being shot down. Retaliation coming up from the side of Vampires, but DBD, I'm not sure where they're at right now, but SLD is around the corner. To DBD, there you go. SLD, Tran-G taking on Nusa. This is not great for Vampires. They're having a 1-to-1 trade, but there's going to be a trade to 4-way war. We're talking about 4 teams at the same place, same time, same sort of eyes set out for this hunt. They're trying to go for blood, but they are the one who's dying. Vampire lost Nusa early on. Stone on the other end, trying to buy time. Straps pushing forward. Straps straight away, being shot down by Tran-G.
Oh,
that's not great, but SLD knocked down as well by the side of Tony K from the flank. And finish up, we're going to 1-to-1 trade. BTR start to move this side as well.
Okay, nice counter fire coming in from Tony K, and he gets a second one to Trong Zin. Beautiful from Tony K. But he has yet to secure an elimination point just yet, but now he will. So it's 13 points. Wait a second. No! Jumper from Team Secret stole it away! Oh no! So they got stolen! That's a fake hope there.
Devastated for the side of Vampires. Definitely pull them back south up and retreat into the shack. BTR on the other hand, Gen 4 is going to reunite with the rest of the team and just relay those intel towards the rest of the roster. But for BTR, do they want to approach? Do they want to take action into this? What will their response be? Because it will be very detrimental on the side of Vampires if they were to push. They decided to push in. It's going to be really tough for them. PBE taking a fight against DBD. DBD scattered out by Yoodo Alliance. It's going to be another 3-way war on this side as well.
Ooh, Jimmy OP currently down 6. Can still pick him up, but then again he has to deal with PUBGM versus Xavier. Let's go. So PUBGM all alone. Frankie super duper low. Rap is coming in to help him, but Frankie will go down. PUBGM gets 2 knockdowns back to back. Beautiful by PUBGM. Beautiful defense by him alone. But he's not done yet though. He has Chua to deal with. He can take down Chua. Chua is down. PUBGM gets 3. 3 for PUBGM. 1 more to go from Xavier.
What a clutch!
Oh,
Now SLD close enough! Lamborghini made it happen. Chua bleeding to death, will be revived. So close, they secured 2 points for SLD. That's gonna put them on a halt. They cannot push forward when it comes to the top 3 here. Definitely will be detrimental. But the side of DBD, this is pivotal coming out from the side of Jimmy OP to push forward. They're running down the side of PBE. Mumbo come out from the back line, trying to revive, but trying to finish off, wrap things around, but it's so hard. They're still gonna put on hold towards DBD. PBE won that fight, but they are way into the blue zone.
Oh man, the zone damage. But oh man, for Yummy, Hexas is down. Oh, but then again, Boo Boo Who is coming over from the other side. Zaxi will be knocked down. Lamborghini still defending his car all alone against GE. Can he pull out an insane clutch here? Oh, he has his teammate together with him. Chua is currently up. Lamborghini together with Chua. They're fighting against GE. GE is losing men. And now GE losing the plot as well as Lamborghini goes out, takes another one out. Smile. Won't be smiling for long if DX wins this fight.
Damn well, Lamborghini is trying to clutch 2 teams in a row. 2 teams in a row. Lamborghini clutched that again. Nobody can do that 2 times in a row. 2 squads back to back. That's a big statement coming out from Lamborghini himself. Doing so much work on the team. But we're not done for PERSIJA EVOS here. Pombit taking the fight against Microboy. Knock one down. Can he get a 2? Luxy next. Pombi slither off our remains. Yummy bleeding out. Down to Pombit to make the play. It's close enough to clutch out towards Luxy. Luxy trying to chase the heck out of it. Ring around the rosy. They go Luxy. Finish off the deal. It's going to be Luxy carrying for the entire team as well. So many good clutches in this map here.
Yeah, and that's what happens if you tuck the circle at the corner. You see a lot of this fights happening back to back. And that was almost a clutch there, but he was just too low to take down Luxy. Luxy, good one. Now we move forward to Bacon time. They'll be happy to take out Mika. But damn good. Will not let it go easy. He wants to save his teammate, but Mika's now just like a bait. Damn good still alive. Oh man. 3 touch still has a good shot onto Damn good. Damn good knockdown. Oh man.
Touch with it. Mini 14 secures those knockdowns. Can you give it another go? Trying to finish off, obliterate the entirety of GEEK SLATE is on his hands. It's his task to do so. For Baker time, Touch will not stop tapping down. But the circle will shift again and it favors the center. RQ FaZe Yoodo Alliance making it in. That's going to be last play. Repo Boy happens to be the first game for him. Now have to survive alone, finish off by FaZe. That's going to be it. As going to last member of Yoodo Alliance, they will not push their rankings up there, but Vampires, can they make it in the last minute?
Okay, they got 2 points, elimination points right now, so that means it's 12 points difference than VOIN. And they still have three players, but now Snipes. Wait, did Snipes take the bait? 3 touch took advantage of that? Oh no, now Snipes is down as well. I believe it's Zealand, the last man for GEEK.
GEEK SLATE down to last member alive. Noise taking on Snipes just now, but Bacon time, they are spreading quite wide amongst each other just to take domination and control of the circle on the southern part. Zaylen how to get out from here. He just gonna stay in the shack for a bit longer. He doesn't have to be hasty, but when to get out of here. He's still inside of a circle. It's gonna be okay. Nobody else actually giving enough attention to him. All he needs to do is play this quiet and play this slow. Ventoris on the other hand, FaZe trying to push to a side of Bacon time. They spotted out the smokes, but the thing is, there's RQ and Peko. He definitely heard the audio cue just now. That's why he's a bit more aware when to pick or where to pick for Ventoris. Entire FaZe Clan do have a 4. But in the meantime, which one they want to pick their poison is? Is it going to be DX? Is it going to be RQ? Is it going to be Bacon time? Who's slowly closing the distance between them.
And Ventoris is closing it. But they still want to hold on to the high ground. It's going to be a prime position for them. Lamborghini, the clutch master for D Xavier on the other side. It's going to be okay by now. I think everyone here is just going to hold their ground. I don't expect them to make any big moves. Just because they're all comfortable in the circle. Unless the circle shifts away, there's going to be a different story. RQ has vehicles and FaZe Clan has vehicles of their own. So everyone's stocked up well enough.
DX, those 5 eliminations all coming out just from Lamborghini himself. That's a big one coming out from one person. that individual is just so formidable right now. High caliber play shown and being exhibited by the side of Lamborghini. That's a huge one. But for Zealand, can he do the same here? As he's the last member of GEEK SLATE to climb up these hills, leaving the shack just now, giving a bit of exposure on the outside world. Bit risky play, but is it going to be worth it? As Zealand might scatter out by the side of PERSIJA EVOS right on top of him. He needs to stay very low, very slow. Vampires, on the other hand, taking the compound for themselves, hoping it will be favored by the next circle. If the circle ended up here, it's going to be one of the strongest places for them, but not that high enough for elevation, because there's just a mountain across them. They can see through those windows. If they're not being careful, they can just being shot down from afar.
Yes, we can see from the point of view of VTR, they definitely can do that. So that's why we can see Tony K, he's just crouching by the window, not really showing himself. Speaking about showing, the circle will show itself next. I wonder if Vampires will still have it, because they depend on the circle as well, now that they're one man down. But the
Luxy
circle
got himself an upgrade with an airdrop. Definitely he's taking his time towards the airdrop there. But not sure if he got himself vehicles, so.
Okay, looks like he did. But anyway, so look at the circle, it's still somewhere on the left. So yes, they still have part of the circle to play with, and that means the 3 from Vampires don't really need to move.
But they need to if somebody rushed them in, because we do know for a fact FaZe will not sit this quietly. They're not that far off. We're talking about 200 meters apart between them and Vampires. There's also bacon time around the corner, but jumper, wait, who's being shot? Just a box gaming. Take it on Zealand. The camera happens to pan away in the last minute there. It's going to last member of GEEK SLATE finish off. Zealand, he took the risk out. Valiant effort, he tried, but it's just too much by himself.
Yeah, he got tapped on from afar, so and the circle kind of shifted away quite far away from him, and I don't think he had a vehicle. Anyway, it was difficult for Zealand, so yeah, that was the best case. So that was the best thing that he can do. For Box, on the other hand, they'll be happy to pick up that elimination point, but for Team Secret, I wonder if they're still on the outside of the circle. Box, a full squad. Looks like they'll have an okay entry, since they have one person in the front as a scouter, so they know that that area is on the clear. But they don't seem to be interested to move straight into that. Instead, they take a different route into the circle.
Taking it slow, that's smart coming from Box. They do know for a fact there's still 10 teams out there at 5th face of a circle. You know how small the circle can get, and every single place you park yourself, there's nowhere that's vacant right now. Somewhere must be occupied, so they're taking their time slow. So I love that about Box Gaming. They're being more cautious when to approach and how to approach into the circle. Levy spotted out Mormon, FaZe from afar, almost clipped the entirety of it. Just one more headshot is more than enough for Levy to knock him down, but he just pants out and goes away. Swiftly changed his direction of attention to his side of FaZe, possibly. TS trying to move as a 4. While we do have Vampires across them, they have those buildings. So like you mentioned, they don't have to leave right now.
Yeah, they'll be okay for now. But stage 6 circle might shift away from them. Normally that's the case for teams who play by the edge, really by the edge. Team Secret will be looked at by Box Gaming. I'm not too sure if they really know that Team Secret is there though. They're just trying to scout around. But PBE, oof, Mon Boy was the last man. He was eliminated, but PBE, at least they went out with 5 eliminations.
Quite a good number for them at least. But back to the others. FaZe still secures only 1. Bacon 4, DX Lamborghini, that's with a 5, but the circle shrinks again. Will be favors on the north or will favors the center. Waiting for the Vampires, will they have to budge as well? All be clustered into one compound, one building. Now the circle will call it out for the teams that will not budge, including Luxy at the corner there. The last play for PERSIJA EVOS, they have to move. It's going to be FaZe Clan circle. They got the high ground, they got the vintage view. Whoever have to cross those streets, good luck. One of it is going to be Box Gaming. It's going to be a tough one.
Beautiful spot taken by FaZe Clan. And now with that spot, they can have a vantage point over every other team. Now speaking about every other team, it's going to be Team Secret against Box Gaming. The nade will be tossed on to the other side. Where Jumper is at, Jumper 50% health. Managed to evade that nade, but he will not be able to evade those shots. Almost taken down by Winnie, but finally taken out by Momo from the other side.
Oh man, it's gonna be really upsetting Winnie right now. He wants to secure these eliminations, but Vampires and FaZe will not give it away freely. They want to steal as much as possible. They need those numbers, especially Vampires and FaZe. They are running towards the side of the top contenders. Here comes TS giving away another body to the side of Winnie. A boy got smacked down to his last few HP there. Isaac and Kid have a bit of confused time here. Where are the shots coming out from? It's going to be FaZe. It's going to be Box. I'm not sure if Lamborghini want to be part of it for now. But Jumper will be knocked down as well. Still not being saved by the rest of TS. They're being crowded every corner possible for TS. They stuck in the middle of all the crossfire happening between FaZe, Bacon Time, as well as Box Gaming.
Oh, here we go. The movement's happening. Vampires moving as our shots will be shot at. BTR won't make it easy for them. Shrubs gunned down by Deuce. There's more coming through his way. Tony K needs to get away. They can't save his teammate because he's out in the open. They have to leave him behind. Tony K jumps out of his vehicle. And his vehicle is smoked up, but Vampires is out. Only 2 points in this round. 12 points more before they catch up to VOIN.
Oh no! Down to the last map here for Vampire to push it out, but for FaZe they can cut across third place. They can just easily overtake the third place right now as long as they have this full squad going on. But BTR, RQ, Box Gaming, TS still have a full squad as well. Bacon down to 3, DX, Lamborghini, PERSIJA, EVOS with only Luxy. Jens Force almost got clipped entirely from that explosion. They got secured 4 eliminations by now, but PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy, where to run? They cannot hide. RQ put a shutdown on PERSIJA, EVOS at 8th place.
Yeah, here comes the gatekeeping specialist. RRQ taking down for PERSIJA, EVOS. Now put focus onto the northern side. Look at the amount of teams there. There's at least 5 teams. And Box Gaming, they need to cross the road. Same goes for Team Seeker. It's going to be tough for them. But FaZe Clan, the position compromise.
Ooh! Mort making it happen with that one nade opener. Going straight for the rush for RRQ. They're going in for the kill. There goes 1 point in the back. The Ventura no more to be seen. BTR taking on TS. At the same time, RRQ taking the pace towards the side of Box and FaZe at the same time.
Ooh, RRQ. A couple of them managed to get the cross on the other side. But now BTR against Team Secret. Team Secret still not letting this go. As Jeff tosses a nade. Kid is gunned down. Our boy comes in. Our boy managed to secure the elimination point. Yuhai wants to seek revenge. Nade been prepped up, cooked up on the side of our boy. Will he land nicely onto our boy? Will our boy be eliminated? And our boy naded down. And it's Yuhai being the bane for Team Secret.
It's going to be redemption on the side of BTR. They lost 1 man early, now taking a fight against FaZe Clan. 3 on 3 right now on the side of the hill here. Bit of a very slippery slope. The ledges will be used by these guys to win the war. Smoke's been opened up, popped up. FaZe taking it on Deals, which is going to be Liquid. Mela jumps down. Yuan taking the high ground. Trying to just spray within those smoke, but Satan next. It feels like BTR slowly losing their man. UI still having the compound, having this view, trying to make a work for the team, but Bacon make it hard. They're shooting from behind.
Oh, Bacon time. They definitely want to take out FaZe Clan, but BTR is number 6 with 8 elimination points. Momo is currently down. Mela needs to pick him up, but Bacon time's coming in. Mela won't have the space to do it. Mela will need to retreat back. It's going to be Mela and MR5, the duo, to do it against Bacon time.
Mormon bleeding out. Mela and Moral 5 nowhere near to save him. Bacon, on the other hand, push forward. Try to think 10 steps ahead, but Box losing against Lamborghini is still there. DX secures another elimination. Lamborghini, he got himself an upgrade to heal himself, but Shunos is right across him. He didn't even spot him out. He sloughed it off help, but finally FaZe finish off Lambo. There's gonna be DX with 7 eliminations by just Lamborghini alone.
Oh, nice shot there by Junos. Looks like Boss Gaming, they still have some space to play with, but they are bringing their 4-wheel onto the other side. And they managed to send 1 player onto the other side. That's going to be Winnie. Managed to get himself there. Right now, RRQ is fighting their way through. MR5 stopping RRQ from coming in, but what can you do about RRQ? They are pushing forward.
Blue zone clipping them, burning them off alive. Mort have to flee. RRQ start to move, pushing to a sort of box. They're going in a 2-2 formation. Make it 2-1-1 right now. As box kind of being circled by the rest of RRQ. Face across them. They are stuck in a pickle for the sort of box gaming. They couldn't get out. This is a predicament for them. But Mort, smoke up Buggy. Won't be the best option here, but no other else for him to actually push forward. You have to actually got to his side of FaZe as well as Bacon Time, but Mort trying to push to a side of box gaming. The smokes always gives away the position of Shunos, but they didn't spot out Winnie yet. Mormon being shot down from the back line. Bacon moving and pushing up.
Oh yeah, Bacon Time. They want this area because this area they can look upon. FaZe Clan and MR5 will be taken out. Mela is still alive. 3 touch. Can't get a good view onto Mela. Mela is still in this. With a nade in the side, he will try to take those elimination points away from another team. Boss Gaming has Weenie still active, but the Pico is pushing in, and that nade will come in from Mela, taking out Winnie, and that is it for Box Gaming.
1 each for the side of FaZe and the side of RRQ. RRQ have a full squad. This is going to be it. This is going to be them pushing up the numbers. Bacon climbing up from the hills, barely touching the rim of the circle, trying to mark their territory, trying to take domination and control of the circle. But northern side, the hardest one to actually leave here is going to be FaZe. He's swarmed by the rest of RRQ. RRQ split into 2-2. 2 on the north, another 2 on the south. 1 knocked down, the pair go clutch it for the side of the northern. FaZe down with down 6 eliminations here, but Bacon 3v3 on RRQ.
Ooh, can Bacon Time do it here, ladies and gentlemen? But RRQ still a full squad. Once they reset, they'll be A-OK. Pull them in the circle. Next field circle will close entirely, but looking at the spread, RRQ has more control of the circle.
Bacon Time spotted out on the Peko and Mont, but the blue zone's not on their side. Noise have to push. It's going to be a bit of a trouble for them to go through this terrain. It's not on their side. Asa on the other end, quite comfortable for RRQ right now. They secure 6. While Voldemort push himself with a monster truck. Shirty as will be the front line. Noise and Touch have to put themselves in a vehicle and just drive forward. Voldemort on the other end try to stop them from getting into the safe zone. Try to force himself to be in the blue and try to pressure. Here comes the nades. Prepped up on the side of Bacon. Here comes the toss.
Oh, here goes. The toss will not connect, but will connect onto Voldemort instead. 9 Noise trying to find an off angle. Asa opening up on the left as well. 9 Noise spring on his destiny. He knows where Asa is at. The name will be tossed out. Asa needs to get away. Asa, can he get away in time? Asa still survives.
Shirty in the small shack. Slither of health. Mort spraying over the smoke. Here comes the push. They're gonna go in within the smoke. They don't have a care. They want to wrap around, but Baker still have a tree. They have to be extra careful. Asa trying to spawn the Peko, get on Shirty down to 2 players. Bacon Time losing man. Mort with the DBS spotted out. Asa is down as well. Down to the last player. It's gonna be Bacon Time. 2v3 right now. Both having a bit of a trade. Touch and Noise bleeding out. Noise trying to heal himself, but Touch trying to toss this snake. It's going to be a golden one if he can drop on one more player of RRQ.
Oh, 9 Noise opening up to the left. He sees the Peko. He goes on to the Peko, and the Peko goes down. 1 left to go, and that is it for Mort. Thought about the last man standing. Can he do it? And it's going to be Bacon Time, securing the second chicken dinner for today.
Whew. I mean, like, yeah, it was a great game, but somebody else steals the show away. There's going to be Lamborghini coming off DX. That guy secured 7 by himself. Clutch 2 teams in a row, but not taking the credit away from Bacon Time. Still a well-played game. Not the cleanest, but still it secures their chicken dinner. That's going to be 10 points for them. But Bacon Time, will this be enough for them to push themselves in the top 5? We're talking about the starting of 148. SLD was 150 above them, and Yoodo Alliance at 154. Now with this additional number of points later, I think they can push easily Yoodo Alliance down to the 7th place while they start to get an eyeing out towards the top 3 as well.
Ooh, it is. Oh man, the numbers are just crazy right now. Okay, we gotta give it a 3 touch again. Okay, have a good look at his jacket. Yeah, I'm just putting it out there. Okay, it's a face mask.
But at the same time, it's kind of a rare sight to see Touch to outperform Shirty and Ice. And we saw Noise before this. Now, it feels like Baker Time got their momentum going. They are on a steamroll. Back to back, we have different players coming in for the top players. And Touch got himself 897 damage just by himself. Ice was eliminated way early on. There's always a trio for Bacon Time. 6 elimination with 800 over damage. I mean, like, that's a huge number coming up from one player.
Oh, wow. Okay, interestingly, so Bacon Time only survived with a full squad for 9 minutes 34 seconds, but yet they were still able to get that chicken dinner. It just shows that, you know, playing as a trio, not a problem. They can still do it. Bacon Time, just next level gameplay in this round.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, the one that actually really have a good communication for the teams, right? Yeah, you saw the entire team survive until the last minute. They're being pushed down. They were forming and split it into 2-2 formation, just couldn't hold it in due to how much they have to give so much resources to the side of one FaZe player as their last member just now are trying to fight against 2 RRQ. It was splitting their attention into 2 parts, north and south. It was way too far off for them to have each other's back. But FaZe, I want to know how much elimination they have. I don't think there's anybody secures double-digit elimination this time.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. Maybe get a confirmation later on. Yeah, because everything happened so fast at some point. But this is the moment where PUBGM almost clutched it. He got Chua until Lamborghini arrived.
Lamborghini, speaking of that guy, I mean, like, that's got to be one of the best highlights by this week as well. Yeah, we saw a lot of 1v4, but 1v2 squads, this guy had it going. Look at this. Vampires in his hands. A lot of teams died to one person of Lamborghini, and he knows exactly where to hold his ground. FaZe finally shut him down, but he got himself 7 eliminations by then. Even got himself in like, what, top 5, top 6 by the end of the day. It's still a huge win for these Avis.
Okay, so here it is. We want to know how many, or if any team actually gets a double-digit elimination. We're going to see it right after this. So that's a high five for Bacon Time. 2 chicken dinners today for Bacon Time. So really impressive for them, and both of them in different maps. Okay, so only Bacon Time gets 10 elimination points. All right. So,
BTR close enough.
BTR, where they are? Oh, okay, yeah, they are having a good round this time. 8 elimination points.
Yeah, even though they kind of being eliminated early on, they place themselves, I think there's going to be top 10 placement there with 2 points, but still more than enough for them to actually push themselves forward. This is actually a good start when it comes to getting into second week, but DX, that's going to be one player carrying out the heck out of a team.
Oh, and like what, out of 7 eliminations that they got, 5 of them from Lamborghini?
No, 7 is by Lamborghini only. 7.
All 7? Oh, okay.
All 7, I'm not even kidding.
Alright, I didn't think that's a joke, but okay. But anyway, so let's see.
Oh boy.
12 points between VP and VOIN. Hale obviously can't move, and 2 points between FaZe and Hale.
I mean, like, FaZe definitely going to overtake Hill by the state, right? That 2 point can...
Come on,
like,
right?
Can they not secure 2 more points in last minute on map? But on the side of VPE, surprisingly, 2 maps in a row didn't secure as much.
Yeah, because they only got like 2 elimination points, and that's it for Vampires. So right now, VOIN will be looking at it and saying, oh, 12 points, but 12 points in one round is doable as well. So I mean, you know, they still need to sit back, pray, hope that some team eliminates them, hoping for the best. But of course, the best of the best have been compared here. 3 touch and Napeko.
I'm loving how RIQ actually play as a team here. They are the team that don't put under one spotlight of a player. Same goes for Bacon Time. We have multiple different players up on the head-to-head. Same goes for RIQ, and this is a good comparison. I'm like, both players are pulling their weight so much to contributing towards their team.
Oh yeah, I just had to point out as well that the 2 chicken dinners that the Bacon Time got today was back-to-back. So
wow.
There's the first back-to-back that we saw, and even better that the back-to-back is in different maps. So yeah, so at least we got a new record today, just to somewhat wrap up the week. Unless we get a 3 back-to-back from Bacon Time, okay, that's gonna set the bar.
Now the biggest question is, can vampires do it?
Well, you have your support for vampires. Just saying, just putting it there.
Everybody is like, come on, vampire, 30 more points, and it's like now they are shrinking it down to into one map of securing those 13 points.
Because it's been 2 rounds, they didn't do well. So
2 rounds, less than 5 points.
Yeah, only like what? I think it was 1 point and then 2 points. Ooh, when they should have closed it off like in one of those rounds. But yeah, now they resort to the final.
How?
Okay, here's why. They want to give us the drama. They don't want to give you like, oh, we knew you could. We know you think we can do it. Nah, they want to give us the drama. Leave it to the last game.
But it's more dramatic if they just couldn't close the gap though, because the entire VOIN has not been playing. We're talking about the entire Group D is not there, including Sam 9, including Hale, will be slowly be pushed down by FaZe and Bacon Time here.
Yes, yeah, I mean, that's what happens if you don't play the last day, right? So you can just, the only thing you can do is just sit back and not do anything else. But yeah, but come on, 12 points, and they want to leave it for the last round as a drama. Newsy, Tony K, hello. Shreps, hello. MR5, hello. Don't do this to us. We can't take it, you know. My heart. You know, I old people, you know.
I'm just gonna recheck how much point they got just now. It's like less than 5 for each of the map. I think less than 5 for both of the maps.
After they come back from the break, it's 1 point. And then after that, it's 2 points. So 3 points is the break.
I mean, like, if it's 5 points each of the maps, more than enough for them to actually secure that number 1 night. Why are they doing this? I cannot take this.
Well, to be fair, they needed more than 5, but yeah. But anyway, yeah, I know.
But at least if they secure like 5 each map after the break just now, right? Like, they had so much before the break. They had so much before the break. When the break hits, they're taking a break still.
Oh yeah, you're counting even the next map, right? Then yeah, then it's like 5,
I mean, like,
5,
if
5.
they got like 5-5, that's gonna be like what, less than 10 points remaining, right? And that's not too much of a pressure. Now it's like,
yeah, that's Choo Choo's expression for you. If you hear this Newsy, if you hear this ODK, yeah, that's Choo Choo for you. Yeah. That's how she's gonna sound. That's how she's gonna sound if you don't get the remaining points in the final round.
I mean, I'm okay. I'm not biased. Okay, I'm not the type of a caster who's biased. But I mean, like, I want to see if you have a shot at it. Why waste it? You know, the entire day VOIN has not been playing. You got that tunnel to reach at the end of the tunnel to get that light, but you're just losing the grasp out of it. It's like you let it slip away. Same goes for SLD. SLD is one of the teams that should have pushed more. They were in the run for top 5, but now they're losing more.
Well, at least they have some sort of momentum. So I think that SLD is one of those teams that I really want to keep an eye on for next week. I can't say the same for DBD though. Like, even before the break, before the swap, after the break, like, you can see that, oh, okay, just, you know, tossing stuff on the table just to show frustration. It's like, yeah, can we get over today? Can we just go back?
I don't think they're frustrated.
Yeah.
I think that they just love the sound of the sachet being dropped on the table. For me, I have that kind of thing as well. It's such a lovely sound. It gives you sort of soothing, satisfying moment for no reason. I mean, that sounds weird, and
it's ASMR-ish. I get it.
Yeah, there you go, the ASMR moment. But
ooh, wow.
But the other teams we have to focus on, PvE and GE now. Are they not ready for the Southeast Asian League yet?
I hate to say it, but okay. So they had their showing during PMPL MOSGPH. Didn't do that well there. Yeah, Wildcard is, I mean, in a different group. But when it comes to C, then we can see that it's again another season of Wildcard team struggling. It's you know, we miss those days where Orange Esports came in onto PMCO and just showing everyone that we're no pushovers, representing the Wildcard, waving the Wildcard flag, waving the Cambodian flag that time. And yeah, I mean, just missing those moments. Hopefully we can see that next weekend. There's still 2 more weeks to go. And I noticed what, I noticed as well, like some of the viewers, they're at the point where they are feeling they're feeling bad for GE just because of how it is. Yeah, I know, right?
Because we know that they have this potential that have not been pushed out yet. We know for a fact they can do it, but it's just they are stopping themselves here. I'm not sure why they're being too respectful for the other teams when they can actually do it. We do have, this is going to be the usual, right? Swaps.
Yeah. I have a feeling that it's not that they're respectful, because we see them crashing into the Xavier's compound in that game before this. Even like a lot of games before this, they challenged Yoodo Alliance, they challenged that team, and I think it's yes, they're not respectful, and I think that's okay to play it that way. It's just that they lose fights. I think it's as simple as I come down to just them losing fights. When was the last time we saw GE winning a fight? I could hardly remember by now.
We saw them a couple of times when it comes to a different map, like maybe Sunhawk. That happened. Yeah, that happened quite okay. But there are fights they're not winning, but they're not losing. But they're definitely losing when it comes to men. Both teams were losing at that state. We've seen that before coming up from GE. So in this case of GE, I think the scout work need to be improved. We're talking about them not having enough intel or information when they start to close and approach for CQC. That's where that's the mistake hits, right? When you don't have enough sort of key information to know how many players in the company got struck down by the surprises coming after one to the other. Slowly the players got knocked down, finished off. That's how it happens all the time. They open fire without realizing how many players in the company want to go for the rush.
Well, after putting some thought into it, right, like the way they rush in a lot of their compound fights especially, is like they all four of them will go in the same direction. So what happens is that if you go into the same direction, if taking the Miramar round as an example, like Xavier could just shoot from one angle, and from one spray they could get like 2-3 knocks. If not 2-3 knocks, it's going to be like super low. So when they're low, it's going to be an easy cleanup for the rest coming from the other side.
Just to remind you, that's a good point. Sorry, Cloud, I have to cut you off, because you remember when we were casting wildcard, GE was one of the specialists coming out a long distance fight, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so if you saw today when it comes to PMSL, why are they forcing all the CQCs?
That's a good point. I appreciate that. Of course, I don't have the answer, but that's a good point.
We should interview the coaches right now, because this is going to be a big question mark, because they're not playing alongside with their strength.
Okay. All right. I wish we could go for an interview, but we have to finish up the game before we head on to the interview first. So we gotta leave that for later in case we get GE, which we haven't got GE at all in the interview, just putting it out there. So if Flavor, you're somehow listening to this, then those are the points that you might want to ask later on. But we'll leave the interview for later. We'll definitely have an interview before we wrap up the day, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, stick around for the final game of week number 1 in Miramar.
We're back here for the biggest map of them all, and Miramar for our last map in week number 1 to close things up, to see who's the number 1 and who dominate week 1. But I already see some people losing faith here. One of the chats saying that Vampire no more week 1 champion, but let's be PMSL champion. Hey, it's too early for that, okay? So I have one more map to go, guys.
Yeah, it's one more map to go, so anything can happen. I mean, 12 points in a single map is doable, and it's Vampires that we're talking about. It's just that they've been letting it slip for like 2 rounds. Keeping my eyes on the Vampire in case they're going to meet up with any team early on. GE, on the other hand, dropping... they are flying towards where GEEK is dropping, but it doesn't seem that they're going to clash. So probably GE is going to take this cool for now. And if you kind of think about it, despite GE not able to do anything to go up any higher than PBE, and they still have games to play next week, so it's not all lost for them just yet. They might as well just still take this round to be like, okay, let's take this as a so-called a scrim, quote-unquote a scrim, to kind of like figure out like how do we want to do things. And like what you said, you pointed out it well. Like they're good at long range during the wildcard, so why not try to find that footing again? So there's going to be another redemption opportunity for them since they got the circle on top.
Lost Leona's circle again, huh? It's gonna be urban warfare. I feel like this is gonna be a really deceiving circle. Because you remember the last time we saw Lost Leonas, it pulled hard shift to its left and right so far off. It's so hard to predict this kind of circle. And speaking of GE, I feel like that's the weakness for GE right now. I feel like it's going to be CQC. I feel like this week one, they want to experiment and maybe try to sharpen their side of getting close quarter combat. They know for a fact they have no problem with long range. Maybe are testing out things the entire week. But I feel like there's too much at stake here because they are just losing so much point. I mean, the bottom three teams barely actually entering into 100 over points. And the number one definitely 200 over. It's going to be 100 gap. I don't want too big of a gap. Somebody have to place at the bottom by the end of the day, but the gap tells so much story behind it. It just shows that, are you prepared? Are you ready when it comes to PMSL, when it comes to South Asia? Are you on par or not?
Yeah, this will definitely be the test. Because you kind of think about it, it also by them, when I say them, meaning that PBE and GE, they are also representing the wildcard region. And if they cannot put up a good performance, I mean, we don't know how will the qualifications for the next season will be like. Whether it's going to be one slot for wildcard, or whether it's going to be, I don't know. It's very hard to tell because we don't really know the format for next season just yet. But how they perform will definitely set the tone of how it will be for the wildcard series in the future.
If you want to put an excuse that, you know what, wildcard don't get as much games as the MYSG, the Thais, the Vietnam, that's not true. Back in the PMCO days, I remember we do have coming up from Myanmar, coming up from the Cambodian side, the teams were remarkable. Even Orange back then, right, Cloud? They were one of the best when it comes to the globals, and including the Philippines, they were way back then. IDX was one of the teams back then from the side of Philippines. I remember during the dawn of PUBG Esports time, they have as much time as all the other regions do, but why is it when it comes to their progress, it's still like they are still not up there?
It's very hard to tell, right? It's not like yeah, okay, so they don't have their own PMPL for those countries. They go straight into the wildcard. I guess it's just, if I were to answer that, it's probably more on exposure. Because like if they were to play like even the wildcard region, or even if they were to play like their respective tournaments, it's still within their own bubble. So they're not exposed to like how other regions play as much. And I don't think they get involved that much with overseas scrims as well. Maybe some of them want to here and there just to fill up slots, but for the most part, they don't get the level of exposure. So if they don't, then it's hard for them to break that bubble. But unfortunately, the harsh reality is that they need to make it out on their own and prove it. Once they are able to do it, then they'll be given more opportunities.
You know what I really want right now for the wildcard players and the wildcard teams? If they merge, not really much, if they have a scrim against the Thai teams every single week now, that's going to be a big improvement coming up from them. If that happens, it would be great. I want to see them stronger. It's just every single time, it's just they're nowhere near there. We talk about such a gap. Even PBE, the one that didn't win the wildcard region, barely actually getting into the triple digit here. If they can actually have a sort of a scrim, have more sort of a community tournaments involving Thai, Vietnam region even, it'd be great. If that's the case, yeah, I just wish to see that one day they will rise up. Because we saw that before, we saw that back then, come up from Orange. It's not impossible.
Yeah, it's not. Nothing is impossible. It's just a matter of whether they're able to adapt, they're able to work towards that. I know they all work hard, so I'm not going to put out whether they work hard enough. I'm sure they all work hard, but it's a matter of like whether they are able to like find that right direction to be at that level. because we can see that other teams, not only that there are, well, there are some teams that stagnant, some teams that drop, but there are a lot of teams that actually improve this season. I'm looking over at the overall charts because we get to see like 2, 4, 5 right now, and all the Thai teams are up there.
True. That's very true. That's just so big of a difference. Except for one Indonesian team, which is going to be VOIN. The team that not much of under the spotlight, no celebrities in the lineup, but they are up there. Just shows that they are thirsty enough. They have this drive to push themselves forward. They have the open mind, sort of a mindset to learn from the mistakes. And this is actually a good timing for even the wildcard to be here in offline in Malaysia. If they really want to be better, I mean, this is also the good opportunity for these guys to just bond with all the teams up there, you know, to actually close the gap, to have this communication, to have those bonds, to learn from the other. It's about sportsmanship, and this is the good time for them to meet finally in offline tournament for PBE and GE, who barely actually we see them any offline sort of a set. It's a good time for them to actually learn from the Thais, learn from the Indonesian and the other region about how they see the game in their own region perspective.
Well, if only maybe personal communication wasn't a barrier, then maybe that would help though. But
I mean, like PBE don't have a problem with English.
Oh, true, but I don't know about the rest. Yeah, I don't know about the rest. Like, I've tried interacting with Nuzi before, and he needed a translator. At that time it was Gotuni translating for him, but this time around Gotuni's not around, so yeah, it's gonna be a different case.
DVD taking a shot against Bacon time. Echo spot him out. They made a big U-turn. Bacon want to fight this. They take up a challenge, pull back, and just pull towards this side and want to go for the fight. Los Leones will be the next contender spot for these guys. But Bacon time, take up a challenge like a man. DBD Echo, you shot at us before, and now you take and you reap what you sow. Taste your own medicine right now. Noise gonna finish off with a bang, maybe. Push forward 6. Where are the rest of DBD right now?
At least we see Ziggs here on the high ground, trying to take advantage of more Bacon time, and they're all on the outside of the circle, 700 meters away. The rest of DBD, Jimmy OP and Yen. Yen is still in his vehicle. Jimmy OP not sure where he is. We have no sight of him just yet. But Echo being in this current situation in the blue is going to be tough. But Nine Noise, at least Ziggs managed to trade him back. But Nine Noise is still in the position that he can be revived.
Right on top of Chumasera, they're taking a fight a bit longer than it's supposed to be. With the blue zone closing in at the same time, the players will finish off. Echo being knocked out early on. That's going to be denying the point to the side of Bacon time, who got that knockdown early before. Jamie OP got himself in the safe zone, heavily guarding to this side, gatekeeping against Bacon time, who tried to push themselves in the top 3. But losing men early on, they did it before. Can they do it again?
Well, can Ventoras do it again? This time against Yoodo Alliance. Ventoras all alone. Repo Boy on the other side together with Kenny. They will come in, but they don't need his help, as they will take down Ventoras by themselves, and Kenny will secure that.
Olio pop the smokes up for FaZe in case they want to push in. Got one on the back, like they got that one elimination secured. For now, FaZe reposition, trying to reunite with the rest of Arosa on the back of a Los Leones. Right on top of it right now, Mela and MR5. With Mormon alongside Victorious down nowhere. Yoodo Alliance finished that off early on. Bacon time on the other end. Touch, barely get out from the blue zone. Now they are hovering towards the outside of a circle, just at the rim of it. But Bacon time make it alive. This time managed to revive as a fallback. DBD, they lost one man early on, still in the blue zone as well.
Yeah, still taking out the blue though. DBD, if they do super duper well here, 26 points between them and Team Secret, they could still overtake Team Secret. It's a tall order, not gonna lie, but I mean, 26, 27 points is doable with a chicken dinner, with a record-breaking amount of elimination points. it's something that they can do, but with 3 players, it's a little bit tough.
SLD, Shunos, just gonna be a debate for a bit. Just taunting to know how many players are there in those compound. It's going to be shrinking down again. Los Leones it is in between La Bendita. It's going to be an open field, an open route in between that cloud. It's always going to be last few circles right on top of that road. Now these players have to decide whether to go on the north or the southern part of this circle.
Yeah, this play road is always a headache for the players. But for Vampire, at least they're somewhat within the middle of the circle, so they'll be okay. Still a full squad. But for GEEK, SLATE, ooh, Mika's not in a position that is easy for Damn Good to pick him up, but Damn Good not gonna let his buddy go. He wants to go in for it, but Yoodo Alliance, not only Yoodo Alliance, on the other side, they gotta be careful. There's another team overlooking. Okay.
Yoodo Alliance coming from two sides, 2-2 formation, going in for the rush, going in for the kills. They're tossed. Here comes Zilin with a minivan rush into it. I'm not sure if they caught themselves in a trap here, but look at Yoodo Alliance placing themselves on 2 different compounds entirely. Just a crossfire. It's a 2-2 formation. FaZe coming in on the back line. Yoodo Alliance kind of being cramped down, while GEEK SLATE tried to take over this compound out of the hands of Yoodo Alliance. But if the other 2 on the side of the south part of Los Leones of Yoodo Alliance players can spot this out, it's going to be a big win for Yoodo Alliance.
Here we go. So Yoodo Alliance playing against a GEEK SLATE, but at the same time, that other team on the high ground is overlooking this. So, but that nade, ooh, nice one by Red Bull Boy taking out Snipes. But they can't just go out like that because of the other team on the high ground. So if they go out and overexpose themselves, they could be shot down. But Snipes, 50% health, like Red Bull Boy starting to come in. He wants to finish off Snipes, but can't seem to find a good angle.
Snipes on the ground. Red Bull Boy and Luke trying to hold this angle as much as they can, while Zilin trying to wrap things over. Push a bit of that vehicle forward, and Red Bull Boy already prepped the nade out. Now GEEK, they actually being finished by Vampires. GEEK being saved from that toss of a nade due to Vampires shooting from behind. Yoodo Alliance got caught off guard. They forgot there's another mountain behind them. There's gonna be somebody there. Shrapps open up the space for Vampires, slowly taking up the numbers, getting 1 elimination for now.
Ooh, Shrapps, they'll be happy to take that away. So it's 11 more to go. Shrapps, he has at least like 4 or 5 in front of him that he can steal away, but at the same time, Capone for Boss Gaming, taken out by Boo Boo Hoo somewhere else. Boom, Esports, but Boss Gaming, they'll get away. They won't want to extend this fight because they know it's not going to be worth it.
Wait, Boom don't have vehicles right now. They are running on foot. But back to the side of GEEK SLATE against Luke. Luke had it going before, but they lost Ripple Boy. Now you have to handle this alone. The rest of the Yoodo Alliance nowhere near. Box Gaming and the rest of the team getting themselves the circle, but Adit Luke have to just share this hit of this Molotov for a bit more. Yoodo Alliance separated into 2-1. Adit Luke on the ground. They lost 2 men with no support given out due to the distance between the Yoodo Alliance players. They have to give away 2 of them. TS taking the fight against PERSIJA EVOS right in front of their faces.
Oh, here we go as Jumper at the forefront. 2 players right in front of him. Can he do it? Can he pull off a clutch here? 1v2. Jumper gets the first one on the right. There's Micro Boy. Jumper 50% health with an M4 in his hand, but Micro Boy will counter upon Jumper, and Jumper is down.
Micro Boy got a bit of upgrade of loot around him. TS down to a boy. A boy slither of health remains, got himself first aid. He cancelled it out. He's gonna go for the push, trying to save his teammate. Bleeding out. Last time. Oh, nick of time Jumper. It was 1% of HP left. Here comes Kit. Crawling over to the side of Jumper and a boy, hoping they can be picked up. But the blue zone will close off very soon. They need to reset as instant as possible. PERSIJA have been placing themselves at last place here, while RRQ and DX on the other hand have a different level of terrain, multi-level of terrains in between. There's the middle ground, there's the high ground, there's the lower ground. But right now RRQ taking those compound first. Box not done with PBE. They're having a 2v3 fight right now.
Oh, here we go. It's Zunos, the last man here in this compound alley. Zunos fights. Zunos wins. Zunos on the left. He hasn't checked his corners, and Zunos will be punished for it.
Rank it. PBE got the minor win for now, but it's not done and dusted yet. Box Gaming still have their players out there. Lavi trying to scout. It's going to be last player for Box Gaming surviving with that minivan. Hope he can go fast enough. Vampire taking on Yoodo Alliance. Now Yoodo Alliance, that's it. They have to hold to number 7. For now, I'm not sure if SLD will take over them when it comes to the position later by the end of today. But Asa spraying over. Boom! Pombit bleeding out. Knockdown bit. 1-2-1 trade. Yummy next.
Oh, but Razy at the high ground. Can he revenge? Can he trade it back with RRQ? Bubu is coming over the other side. Yummy can still be saved by Razy. Position compromise. Valdemar knows exactly where he is. Bubu still not spotted out by RRQ. Bubu can come in from the other side. Bubu has a vector. Valdemar together with Nepeko. Unfortunately, Razy will go down, leaving Bubu alone.
The one winning is the teams are not fighting right now between these two guys are the ones winning because they are taking advantage about what's going to happen next. Boom with a vector trying to find himself a way to get into RRQ places. They're being knocked down multiple times while Voldemort still alive. Finish off. Yummy. There's no way to save Yummy anymore. Down to last player of Boom, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be it. Boo Boo, who can he clutch this? Or will the other team save his snack in the last minute because DX is nearby the corner? We have one more team hovering around this area. And Boom still holding on to his ground. And Pekka with the DBS trying to push forward. And that's it. Box will steal it away. And never mind, it's going to be GE! GE!
Yeah, I was looking at West. I noticed it in an awkward position, but he wanted to steal that elimination point away. But the nade from Levy! That will take down Kid. And Team Secret down to Jumper, the captain himself. But Jumper is in a difficult position as well on the outside of the circle. Now Levy being shot at, 20% health left. Levy, you gotta be careful there. Circle still favors Vampires.
And it's in between the street again. For the side of Vampires, they are dominating on the southern part. They're taking a majority of the circle with Newsy being the watchman outside. But what's happening between TS and Box? TS struggled to take down this one last player of Box for the longest time. Lavi makes so much work on the side of TS. They barely can make it end. DX now compressing both teams on two ends.
Nice.
TS finally finish off the job, but at a heavy toll at that. Leaving only Jumper out this time.
Yeah, you want to fight, but at what cost? Jumper all alone. And now we move over to DBD. DBD losing the fight against GEEK SLATE. And Deuce shot down on the left. Jimmy's going in. Jimmy, can he pick up that elimination point together with Zix? And yes, they will. So it's going to be another point in the back, in the pocket for DBD.
Wait, Vampire's got shot at that as well. They're stealing off the kills. They got 5 eliminations. This is it, Cloud. Can they do it? The last push coming up for Vampires. They're going all out this time with taking those elevations. Tony K secured 3 out of 5 eliminations. He got the white view. He got the vintage point. It's paramount for them to place themselves here. Not to even budge, but I just hope their resources will be enough. But at the same time, will anybody trying to stop Vampires from their run here? FaZe now in the 3rd place. They push Hale down to 4th. I still have 3 players as a squad. Well, SLD, PBE, and RQ. This is going to be a messy one.
Oh, it's going to be messy for PBE because they don't have the circle. Right now, they have like what, 4 teams in the same area, all of them on the outside the zone. It's going to be tough. RRQ the furthest away from the zone. That means they'll be pressured by the blue first. Gosu will be gunned down by D Xavier. But on the other side, SLD moving on to PBE.
SLD Parajin taking on knockdown to its pool. PBE in trouble. DX taking this compound, but left, right, center. There's going to be somebody pushing, including RRQ now coming into the side of Rabies. Rabies spot this out straight away, just prep out the nade, but got shot from behind. It's going to be GE West again. GE out of nowhere, taking the fight like nobody's business.
Oh, GE. Now they're starting to butt in onto everyone's business. RRQ starting to move. Valdemar will be shot at. Down to the percent health. Needs to reset, but he'll be knocked down before he can do anything. D Xavier versus RRQ. Mod at the forefront. The Peko at the behind. Trying to stop Lamborghini from coming in, but they need to retreat. They need to reset. They need to pick up their teammate. They should be their priority now.
It's going to be Lamborghini again to clutch this one out. Can he actually do it for like a back-to-back match? Back-to-back map, but the Peko with the DBS. Clean out the houses as squeaky clean as possible. Finish off all the jobs inside. Down to Lamborghini. Now he hops into indoors as well. Asa, slither of health, remains with that UMP. Tried to scout out towards Lamborghini. Lamborghini prep out the nade again. Tried to clear the corners. And it didn't clip. It didn't connect.
Well, leaving it to the Clash Master, but this time it's RRQ, no pushover team, and that is it for D Xavier. But look at the circle, Choo Choo. Vampire still has it together with an airdrop.
Oh, what a bonus. For RRQ, they're sticking as a 4. They got quite a number of eliminations by now, but PBE make it harder. They scouted out RRQ from afar. GE make it even harder. The wildcards are going wild this time. PBE and GE on the other end just compress RRQ towards a corner. Now knocked down. RRQ also managed to shut down on Mongboy, their frontliner for PBE. Asa finish it off straight away. One more point contributing towards the side of RRQ. They got themselves 8 eliminations. And that's more than enough right now. It's okay for them. It's such a good fight from RRQ. But they're kind of stuck in the blue zone.
Oh, Napeko might be naded out by Ichi. That nade should land nicely onto Napeko. It's not exploded yet. Oh, false shot. That's not connect to Napeko. Napeko's still alive. We'll tell the tale another day, but Ichi will not let him go that easy as he spots out Asa. Asa tries to get to his teammate, but Asa, depending on the smoke, to help him to get there.
GEEK climbing down. Mika need a reset. FaZe climbing up instead. Now they didn't actually expect GEEK climbing down there. Mormon spotted him out. Hurt coming up from Mela's side. That's information relay. Well, communication coming up from FaZe, but will be enough. Because right now GEEK damn good. Kind of cornered himself in a very steep cliff. He couldn't climb up there. Tried to spot out Mela at the rear end. But Mormon and MR5 couldn't see through GEEK due to the angles. GE pushed forward to his RRQ. They want to steal all this elimination, but PBE tried to get there first. It's going to be 2 in a row.
Oh,
now,
here
GE,
we go.
if they get this go, they can actually secure 2 team and 2 squads, and that's it. This is the GE that we know back then in the wildcard.
Yeah, they baited GE to come to. They baited PBE to come there, and PBE, they didn't have a choice. They need to clear out one side before they can move. And finally, they'll be taken out by GE. This is one of GE's best performance so far. Now putting focus onto GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE now fighting out against FaZe Clan. 2 of them still alive. And Mormon counterfires onto Zealand. Zealand goes down. Mika goes down as well. GEEK SLATE, they're falling apart down to the last player.
What a response and what a flick from Mormon just now. Vampire's taking on GEEK SLATE. Damn good, the last remaining player for GEEK again. Can he clutch this? He got no smoke, no molly, no grenade. Only got a couple of energy booster, and that's it in first 8s. Now DBD and Jimmy OP just being a neighbor, sharing the same corner, and DBD, Jimmy OP with that DBS clutch it out. But Vampire's gonna be the next contender. Tony K got a clear sight, and that's a spray. That's not enough length for him to run. DBD, the moment he won that minor fight, have to go for another, not even a rest.
Ooh, luckily he managed to dance through that bullet rain and still survive somehow just by the edge of the circle. And speaking about the circle, 10 seconds before Vampires might be forced to move, but SLD won't make it easy for them. SLD on the other side of the road. They have someone else to deal with though behind them, which they don't know yet. And it's going to be Jumper from Team Secret. And now the circle. Newsy still has it.
It's always Snoozy. Always Snoozy. How did he do that? SLD finish off Jumper. That's going to be the last of the team. Down to only 5 teams left. GE still there. This is the best performance yet by GE. They keep the distance between them and the other team, and they make it so perfectly well done. They play to their strength in the last map here finally. After failed attempt of getting a CQC, they realize, you know what, we're gonna go back to our old self, and this is what best we can do. And they're playing so well and so neat. But is it gonna be okay for them? Can they wrap things up? Because SLD are split it into 2 parts. One Tronji on the high ground, Parjin on the low ground, Vampires on the other. Nobody challenging them just yet on those elevations.
Yeah, it's hard to challenge Vampire, but GE won't go down without a fight. Looks like it's getting closer to Newsy. Newsy has a nade prepped up. And this nade will be tossed on the side of GE. Will it land onto Zeiss? And Zeiss will be taken over Newsy. Newsy not needing to look. One nade to get that one knock. That is all he needs.
Oh, what a clean one. Newsy. Perfect projectile. JE mutter smile, climbing up from the flanks and trying to go for the push, find a bit of a loose end from Vampires, but it feels so hot at this point of view. Honestly speaking, really tough for GE to cross this street. SLD as well. They're kind of stuck in the corner, but MR5 just gonna play this quietly, but he has a neighbor for now. It's gonna be DBD, Jimmy OP.
Oh, FaZe Clan, they're starting to move, playing by the ledges. Trying to get into the circle. Looks like he will survive for now, but oh, I spoke too soon. Vampire will be happy to take that away. And Vampire already has 12 elimination points. That's all they need.
Newsy again being the troublemaker, making it so hard for the other teams to push forward. He got himself level 3 of everything for his gears. He got multiple upgrades from the airdrop. But West and Smile now working as a duo, trying to break through Newsy. But will it possible? Newsy again trying to toss another nade right on top of Smile. If he's not avoiding this explosion, it's going to be the end for GE right now. They're forcing it way too much. AWM for Shrubs as well. Everything is tick condition for the side Vampires. Everything is on their side. Can the others do this right now to go in? PERSIJA spotted out by Master Ichi. Master Ichi reposition himself to get a better view, to get a better distance. But PERSIJA definitely heard the audio cue just now, shifting his attention to the side of GE.
Oh man, I really want to see how many points in total Vampires can gather just to set the benchmark for week number 1. But now PERSIJA with the nade on the side of Ichi. Ichi will be naded down. Ichi, can he get away? Can he evade those nades? 2 nades tossed in by PERSIJA. First nade will not connect. Now the fire coming in from PERSIJA onto Ichi. Ichi managed to get away, but Smile naded out by Vampire. Vampire full on confidence because they have the high ground over GE.
Now all they need is just keep tossing those nades. Even the terrain's on their side. They just need to loop it very low. Slow toss, low toss, Straps. And that's it. And here comes Straps. Finish off GE. Master Ichi got clipped down. But SLD from afar challenging Vampire to get down from there. PERSIJA tossing another smoke and nade. Hoping it will look down. Yes, he got Master Ichi from GE. GE crammed down into 2. Down to only 2 teams here. GE hand between SLD and Vampires. But Vampires, it's down to only one last player of SLD to deal with.
Oh, can they wrap up the week with a chicken dinner? It's going to be a perfect ending for Vampires. It's only PUBGM left 1v4. PUBGM. Now he has Tony K at the forefront. PUBGM tosses out nade just to buy time for himself, but Stone is going to come in for the other side. And PUBGM is spotted up. PUBGM super duper low. Eventually get Tony K, but they're going to finish up the job. It's going to be Vampires. They are definitely going to be champions of week number 1.
They secured on point that 13 points needed to overtake VOIN, and not just that, additional 10 more points from this chicken dinner, solidifying the number 1. Naysayers out there, Vampires did it again. Jang, I mean like, Jang, this is big from Vampires. VOIN, if only they're playing today, that's going to be a different story, but they're done for all 24 matches here. I have to give it away in the last minute. That's going to be painful for them to watch this one.
I know, right? Because they can't do anything about it. That's why they had to just kick back and just see everything unfold right in front of their screens. Oh, crazy. But Shrubs, MVP for the round. First time seeing Shrubs as the MVP. 6 eliminations, 1,380. So what a highest as for an individual. Shrubs, he wants to go back. He's already packing his bag. He's done for the day.
He's tired. These players are exhausted. They have been played back to back with no downtime except for that one break in between. But Shrubs, welcome back. This is the Shrubs we know and we remember when it comes to Southeast Asia Esports Championship, right? He has been low profile the entire week and finally coming back strong in the last minute. This is what we miss about VPE. But SLD put so much effort in it. I'm not sure if they managed to push down Hill beneath them or not, because 7-9 definitely being pushed down here. It's going to be a bit of a swap when it comes to the top 5 here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of numbers that we want to see at the top 5 there. SLD, man, it's hard to tell because a lot of things happen. We'll just wait for the official calculations coming in later on, but of course before that we got to check out the highlights. And this round, oh, and you gotta think about it as well, this is the round that wildcard fans would expect out of GE. This is the GE that we know and love from the wildcard series.
It's just a bit too late now. But they still have 2 more weeks, yes. But I just hope that they keep this going. They play to their strength. They try to polish their weaknesses. But didn't polish out when it comes to the close quarter combat. The CQC still have so much work in it. But when it comes to giving those long fights, those distance, when they keep it far, it's just so brilliant coming up from GE. If only they keep this going and just polish their strength first. There's going to be a lot of work to do, yeah, but at least they have 2 more weeks, right?
Yeah, just 2 more weeks. I mean, it's doable for them to do that comeback. So let's see if they can continue on the momentum. At least they end the week doing well, so they can go through the next 2 days of break just feeling a little bit better for themselves, and yeah, just preparing for the next week.
But RRQ, I'm loving. If you compare RRQ and Bacon Time, I have to give these 2 teams one of the best teamwork there is in the entire week 1.
Let's see. Okay, I can't wait to see the scores right now. We'll be showed the first set of the scores.
You leave me hanging there, bro, but okay.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's more than enough. It's more than enough, Cloud.
Yeah, that's what you do. That's what happens if you're multitasking.
I'm sorry.
So okay, SLD 11. Let's see. Who are the other big names? FaZe Clan 7.
Yoodo Alliance nowhere near. Bacon Time. Can they make it though? I don't think so. I think FaZe probably have a higher chance at that.
I think yes, because their gap was only like 2 points. So for sure.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, finally, no more guessing. So, yep, VB, VOIN, FaZe, Hail, Bacon Time. But all Thai teams, top 5.
Holy smoke. There's only one Indonesian team up there. And all Thai teams, 4 of them being sent in PMSL, all 4 of them in the top 5. This is crazy.
This shows the benchmark of the Thai region, right? Now I'm looking at which team hasn't got a chicken dinner yet. So we got RRQ, we got AE, and our bottom 3. So they'll be looking to to come back with at least chicken dinners, with at least that poster next week.
But hey, RRQ, even though they didn't secure any chicken, they still secured themselves in the top 10. Now that's a big number still. It's one of the teams that should look out for when it comes to week number 2. Because they are the only team that don't have the extra 10 points, but they have the consistency. They have the elimination numbers. They balance things out. This is why I say RRQ and Bacon Time are the teams that should be watch out for when it comes to week number 2, because their teamwork is rock solid.
Yeah, I can see that from RRQ as well. It's just that they have not sealed the deal with a chicken dinner. The only team on page 1 without a chicken dinner. So this is a weekly bonus ranking. So for week 1, it's going to be pretty obvious because it's only week 1. GE, PBE only 1.2 points each. So yep, a lot to work on from their side. Page 2, we got Alter Ego without the chicken dinner. But yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, if you can do it like VOIN with only 1 chicken dinner but still get number 2, yeah, why not, right? Like I think like what the Vampire coach said, it's like, you know, chicken dinner is not important, most important are the points. And we'll be getting the group straight right up. So let's see, let's take a minute here.
Oh man, this is fast. Now GE have to be paired up with Vampires, DX and BTR. Group B we have VOIN, RQ. I'll take 3 Indonesian teams in Group B. Are you kidding me? All 3 Malaysian on Group C as well. What the heck is happening?
Oh yeah, it just so happened. Yeah. Okay, I'm digesting right now. I think Group D might be the hardest group. Because Box Gaming, they are improving.
Oh man, I wish we can have more time there. We're gonna go into a different site later on. But you know, place to focus. You know, Mela is everywhere. Mela, he's a big asset. I mean, like FaZe. The rest of them really have to match up his potential here. Tiger X, even though he didn't actually play for this entire day, he still get the most assists so far.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Tiger. It's still up there, surprisingly. Okay, oh yeah, so this is the new graphic that we'll be showing today. So it's a season MVP race. So Mela is in the running. Wow, what a great asset he has been for FaZe Clan. I mean, FaZe Clan number 17 in PMPL Thailand, bringing in Mela has changed their destiny, and he's just proving it why he's one of the best transfers of all.
Yep, people were having so many questions around me. Is he enough? Is Mela enough going to fit the shoes of Tony KB left FaZe before? I think it's more than enough. He's fitting a way different size of shoes entirely. But at the same time, I do want to see the interview. If we can get Vampires and VOIN again. If we have Jang to have it a go against Vampire again, like why not, right? Jang? Man, Jang.
I mean, yeah, I think he's going to travel all the way from the hotel there, so it's going to take a bit for him to arrive, and I don't think we want to wait for that. But I think we're going to hear from FaZe Clan. Or maybe Vampire. I think it's either one. But I do hope that we hear from GE.
But I hope we got GE as well. At least GE. We need to know what's coming up. What's the difficulty faced by the side of GE?
GE, DBD, let's
PBE.
Yeah, let's give some airtime to the bottom team, right? Like PBE.
To know why is it so hard for them to actually get up there? Because if you ask me, like they have the potential, yes, but what choked them down when it comes to PMSL?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it from either the players or the coach itself, just to see what's on their mind. But I think it's very likely we'll get one of the top teams. If we do get it, maybe Mela, because he's in the season MVP race. It'll be nice to hear from him as well. And he transferred to FaZe Clan fairly later as well. So it's not like, early was planned and all that. It was like before PMSL, I think maybe a week or something, and he got transferred there. Maybe they had some tryouts, but it was like a week or something. Yeah, he was a late transfer.
When we cast it for CEC, was he in still Infinity back there? I forgot about it.
I wasn't at CEC, so I don't recall.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like Mela fits so much of a shoe there, and alongside with Vampires, yeah, they have a bit of a banter here and there. But for GE, last push, it was remarkable. Box coming up and down when it comes to day 3, 4, and 5, I think. That's where they start to come back, right? But the other team, like DBD lost. DBD and PBE. We haven't seen so much from PBE.
Yeah, I mean, day 1 was okay, and then after that it was not so okay for them. DBD feels like a deja vu, The last time we saw them at the Southeast Asia outing, they were also somewhere down there, so it feels like a deja vu for them. And I mean, a team that we've seen has a lot of potential, but Southeast Asia seems to be a little bit of a struggle for them. But hey, you know what? We're going to jump into the interview really soon, and as we kind of predicted, we got one of the top teams. I will leave it hanging here for you guys just to keep on guessing. Maybe in the chat, maybe Chuchu's like, who is it? I cannot. I got so much drama today. Well, speaking of drama, it's the most dramatic team. Let's go
into the PUBG Mobile Super League, and we've just concluded all the matches here for day number 5, or should I say the final day of week number 1. And joining me here for the interview session is none other than our player from Team Vampire Esports. We have Stone joining us, and of course we also have our amazing translator joining us, Vida. All right, first let's kickstart things off. Congratulations, you won winner chicken dinner for the final match of the day, and that made you guys the number 1 team for week number 1 on the leaderboard. But before we get to all the good news, right? Big question for you guys. What happened? What happened to match number 4 and number 5? Because you guys didn't perform so well right there. So I think everybody is curious to see what has happened between the team during that time.
ต้องการทราบว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเกมที่ 4 และเกมที่ 5 เพราะว่าทาง Vampire เนี่ยเล่นได้ไม่ดีเท่าไหร่ก็คืออยากรู้ว่ามีปัญหาอะไร
ก็เกมที่ 4ก็เป็นเรื่องวงนะครับเพราะผมลงข้างบนเมืองฝั่งซ้ายสุดแล้วก็มันไม่ทันคนอื่นครับก็เลยเล่นยากแต่เราข้ามทัมมิ่งมาแต่ว่าตอนนั้นเราสื่อสารกันไม่ดีครับแล้วเกมที่ 5 ก็เกมที่ 5 ก็อันนี้ครับแต่ว่าเหมือนอารมณ์กดดันด้วยครับว่าตามเยอะอะไรเงี้ย
Actually, for the 4th game, it's about how to put on the map, the issue with the map, and it's some kind of pressure with the game 5. And for the game 4, back then, it's kind of like the time is limited, so it's not good with the time. playing.
There you have it. I guess even for professional teams, they do have the stumbles, but fortunately, they were able to actually make a huge comeback in the final match of the day. And of course, you've already played all the matches that you need to play for week number 1. Now, based on your observation throughout the whole week, which player that you think gave you guys the most amount of trouble, and who do you think is the biggest threat to your team?
จากการที่สังเกตแล้วก็ตลอดการเล่นที่ผ่านมาคิดว่าผู้เล่นคนไหนที่น่ากลัวที่สุดแล้วก็แบบ strong ที่สุดเลย
ไม่มีครับก็ทีมผมได้โหดสุดอยู่แล้วครับ
Actually don't have any team because the vampire is the best for now.
Okay, all right. Guess nobody out there is a threat to Team Vampire Esports. So I guess all the teams out there do take note. Now, the third question is currently majority of the Thailand team is in the top of the ranking board. Now, do you have any words to the other teams from the other countries participating here at PMSL?
ณตอนนี้ทีมไทยคือทีมที่เล่นเก่งที่สุดแล้วก็คะแนนเยอะที่สุดมีอะไรที่ฝากถึงพวกเขาบ้าง
ก็อินโดนีเซียกับมาเลเซียก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับ
He said the Indonesian and Malaysian is not that good.
Okay, all right. So basically to Malaysia and Indonesia teams, they say that you guys are not that good. Wow, okay, strong words. Stone, careful. Making a lot of enemies out there. Anyways, final question, all right, for you, Stone. On behalf of Vampire Esports, is there anything you would like to say to the audience out there, for your fans who will be supporting you throughout the whole day, but of course to all your friends back at home in your country?
โอเคในตัวแทนของจาก Vampire ผู้เล่นจาก Vampire เนี่ยมีอะไรที่จะแจ้งถึงที่จะบอกถึงแฟนคลับที่ไทยครอบครัวหรือเพื่อนๆข้างนอกบ้าง
ก็ฝากเชียร์แวมไพร์สปอร์ตด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็ทีมไทยทั้ง4ทีมนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับอันนี้เพิ่งจบไปวีคแรกครับผมก็ยังเหลืออีกตั้ง2 อาทิตย์แล้วก็เหลือรอบไฟนอลนี่ครับก็เชียร์กันยาวๆครับผมขอบคุณครับ
Okay, so he said please rooting for the Vampire and also the all Thai team, and this is just the first week and still have 2 weeks to go.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Stone, for joining us for this interview. And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That goes the interview. It has been quite a heated one right here to all Malaysia and Indonesia teams. Watch out, because harsh words from Vampire. Passing it back to our amazing commentators. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. And we're going to be passing it back to the casters.
Wow. I hope he gets out of the country safe. But I love the banter, not gonna lie.
I love it. I just, you know what? Take it, because that's a fact right now. The Thais are taking over the top
5
teams except for VOIN. But right now they're giving a statement. If you want it, you take it. If you don't want it, then do something about it, right? But at the same time, I cannot put this. I have to get it out. VOIN looks like a Korean actor. He's good looking. I'm fangirling him, yes. But I'm just gonna say it out loud. But speaking of how spicy the interview gets, right? That's the truth.
But you know what? Things are going to get spicier next week, and I'm sure you're going to see a lot more of him next week, because the Thailands are here to stay. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all for us today, and we'll be taking a 2-day break. Make sure you don't look for the live stream in the next 2 days. Look for us back here again on Wednesday, same time, same channel. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. It's been a pleasure to be with you guys, and we hope that you guys enjoy the show as much as we did. We'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Watch out!